VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
Hello everyone and welcome to a Dream 11 VPL5 T10 team preview. We are going to have a look at the Grenadines Divers. Despite playing fiercely and passionately throughout this tournament, they always find themselves at the bottom of the table. Their best finish ever is fifth in this competition. What can the Grenadine Divers do to kind of get themselves above water in this BPL5? I have with me, Alanson Cruikshank and Kenroy Bassi.
Welcome. Yeah, welcome to another preview of VPL 5. We are here with the Divers team. We're here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, bringing you live broadcast here on this tournament. So welcome, and we do hope that the information that we provide to you is very necessary for this tournament. Yes, and good to all of you, as wherever you are in the world. Welcome to another preview with the Grenadines Divers. As mentioned by Stacey, the team has not, performed as well as they should have. In some cases, they have had fairly good teams. I can remember, especially in VPL1, the team was very strong in that VPL, but they just haven't really, put all the different aspects of the game together so far. So we'll go through their squad and see what they have.
Yeah. So let's have a look at their squad. Asif Cooper, returning captain. Also have Chadwick Walton, Dean Brown, Benetton Stapleton, Cody Hahn, Razine Brown, Richie Richards, Romario Bibi, Cosmos Hapsha, Rodrigo Thomas, Gerard Wiley, Rayshawn Williams, Weswick Strop, and Colby W. I think that they have done a lot in the draft in terms of balancing the team. Compared to last year, what do you guys think? Compared to last year, what do you think?
Well, they definitely have a stronger team than last year, in my opinion. The leader of the team, Asif Cooper, he's the one who really, wears his heart on his sleeve. I was saying off air earlier that he's one of the most loved cricketers in the country. Has a big following as an individual cricketer. He would have to lead from the front, I think, sometimes, because Asif is a very emotional player. As we said, he wears his heart on his sleeve. When the team is not going well, sometimes it is difficult for him to, kind of pull himself away and then try to encourage the others, because then, you can see that he's down as well as the team. And so, that's something that, they'll have to think about throughout the year. They have Chadwick Walton now in their team, vast experience, former CCC player, Jamaica. He has played so much cricket, and he will be a very important force in this tournament for them. And there needs some change. We'll see how they go in VPL5.
Well, I think it's time enough that the Divers take their tongues off and come up with some air, in this tournament. They have been down there for too long. I think the changes that they have made are pretty important. The inclusion of Walton, and that would take some pressure off of Hooper, who has been carrying the team on his back for the past 4 tournaments or so. And Dean Brown, the addition to this team, is a very good finisher. He would make some impact in this team as well. So this may be divers, yeah.
Who knows? If there's the point where you call, where you think you'll finish? All right, but before we get into all of that, I'm really excited to hear where you think they'll finish at the end. But the best 11, we selected a best 11 for this squad. In terms of the bowling, Kenroy, what kind of fans expect?
The bowling for the divers team, just a little bit concerns me. They don't have this out-and-out spinner. Yes, the skipper bowls, and also you have Richie Richards, who bowls an off spin as well. Stapleton, medium pacer, Brown, and BB, while he's a leg spinner as well. So they would have to use them in different scenarios. They've had aspect of the game up front, in the middle. Who would be doing the job? I don't know. So they have to get that combination right. So the bowling department is what I'm very much worried about in respect of the divers team. They need to get that aspect right.
Yeah, and pressure can do a lot to you.
Yeah.
And the team in the tournament who hasn't got into the playoffs at any point in time. What about the batting? What do you think?
Well, I'm looking at the team, and as mentioned by Kenroy, if you look at the 11 that we selected, only the 3 of them are unlikely to bowl. So they would have a lot of bowling options. So as he mentioned, how they use them and where they fit would be a very important thing to determine where they finish. But their batting, Walton and Hooper, will be very, very important to this team in their batting. They are the ones who are most likely to be at the start. They are the ones who will give the team that start that they need, that solid base. And if they get a solid start in most of their games, then they'll be very destructive, because we have seen that they have a very destructive back end in terms of the all-rounders that they have. All these all-rounders are big hitters, massive hitters of the ball. Brown, Stapleton, Straw. And Richie Richards has played some very useful innings for them in previous editions as well. So it basically shows that they have that firepower at the end. But the firepower at the end would need a good start, because what will happen is that if they lose wickets quickly or in a clump or cluster up front, then it will be very important for Thomas and Raishaw and Williams, who would be that connection between the top and the middle, to then be able to guide the team towards the end, so that the others, the big hitters at the end, can go really hard in the last few overs.
Indeed. That period between 5 and 8 overs for this team would be critically important, whether bowling or batting.
Yeah.
Between 5 to 8 overs. They need to get that part of the game right.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about Benetton Stapleton as well. I know that he's a player that can hit me miles. So
very powerful batsman.
They'll look to in that middle order, maybe around that 5-2 period, for coming in and assisting, depending on how the top order goes.
Right, you see, that's the thing you don't want. You don't want to put too much pressure on the top half, and you don't want to put too much pressure on the lower half to do too much work.
And the top half needs to have freedom.
Exactly.
They need to know that they can rely on players that's coming. So that might be a question for them as well on this tournament. If the top half goes, who do we have at the back end?
Right. Yeah. So that was that critical period.
Yeah, because most of them they play in one way. Brown, Stapleton, Straw.
Right.
They're hitters, but you're not going to expect them to knock it around for a while if they're in trouble and then get the team going again. They will go hard. If they get through, then it will be very good for the team. But if they don't, then all of a sudden they're into the lower order very quickly. And so that is something that they have to bear in mind and get that approach right, measure that approach right in terms of their batting lineup.
Actually, that has been the problem with this team. They don't have that comeback power. Whenever things go bad up front, this team tends to collapse, and there's nobody coming back from the back end. So that is the area that they need to work at in this tournament.
Agreed. And we've mentioned a lot of names today, a lot of names. We've mentioned a lot of names, Benetton, Chadwick, but who is the key player in this team? Who do we think is going to make the most impact in this tournament for the Grenadines Divers? Over the years, as if who plays with it sort of turned to. But for me, I think with the addition of Wesley Straw, I think he's a good addition to this team. So for me, he is the impact player. In BPL1, I mean, it's something to mention. He has only played 2 tournaments. He has only played 2 editions of BPL. In BPL1, he was the highest wicket taker. And in BPL4, he was second behind Ryan Williams for the Hikers. So I think he will be the key player with the ball for them. He's a smart bowler. He knows how to bowl in these circumstances. So I think he is the key man for them in this. What about you, others?
Well, just to say something about Straw, I mean, something he has been doing for his entire career, because I remember him as a schoolboy at Georgetown Secondary School, and it was a similar role. He was never a quick bowler, so he was never one to open the bowler or anything like that. But he was always able to get variations and to bowl those slower deliveries. And because he himself is a very aggressive batsman, he has the ability, when the batsmen are being aggressive at that point in the game, to kind of have an idea of what they will be trying to achieve and to combat that.
It's just to mention, 2 tournaments, he's only played in 2 editions, and he has 24 wickets. So that says a lot about the way he bowls in the tournament.
Well, for me, I have Chadwick as my impact player. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because I know he hasn't been playing a lot of cricket in recent times. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because quality is quality. And so he has played 182 matches. He has 3,456 runs, a highest score in T20 of 99 not out. So he just missed 100 and a strike rate of 124.22, which may not seem very high. But he is a very, very effective batsman, both against pace and spin. So that's something that is very important. And Chadwick is also a very astute cricketer in terms of the way that he thinks about the game. We all remember what happened a few years ago in the CPL when Keswick dismissed him. And you know, of course, Keswick had the notebook celebration at the time, and every time Chadwick was able to hit him in that next innings, you know, he just kept ticking off, page after page. And he's that type of individual as well. He will think about what he's going to do, not just in terms of his approach on the field, but, you know, if there is something else that is happening within the cricket that people want to see as entertainment, then, you know, he will be thinking about how he can get involved in that as well. A good jovial player as well.
Well, my impact player for this tournament, for this team, would be Benetton Stapleton. Stapleton has played for Breakers. I think he played for Hikers as well.
Yes, he played in Hikers.
Right, and he have been given several roles, whether to come in, hit the ball, whether to bowl the last over. I could remember him bowling the last over in the finals, and they won the game. And he would be very important for them at the back end. So he could make a very big impact in this tournament and for this team, Benetton Stapleton.
Apart from Chadwick, they also have another active player, right, Sean Williams.
Yeah.
Alan said you can do next because why Sean let the Pats know what they can from him in the tournament.
Well, Sean Williams is a batsman, Bajan, Barbadian. And as I said before, it was very difficult to get the stats on the Barbadian players on their side. Just to say that, you know, he will have a very key role in this because he's likely to be batting in the middle. And he'll be that connection between Hooper and Walton at the top. And then you'll have those big hitters at the end who we mentioned before, Stapleton, Brown, and Straw, and so on. So he would have a very key role to play. And with his experience, you'd have to know how to navigate so that the team is in a position where they have that launching pad towards up the end of the innings.
Yeah, cool. Last place, last year, best finished fifth. Do you think they've done enough to get into the playoffs? Who knows? Maybe even champions. Where do you see them finishing, Keroy?
Divers coming up for air. I think I see Divers within the first 4, really. Chadwick, Walton, Hooper, Stapleton, Straw, Brown. They need to get their team from that position to the one that I'm talking about. They could qualify for the second one.
I would just say that every team in this tournament has the ability to get into the playoff. But I mean, you have to hang yourself and put yourself out there on a limb and choose a team that can get into the playoffs. I would say that this team, it will be very heavily dependent on the performance of Hooper, and I will say as well Wanton.
Yeah.
If these two players have very good tournaments, especially from the inception of the tournament, then they will get into the playoffs. But if for some reason these two do not strike, then it will leave too much, I think, on the lower order where you have all that power to do most of the heavy lifting. So that's what I would say. So I'm putting them so far, I'm leaving them out of the playoffs so far.
So another mother
No.
So the Divers not coming up for air this year? No air for the Divers?
And of course I'm saying all of this to say before ball is born, because after a game or two, you know, if the two of them are in very good form, it might be able just to say, you know, that they're looking good.
All right, well, I'll have to dissect there with regards to the Grenadine Divers, but that concludes our team preview on the Grenadine Divers. Just a reminder, there'll be a preview on all 6 teams in the tournament. Tune in at VPL T10 on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. And you cannot miss the action. It begins on April 10th to the 23rd. So see you there.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Botanical Garden Rangers team preview. I am Stacey Anado. What can I say? Team resilience. After a forgettable BPL 3, they achieved their best finish in BPL 4, finalists losing out to the Hikers, of course. Somehow, this team seemed to have struggled a bit in previous editions with role identification and in terms of getting personnel in the right place. It's largely due to the fact that they have played a number of tournaments with their key players, especially in BPL 3. But we saw what a formidable bunch they are in BPL 4, and after getting so close to touching the trophy, one would expect that they would want to go one step further. I have with me the experts, Alanson Cruikshank and Kenron Martin.
All right, good day to everyone, wherever you are in the world, whenever you're watching this video. And, you know, we look forward to previewing all 6 teams, and now we're looking at the Rangers. Kenron?
Well, good day to everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. Welcome to VPL5 preview of the Rangers team. As you said, resilient. They have been here from the beginning and they have not captured this tournament up to now. They had some good teams on paper. Unfortunately, they have not done what they should have been doing during the tournament.
All right, well said from both of you. This team, well, we just want to dissect the team a bit. They have Keswick Williams, Kenneth Denver, Kieran Tatoy, Atticus Brown, Wayne Harpoff, Andres Fletcher, Rashawn Primus, Ronil Jeffrey, Ravindra Prasad, General John, Jarrell Edmonds, Elron Douglas, Michael Joseph, and Tijon Pope. In comparison to last year, there is just a little feedback from the team, changes that they may have made.
Well, in my opinion, this team, they went to the finals last year. They played a very good tournament and they garnered good momentum throughout the tournament. And they just, you know, fell just a little short in the final. And I think that they have put some thought, a bit more thought into the acquisitions. And they should be a contender then coming around this year. We see that, you know, they have brought in the all-rounder Primus, who plays for Barbados, but also played for Trinidad in the past. He's a Bajan. Plays for the Zoos as well. Prasad, who is a Bajan. So, you know, there are some changes there, but they have still kept, you know, some of the nucleus of the players from before. Fletcher, Harper, Katoy, you know, Keswick Williams himself, Demba. You know, these are players who have been with them for some time now and would be accustomed to the culture within the team and wanting to pass that on to the newcomers and, you know, have them gel as quickly as possible.
Well, the Rangers team, in my opinion, has always been a balanced team. They have always had good batters, good bowlers, depth bowlers up to the front.
what they have struggled with really in the tournament is putting foursomes in situations and circumstances, executing when they have to, using the right foursomes in the situations and circumstances. That is what they have failed with. They had some close finishes, but the right foursomes weren't at the wicket at the time. The right foursome was not bowling that over at the time. Those are the little changes that they need to make in their team, and they would do much better. They play together as a team, as a unit, but those are the things that they need to get right for this tournament.
And to have selected the best 11 for this squad, I'll have Kenroy. Just give me a bit on the batting. What kind of fans expect from the Botanical Rangers batting this year?
Well, they are led by the experienced Fletcher, who is known worldwide for his aggressive batting, and also he's a game changer. He's excellent at the top. He finishes your game, and with the inclusion of Primus as well, that would add to them. They have the ever defendant Harper, the wicketkeeper, and that's finished a couple of games to them in the middle. The batting has been lengthened. Kenneth Lemba, a very good all-rounder. He can play the pinch hitter role as well. So their batting looks very good on paper. Very good on paper. They just need to, as I said before, use the right players for the circumstances and situations. Give people different tasks and roles, and they would be able to do well in this tournament.
There's a lot about Kieran Kato, you didn't mention.
Well, the all-rounder Kieran Kato, he could be used at any time. He's an excellent player, brilliant feeler. He comes in bowl 2-3 overs, and he could be up top, pinch hitter he could use as an opening batter. He could be used in the middle. All you need to use Kieran Kato when he needs to use.
And I will say, what about the bowling?
When looking at the bowlers, of course, Keswick is the captain, so you expect him to bowl his quota of overs in every game. Demba has been bowling well for the Windwards so far this year, and he has bowled well in previous editions of the VPL. Young Tijon Pope, all-rounder, has been very effective as well in the VPL. And Atticus is our spinners. You can't underrate him at all as far as that is concerned. He will bowl. And of course, Prasad from Barbados, he is an all-rounder. So we'd expect that he'll be doing a lot of bowling for the team as well. And the thing is that you have Katoy, you have a leg spinning option. And Fletcher does bowl turn his arm over and bowl leg spin from time to time. So it's almost as if everybody in the team can contribute one way or the other. And of course, Primus, as we know, is an all-rounder that has been quite effective for the Zooks in T20 and T10.
Martin, you had a laugh there. Mention of Andrew Fletcher bowling some leg spin. Do you think they'll put in the one?
Fletcher might be very much disappointed that he went going into this tournament because he has been called out to bowl a couple of overs and he has done well, but he's not an out-and-out bowler, but he's very useful.
Well, they do have a lot of players to choose from in terms of who can be the key man in the team. And a lot of them, you mentioned Kieran Kato, Wayne Harper, Roshan Primus, Andrew Fletcher. But in terms of impact, I think Andrew Fletcher will make the most impact in this team. He has over 6,000 runs. We know he has international experience. But last year, he missed out on, I think, 2 games for Botanical Rangers, and he was still able to close out the top 5 with the highest runs, with 193 runs. So that says a lot. But I really think it's going to be a case of unfinished business because he wasn't able to finish the job for them last year. I saw how passionately he played for them last year. I think he'll come into the tournament with that thought. He needs to finish the job, get them to finals, and win it this year. So he's my key man for the Botanical Gardens Rangers. If you can tell me, Allenson, who do you see making the most impact for this team?
Well, I see Roshan Primus. Once he gets on the backs in the team, I can see him being a very impactful player because I expect him to bowl his 2 overs. He has 26 T20 matches, 18 wickets, best of 2 for 12, economy of 8.34. And in terms of his batting, he has 253 runs, a score of 38, and a strike rate of 170. But one thing, the strike rate may look a little low, but we have seen that he has the ability to play that destructive innings. In the last regional Super 50 in the semi-final against Trinidad, Barbados were basically done and dusted, and he scored a blistering unbeaten century in that game, and the Trinidad attack was no joke in that tournament. So Somebody to look out for in this tournament for sure.
All right, what about you, VP? What is the impact?
I am staying home in Vincent and Grenadiers. My impact player would be Wayne Harper. He has played some crucial roles for Botanical Gardens in the last tournament and so on. He has matured and he is one of the better batsmen in the tournament. He has caused Botanical Gardens to be where they are in the finals, and he's crucial in that lineup. So he would have a very big role to play, and his impact on the tournament would determine a lot of things for Botanical Gardens.
Yeah, he's been there with them. Like he was there in VPL3, a disappointing VPL for them, and then VPL4 came back really well in that tournament. Almost got them to victory. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to score in that game. That probably was the difference in VPL4 for them. All right. Well, apart from Andy Fletcher, we already mentioned him as one of the overseas players that not of in the tournament for the Botanical Gardens Ranger. There's also Revenge of Prasad. So, Alan, if you could just let the fans know what they can look forward to from Revenge of Prasad.
All right, Prasad, he's from Barbados. He has played at the youth level, youth cricket level, for the West Indies. He is an all-rounder, so he will be expected to contribute to this team both with bat and ball. His figures in Barbados are quite good, with ball in particular. So I'm expecting him to always bowl his 2 overs within this lineup. And when you look at the team, they do not have a lot of slow bowling. All right, and of course, cutter will be very important to them. But I think that some of the other players who they have here, they would need to find. That's one area. If you're looking at the team, that's one area that I think that some of the other teams have a lot more options with the slow bowling, and we know that the spinners traditionally, with the exception of maybe Ryan Williams, but throughout the tournaments in the past, the spinners have been a thorn in the flesh for many a side.
Well, you spin bowlers, you seem to really like to spin her.
No, I can't be a bowler. A net bowler, maybe.
Definitely to put you on the spot, guys. Last year, finalists. Where do you see them finishing this year?
I'll give them a top four finish. Once they get it right, once they put things together, once the captain leads from the front and make the right decisions, I see them in the top 4 with the likes of Fletcher, Primus, Prasad, Williams, and the others.
You don't want to give us a little, you don't want to be brave, you don't want to say champion.
No,
wow.
Cricket is played on the day.
Second place.
Cricket is played on the day.
You think anything from
Cricket is played on the day, and the team that plays best always come out victor.
the top 4 finish. What about you, Anderson?
Well, for me, I think it's a very strong team on paper. And I said in one of the other videos, that the caveat in trying to select where they would finish is the fact that, you haven't seen them players yet to see how they will go. I think we would be in a much better position to do this maybe after a game or 2. But what I'll say now, based on what they have on paper, I see them as contenders for the trophy. So I see them as finalists in this edition. I'm going to go out on the limb and say that I see them on winning the... Yeah.
I like that. Be brave. I like it.
Yeah, to go.
Yeah, on the best answer.
When we want to tear force, ladies and gentlemen, finalists, top 4 finish.
Yeah.
Not brave enough. Come on, Mark. The fans will want to hear a little bit more than that. I've still got to push and poke. What do you think?
Cricket is played on the day, on the field. That's where it's been played,
You'll have to come back to us after a few games, and then we'll be able to give our definitive, position.
I'll definitely come back to you guys with this question.
Sure.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, and that concludes our preview on the Botanical Gardens Rangers. Just a reminder, there's a video on each team in the tournament, and you can tune in at VPL10 on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. And remember, the action starts on April 10th through to the 23rd of April. You don't want to miss it. Thanks for tuning in.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No. This is fast.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No. This is fast.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
Good morning, and welcome to Arnesville Playing Field. Welcome to VPL 5.0. This is Asnet the sixth morning.
Yes, it is.
Sixth morning for the VPL 5.2, and we're here this morning bringing you game number 14, really, on the fixtures. Botanical Gardens versus Divers, Grenadine Divers, and a hot morning, a bright day for cricket, and really supposed to be a keen contest between these two teams here. With me in the studios, I have Osnet Cato. Good morning, Mr. Cato. How are you?
Good morning to you, Mr. Martin, and to all our viewers around the world. Seemed to be a very good day for cricket this morning, and hopefully we'll get a bit of the same yesterday in terms of the competitive nature of the matches played so far.
Indeed, indeed. Just to say that the Divers have not won a game as yet in this tournament, but just for statistics, they have
the individual with the highest score and the individual with the most wickets so far.
Yes, so it just shows the importance of playing as a team, Kenroy. So despite the fact that they have these individual awards, they have not been able to string a complete performance together in terms of batting and bowling, and that is reflective in the fact that they are at the bottom of the table so far and still looking for that elusive victory.
Indeed, well said. And we go to the Botanical Gardens team. They played a superb game yesterday, a dominant game yesterday against the Saltpan Breakers. They had 115 to get, and they got it in fine style. They are picking up and they are looking good as a team.
A very dominant performance yesterday from the Botanical Garden Rangers. They didn't bowl as well as they would have hoped for, but when we listened to Kenrick, the captain, in the post-match interview, he was saying that he was very confident after the first innings in terms of chasing down that total, and that is what they did, and they did it convincingly, which would have really boosted their net run rate as well. That is something that we have to be mindful of moving to the business end of the tournament.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And just looking at the tournament, it seems as though there's really not a safe score in this tournament so far, because earlier Hikers just scored 155 and the Davy Explorers, they got to 144. With a few little adjustments, they could have gotten that score.
I think it's compliments to the type of wickets we have seen so far in the tournament as well. I must say kudos to the ground staff. They've prepared some very good wickets so far. Wickets that have proven to be useful to both the batters and the bowlers if they're willing to really bend their backs. And earlier on, the first couple of days, we saw a score for 100 being just around par. But in the last couple of days, Kenroy, we have seen that par score requirement increasing a bit to somewhere in the region of 120, 125.
Yes, the competitive end of the tournament is coming. We have already had some very good competition thus far. But just to remind you, today is Saturday, it's the weekend, and we're here at Arnisville playing field. It is a packed weekend, really, and we have things for the kids as well. There's a bouncing castle, and there's an area at the back of the playing field that is designated for the kids today from 12 until 7 p.m. That will be fun for the kids. So if you're hearing us, if you're viewing us, please come to Arnisville, bring the kids, don't leave them out. They should be involved as well. So, we are here at Arnisville. We're ready for game 1 and day number 6 in this tournament, and we have Stacey and Adams with the toss, and she has the 2 captains with her.
It's toss time here in the 12th match of this VPL Dream 11 VPL5 T10 competition, a match between the Grenadines Divers and the Botanical Gardens Rangers. I have Mr. Selwyn Allen, match referee, overseeing proceedings, Kesrick Williams, captain of the Botanical Gardens Rangers, and Asif Hooper, captain of the Grenadines Divers, and he has the coin. The call is heads, and it's a tail. So Asif Hooper, you have won the toss. What's your decision this morning for us?
I'm going to have a bowl first. Seeing that yesterday we had a decent chase. I mean, we fell short by 2 runs, and hopefully today we can come and restrict them to a low total as possible and hopefully come and get it.
All right, well, you've won the toss. Surely not the only thing you'll be hoping to win today. Winless so far in the competition, but it seems like with every game you are getting closer and closer to victory. What's the mood like in the camp this morning?
The Divers, we are always happy. I mean, the result might not show that, but the energy is always up. Hopefully today it can be better at the end of the day. They have a very strong batting lineup, and hopefully we can restrict them to a low total as possible and get it.
All right, any changes in your 11 today?
Yeah, we're bringing Razim Brown for Cody Hunt.
All right, thank you very much. All the best. All right, Kesrick, you've lost the toss. You're going to have a bat first. You've lost the toss, you're going to have a bat first. Yesterday we saw that you had Kieran Katoy opening the batting along with Andre Fletcher. Is that a new combination that you found going forward, or is it a case of, different days for different approach for different match situations?
It just was a matchup. I mean, at the end of the day, we know that they have Warwick and we know that they have Rashidi. So he wanted to put Katoy at the top so that he can get to be a bit more explosive to the left-handers. And left arm spin to the left arm batters, it could be a bit, hard to go with. So with his professionalism that he has, him playing professional cricket and know how to play left arm spin really well, so we just wanted to use him at the top for a bit.
All right, any changes in your 11 today?
Yeah, we have forceful changes. At the end, Tijon Pope yesterday pulled his hammies, so he's out, and we're bringing Gerald Edwards.
All right, thank you very much, Kesrick, and all the best to your team today. All right, well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The Grenadines Divers, they've won the toss, and in pursuit of their first victory, they are going to have a bowl first.
Thank you very much, Stacey, and there you have it. Grenadine Divers, they have won the toss, and they have insulted the Botanical Garden Rangers, really, after coming off an impressive win yesterday evening, the last game. They have been insulted, and I think that may work for or work against the Grenadine Divers.
Yes, I think they've actually put up some good performances while they're chasing. They've come close on a couple of occasions, as Stacey alluding to in that particular interview. So I think for them, when you're low on confidence as a batting unit, I think it's best for you to see what scores on the board, and hopefully one of their big players, maybe in the form of Walton once again, can have a big innings and propel them to a victory.
Well, the action will begin here at 12, and we are here at Annisville in a lovely array of sun. The breeze is blowing across the playing field nicely as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back here at 12 sharp to see the beginning of the first game in this weekend's fixture, Botanical Gardens versus the Grenadine Divers.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
No, this is fast.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
No, this is fast.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No. This is fast.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome to a Dream 11 VPL5 T10 team tribute. We are going to have a look at the Grenadines Divers. Despite playing fiercely and passionately throughout this tournament, they always find themselves at the bottom of the table. Their best finish ever is fifth in this competition. What can the Grenadine Divers do to kind of get themselves above water in this VPL5? I have with me, Alanson Cruikshank and Kenroy Bassi.
Welcome. Yeah, welcome to another preview of VPL5. We are here with the Divers team. We're here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, bringing you live broadcast here on this tournament. So welcome, and we do hope that the information that we provide to you is very necessary for this tournament.
Yes, and good for all of you, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to another preview with the Grenadines Divers. As mentioned by Stacey, the team has not, performed as well as they should have. In some cases, they have had fairly good teams. I can remember, especially in VPL1, the team was very strong in that VPL, but they just haven't really, put all the different aspects of the game together so far. So we'll go through their squad and see what they have.
Yeah. So let's have a look at their squad. Asif Cooper, returning captain. Also have Chadwick Walton, Dean Brown, Benetton Stapleton, Cody Hahn, Razine Brown, Richie Richards, Romario Bibi, Cosmos Hapsha, Rodrigo Thomas, Gerard Wiley, Rayshawn Williams, Weswick Strop, and Colby W. I think that they have done a lot in the draft in terms of balance in the team. Compared to last year, what do you guys think? Compared to last year, what do you think?
Well, they definitely have a stronger team than last year, in my opinion. The leader of the team, Asif Cooper, he's the one who really, wears his heart on his sleeve. I was saying off air earlier that he's one of the most loved cricketers in the country. Has a big following as an individual cricketer. He would have to lead from the front, I think, sometimes because Asif is a very emotional player. As we said, he wears his heart on his sleeve. When the team is not going well, sometimes it is difficult for him to, kind of pull himself away and then try to encourage the others, because then, you can see that he's down as well as the team. And so, that's something that, they'll have to think about throughout the year. They have Chadwick Walton now in their team, vast experience, former CCC player, Jamaica. He has played so much cricket, and he will be a very important force in this tournament for them. And there needs some change. We'll see how they go in VPL5.
Well, I think it's time enough that the Divers take their tongues off and come up with some air
in this tournament. They have been down there for too long. I think the changes that they have made are pretty important. The inclusion of Walton, and that would take some pressure off of Hooper, who has been carrying the team on his back for the past 4 tournaments or so. And Dean Brown, the addition to this team, is a very good finisher. He would make some impact in this team as well. So this may be Divers, yeah.
Who knows? If there's the point that you call, where do you think you'll finish? All right, but before we get into all of that, I'm really excited to hear where you think they'll finish at the end. But the best 11, we selected a best 11 for this squad. In terms of the bowling, Kenroy, what kind of fans expect?
The bowling for the Divers team, just a little bit concerns me. They don't have this out-and-out spinner. Yes, the skipper bowls, and also you have Richie Richards, who bowls an off spin as well. Stapleton, medium pacer, Brown, and BB, while he's a leg spinner as well. So they would have to use them in different scenarios, different aspect of the game. Up front, in the middle, who would be doing the job? I don't know. So they have to get that combination right. So the bowling department is what I'm very much worried about in respect of the Divers team. They need to get that aspect right.
Yeah, and pressure can do a lot to you.
Yeah.
And the team in the tournament who hasn't got into the playoffs at any point in time. What about the batting? What do you think?
Well, I'm looking at the team, and as mentioned by Kenroy, if you look at the 11 that we selected, only the 3 of them are unlikely to bowl. So they would have a lot of bowling options. So as he mentioned, how they use them and where they fit would be a very important thing to determine where they finish. But their batting, Walton and Hooper, will be very, very important to this team in their batting. They are the ones who are most likely to be at the start. They are the ones who will give the team that start that they need, that solid base. And if they get a solid start in most of their games, then they'll be very destructive, because we have seen that they have a very destructive back end in terms of the all-rounders that they have. All these all-rounders are big hitters, massive hitters of the ball. Brown, Stapleton, Straw. And Richie Richards has played some very useful innings for them in previous editions as well. So it basically shows that they have that firepower at the end. But the firepower at the end would need a good start, because what will happen is that if they lose wickets quickly or in a clump or cluster up front, then it will be very important for Thomas and Raishaw and Williams, who would be that connection between the top and the middle, to then be able to guide the team towards the end, so that the others, the big hitters at the end, can go really hard in the last few overs.
Indeed. That period between 5 and 8 overs for this team would be critically important, whether bowling or batting.
Yeah.
Between 5 and 8 overs. They need to get that part of the game right.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about Benetton Stapleton as well. About that he's a player that can hit me a mile. So
very powerful batsman.
They'll look to in that middle order, maybe around that 5-2 period, to come in and assist him, depending on how the top order goes.
Right, you see, that's the thing you don't want. You don't want to put too much pressure on the top half, and you don't want to put too much pressure on the lower half to do too much work.
And the top half needs to have freedom.
Exactly.
They need to know that they can rely on players that's coming. So that might be a question for them as well on this tournament. If the top half goes, who do we have at the back end?
Right. Yeah. So that was that critical period.
Yeah, because you're looking at players, most of them they play in one way. Brown, Stapleton, Straw.
Right.
They're hitters, but you're not going to expect them to knock it around for a while if they're in trouble and then get the team going again. They will go hard. If they get through, then it will be very good for the team. But if they don't, then all of a sudden they're into the lower order very quickly. And so that is something that they have to bear in mind and get that approach right, measure that approach right in terms of their batting lineup.
Actually, that has been the problem with this team. They don't have that comeback power. Whenever things go bad up front, this team tends to collapse, and there's nobody coming back from the back end. So that is the area that they need to work at in this tournament.
Agreed. And we've mentioned a lot of names today. A lot of names. We've mentioned a lot of names. Jim Benetton, Chadwick. But who is the key player in this team? Who do we think is going to make the most impact in this tournament for the Grenadines Divers? Over the years, Asif Hooper is with it sort of torn to. But for me, I think with the addition of Weswick Straw, I think he's a good addition to this team. So for me, he is the impact player. In BPL1, I mean, it's something to mention. He has only played 2 tournaments. He has only played 2 editions of BPL. In BPL1, he was the highest wicket taker. And in BPL4, he was second behind Ryan Williams for the Hikers. So I think he will be the key player with the ball for them. He's a smart bowler. He knows how to bowl in these circumstances. Yeah. So I think he is the key man for them in this. What about you?
Let's go! It's cricket, VPL cricket, and you know we love it. It's cricket, VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping.
Yeah, welcome back to Annisville playing field. We're Vinci and we're proud. VPL 5.0 here at Annisville playing field. Match number 1, day number 6. And just to let you know the point standing so far for this tournament, we have the leading teams from 4 games. 4 Charlotte Strikers, 6 points. Salpan Breakers, they had 4 games. They have 6 points as well. Botanical Garden Rangers were playing this morning. They have 3 games. This is they have 4 points. Lassafray Hikers, 3 games, 4 points. Dark Bay Explorers, they have 4 games, they have 2 points. And the Grenadine Divers who are playing this morning have not scored, have not a point on the board up to now. So, there we have it. The 4 leading teams and the 2 in the cellar position. That's how things are here in St. Vincent and Grenadines. And here in studio with me is Mr. Osnet Cato, who would be doing live commentary with me here this morning. Osnet, good morning and welcome again.
Yes, good morning again, Kenroy, and good morning to all the viewers around the world. Looking forward to a very good game this morning. Despite the fact that Grenadine Divers have been struggling, I still think they have what it takes to upset, somewhat of an upset you can call it this morning if it is to happen in terms of winning this game. Right? So, beautiful, and hopefully we'll have some good cricket this morning.
Well, indeed, love breezes blowing across the playing field, and the sun is out in all its glory. Becker is in the background. The teams are out. The Grenadine Divers, they are out, and Chadwick Walton really has the ball in his hand. He will be starting this morning. Surprisingly, he will be starting the bowling. I think there's a little switch here now with Asif Hooper, and I think there was a little mind game going on there with Asif Hooper and Chadwick Walton, really, just to set him up somewhat. But Asif Hooper now has the ball in his hands, as normally he does bowl the first over in the game. He would be bowling to, it seems as though, Kieran Kotoy.
Yes, it is. Kotoy and Fletcher put on a very good partnership yesterday, Kenroy. So they'll be hoping for more of the same this morning.
Ball number 1, he's just tickling it off his pads nicely. Getting things started here for the Botanical Garden Rangers. So a good start for him, Kieran Kotoy. Not the one that he had yesterday, but a good start for him. They have placed their first run on the board, and the fourth delivery has been bowled here in this game, number 1, Saturday at the VPL 5.0.
I'm actually very happy to see this opening combination. For one, it's a right and left hand combination. And I also think that in this Botanical Gardens team, Rangers team, I think the big players really need to step up if they are to really go deep in this tournament. And for me, Kieran Kotoy is one of those big players, and it's good to see him leading from the front in terms of opening the batting here this afternoon.
Yes, Asif Hooper is coming through and around the wicket now, bowling to Fletcher, the Spice Man. This one is outside the off stump and driven with some purpose. Through covers. 4 runs, a high run smashing for the first one of the morning.
Just picking up where he left off yesterday, Andrew Fletcher. A delivery just giving him a bit of room outside the off stump from Asif Hooper. He'll be very disappointed with that. But well played through the offside. That is the type of delivery an opening batsman is really looking forward to all year on in his innings.
That was basically a gift from Asif Hooper, really. Tossed on the off stump and Fletcher easily on the front foot. Drove it to cover with no problems. This one is a quicker delivery. Have him just hustling in defense there. A good comeback there by Asif Hooper. So 5 without loss. 3 deliveries have been bowled in the first over in this game. As we see Dean Brown, he's sporting the orange cap. Tells you that he has the most wickets in the tournament thus far. Proud to wear that cap. Oh, that one is lifted. All airports out of the park. 6 runs to the Spiceman. And he has started in similar fashion as he did yesterday.
A monster hit there from Andrew Fletcher. We've seen quite a bit of those yesterday where he used his feet nicely, got to the pitch of the ball and simply just caressed it. I wouldn't say he really bludgeoned that delivery, he just caressed it really for a magnificent 6 over deep long on. So he's up and running. The Botanical Garden Rangers 11 without loss.
Well, a really positive start from them here this morning. And they will love it if it continues like this. But the Botanical Gardeners, they had a dominant win yesterday in the last game, really. But 2 wonderful shots by Andrew Fletcher. A 6 over mid-on and a beautiful cover jive. He's on the go. Kieran Katoy has 1. And the Botanical Gardeners are looking strong here this morning.
Very strong indeed. They'll be looking to post a reasonable total. We spoke about that earlier in terms of pass scores.
Quicker delivery, just turns it to Asif, who does the feeling for himself. Another dot delivery. So just to get you in tune with the field, there's a short third man. Oh, that one is gone. Back to the administrative building. It struck the building and it's back on the field 3/4 way. Another 6 to Andrew Fletcher. What an over for the Rangers. What a start.
Yes, another big high run maximizer day from Andrew Fletcher. I think we're in a bit of a danger here, Kenroy, if Andrew Fletcher continues in this vein.
My word, what a start for the Rangers this morning. After such a dominant performance yesterday afternoon, they are back here this morning with Andrew Fletcher and Kieran Katoy opening the batting. The 4 over have been completed. It's 17 without loss.
Well, at the toss, Kenroy, we heard Captain Hooper saying that he's looking to restrict the Botanical Garden Rangers to a lower total as low a total as possible. But so far, 17 of the 4 over is not really going according to plan. They will need to pull it back here this afternoon.
Well, I think that the Grenadine Divers need to throw a couple of things into the basket as well that they have available. They have brought in Razim Brown, who is a fast bowler. It's a new ball. As if Hooper could say, listen, man, I want to bowl in the middle. Give Razim a time up front with that new ball and see what happens. You have to give yourself an opportunity to prove differently. But he has not done that, but he's starting with another spinner from the other end, really. And I think he should have looked at things a little differently today.
Well, when we look at the table earlier in terms of the leading wicket takers in this tournament, we saw 2 fast bowlers at the top in terms of Dean Brown as well as Ray Jordan. So it shows you that there's a room for pace bowlers in the tournament. They've been able to do well whenever they've bowled the right lines and the right lengths. So that's something for him to think about, Asif Hooper.
Well, it's the right arm off spinner. He's coming around the wicket. Richie Richards. This one is lifted over, covers by Kieran Katoy. It's getting close to the fence. It's gone over the ropes. 4 more runs to Rangers, 4 more runs to Kieran Katoy. And this is a very good start here by these 2 opening batters.
Not a good start indeed from Richie Richards. They just giving the batter a bit of room outside the off stump, full outside the off stump, and a player of Katoy's ability and class would have just managed to just hit it over the man that extra cover and got himself his first boundary.
Well, he wasn't full in control of that one, but he really got it over the infield. And again, that one is hammered, but falling short of the man at deep mid-wicket there. It looked like it was going all the way, but one shot, a drop shot of him, and they pick up an easy single there. And I'm telling you, these batters look like they're in a mood.
A destructive mood indeed, Kenroy. That delivery just falling short of the man there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. I think he had a slight chance, maybe picked it up a bit late. Those are the type of opportunities Grenadine divers would need to go their way if they really are to make some inroads into this Botanical Gardens batting lineup.
Yeah, they are boasting 3 fast bowlers on the team. They have Bibi, Brown, and 2 Browns. And still they started with 2 spinners. And he's punching that to the man who does very well to feel that ball. He was hit with some power as well, Fletcher. So no run on that delivery. As I was saying before, they are boasted with 3 fast bowlers, but they have started with 2 spinners. It's a good delivery there by Richards, keeping Fletcher in check. 22 without loss, over number 2 being bowled here by Richie Richards. Beautiful sunshine. This one is a good delivery. Fletcher just ease back and punches it to mid-on. Another single to him. Intelligent batting here by Fletcher, but some good bowling here by Richards as well.
It's a good comeback in the over after going for a boundary of his first delivery. He has managed to concede 2 more singles in the over so far. That will be good. His captain will be looking for him to close off this over. He don't want to give up a boundary on the final delivery here.
Richie Richards around the wicket. This one is a swat by Kieran Katoy, beating him. Keeper doesn't take cleanly. That brings the over to an end. And the umpires you have in the middle is Maria Abbott and Golden Graves doing duties today. The Rangers, they are 23 without loss in 2 overs.
A good comeback there by Richie Richards, a very good over, an economical over. That's the type of start the captain was looking for, having gone for 17 off the first over. A good comeback there from Richie Richards.
And here comes your most wicket, the bowler with the most wicket, bowling the second over. And I was saying before, this could have been done with the first over. Try and put the batters under some early pressure with your best bowler and try and pick up a wicket or 2, really to get a good start. But they have given the Rangers an excellent start in the first over, and they are really set here at 23 without loss in 2 overs. They could really have a very good power play.
Very much so, Kenroy. I don't think the divers would want a repeat of what happened yesterday. Yesterday, in the latter stages of their bowling effort, they were forced to come back make a comeback of sort in terms of Bibi. He bowled well, and they finished off the innings yesterday very well in terms of their bowling innings. But the team would have gone very far ahead, so they end up making over 100 runs still. So today they will want to prevent that type of comeback in terms of putting up a good bowling performance earlier in the innings, and they can do so by having their main bowler here, Dean Brown.
Force delivery to Fletcher down the track. A good start by him, dot delivery. I really think the wickets are giving the fast bowlers some assistance as well, and they have done well, and I think that it is right for them to have the opportunity to bowl on such a wicket, you know.
Especially with the new ball, Kenroy. The new ball will always do something irrespective of the type of surface that we're playing on.
This one is cut to the man. A third man, he gets a single. And I was saying that we are boasted with 3 fast bowlers. I'm just seeing Bennett and Stapleton and who's doing the fielding at the other end. So they are boasted with 4 fast bowlers. 4 fast bowlers.
I also think that sometimes the captain being a spinner, he might be more loyal to his spinners. I'm just making the assumption.
Well, he made his choice. The Rangers got off to a flying start. They are 24 in over number 3, being bowled by Dean Brown, who has an orange cap. He has the most wicket. Chadwick Walton is also on the field. He has the highest individual score from yesterday. A blasting innings, a real powerful innings by him. Played some fantastic shots, really. Unfortunately, just couldn't bring it home for his team. The Divers, still yet to score. Kieran Katoy is hitting that one. It's in the air. It's bouncing 1, 2, and pulls back just in front of the boundary there. So Brown causing some trouble for this batsman as he's been introduced.
Yes, hitting the hard length there, Dean Brown. Katoy on that occasion trying to use his feet and hit it over the man there at mid-off. Just taking his splice of the bat, but thankfully for him and the Botanical Garden Rangers, it just evaded Chadwick there in the extra cover region.
This one is smashed to Chadwick. No run. No run. 26 for 2. A good over so far by Dean Brown.
Very good start by Dean Brown. So far, 2 dot balls. You'll be looking to once again close off the over. I think that is the important part. You can have a good start in the over, but you need to close out the over in terms of limiting the batsman's scoring opportunities.
And he does that well. A dot delivery again. A dot delivery again. And I was speaking about the fast bowlers and how well they have bowled. And he's showing that by the effort he's putting in here for his team. He has bowled and good over so far. As you said before, he just needs to finish well here for his team. As he stopped in his run, just to let you know there's a short third man, a backward point, a sweeper, short extra cover, a mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, short fine leg, a square leg, and he stopped again in his run. Really not the best thing for a bowler when he's bowling well. You know, he's already in his rhythm. To be stopped twice is a difficult thing. As he runs away from us now, short delivery. Had Qatar in some trouble there, lifting delivery, didn't play it well, but he picks up a single.
It's a good end to the over, 1 over for 4 runs, so only 4 runs coming off that over, 6 runs coming off the previous over, Kenroy. So two good overs in succession there for the Grenadine Divers, and a good start.
Yeah, good comeback by them after the first over. Really good comeback. And the surface it seems to be a very good batting surface. It gives assistance to the fast bowlers, also the spinners. Richards have bowled a pretty good over from the bottom end. He continues to bowl well. He's bowling to Kieran Kotoy and Andrew Fletcher. They had a very good start yesterday for the Rangers. They continue to bat well here, but 2 good overs from the Divers bowlers.
Yes, Captain Asif will be looking for more of the same from Richie in this over. With the left hand on strike, I think he'll feel more comfortable, Richie, being an off spinner, turning the ball away from the left-handed Kotoy.
So he's bowling to a 5-4 field. Now there's some adjustment. 6 men on the offside. 3 on the onside. A deep mid-wicket, a short square leg, a deep mid-on, short third man, backward point, short cover. Cover. 2 covers in place, really, and a mid-off. So on outside here, some tries to hit it down the ground, only finds the bowler in the way. 27 without loss. This is over number 4. They were looking for something better by this stage, really, but some good bowling. We try the reverse, another dot delivery, so some good bowling here.
I think Qatar is feeling the pressure. He's 9 off 10 deliveries, not the type of start he was looking for, considering that innings he played yesterday.
Another good delivery. Only brings a single. But what is important as well is that they have wickets in hand. So they could have a goal later on in the inner innings, you know. But some good bowling here by Dean Brown and also Richards. Over number 428.
I think that's a good single to get there, Kotoy. He was struggling a bit against Richie with the ball turning away from him. A better bet would be giving Andrew Fletcher the strike, especially against the off-spinner.
Yes, coming in. Richards has been hiked over mid-wicket, as you just mentioned, over the Dream 11 sign. 6 runs to Andrew Fletcher. The Spiceman is on the go.
On the go indeed. Another high run maximizer there from Andrew Fletcher. We just spoke about the off-spinner being a better option for the right-hander. So that was a very good shot there from Andrew Fletcher. Delivery foolish on the line of the leg stump, and he just managed to muster this one deep over mid-wicket, and he gets himself another maximum.
Well, I think Richards have a packed offside field, really. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 person on the offside, and he went to the onside, and Fletcher is very strong in that area, and he maximized on that. Quicker delivery, he's hitting it again. Over mid-wicket, 6 more runs to the Spiceman. 40 without loss.
So back-to-back maximums there, high run maximizers for Andrew Fletcher. This delivery was a bit flatter, but he still managed to just hit it with the turn, really, a bit of turn, but that just walked into the favor of the batter there, and he managed to get it again over that man at deep mid-wicket for another 6.
Yeah, I just think that it's poor bowling here on behalf of Richards. He has a packed offside field. He's bowling too close to Fletcher. He should have been a little bit more outside the off stump based on the field setting. But 2 sixes in succession. Fletcher is at the crease. He's on the go. It's 40 without loss. Botanical Gardens Rangers here been sent in. Again, he's gone. 3 in a row. That went about 5 rows back in the double-decker. Brings the over to an end. An excellent end to the power play for the Rangers.
Well, that's another monster hit there by Andrew Fletcher. I think it's the best of the lot. He used his feet perfectly there, got to the pitch of it, and just deposited it somewhere in the vicinity of the double-decker stand there. I think there's 100 meters or so, Kenroy Martin.
Well, I tell you, that was a wonderful hit there by Andrew Fletcher. It seems as though they would not have gotten up to 40, but they have gotten to 46 from 4 overs. To me, a very excellent power play, despite the 2 overs being bowled by Dean Brown and Richie Richards.
And this is typical of what we've seen from Grenadine Divers so far in the tournament, Kenroy. They have not been able to put sustained pressure on the opposition. They've had 1 or 2 good overs, they've had 1 or 2 good innings. But collectively as a team, they've really struggled to string those type of performances together.
Right, they have not stringed those performances together. They have not bowled in tandem. They have not supported each other from each end. So they have not created that pressure so that they could create that pressure and get wickets. They have not done that. They have bowled a good over from one end and they have gone for runs at the other end. A very good point that you made there. But they have made a change from the top end here. Romario Bibi has taken over from the most wicket man, Dean Brown. He will be bowling to Kieran Katoy, who is struggling somewhat with his timing, but the power play has been completed, so they have a little leverage now to put a few more feelers on the boundary.
BB coming in a bit earlier today than yesterday. Yesterday he had to bowl at the back end of the tournament, of the inning, sorry. He's now coming into the 5th over, so let's see how he goes.
Well, he needs to get a good spell here for the Divers, or they would be chasing a very big total here this morning. He stops in his run, not too comfortable with it. Not too sure if he's a little bit sore from yesterday because he have played a lot of cricket and in the past 2 weeks or so after coming out of Barbados playing the Police Regional Tournament. That's a tough tournament as well, coming straight into the VPL.
It's just looking at the field now, Kenroy, we're seeing 2 men back there on the offside. So it tells me the line that Bibi is aiming to bowl here. I think it's a good field as well. Bibi normally gets the ball to tail away from the left-hander. So with a packed offside field, he has as much protection as he would need.
And he starts with that lovely delivery just on the off stump at about 4th to 5th stump. Tailing away, as you said, into the keeper's glove as he gets the encouragement from his team. A good start for Romario Bibi.
Well, he should be confident after yesterday's performance. He bowled very well, very economically yesterday. When the team was struggling, they really needed somebody to put their hands up in terms of putting on the handbrakes, really. And he did that. So he'll be full of confidence coming into this bowling spell today.
Again outside the awesome. This one is muscled. Over cover by Kieran Katoy. 6 runs to him. 6 more to the Rangers.
Yes, another high wind maximizer there. This time coming from the bat of Kieran Katoy. That's a risky ball you face really when you're trying to bowl that particular line. Here it is. It's full outside the off stump, but a good player like Kieran Katoy just thrives on that type of whiff. And he was able to just get that one nicely over extra cover and get himself another maximum.
Well, the Rangers are finding their range. They are hitting their targets. And they are doing well here this morning after a very impressive game yesterday. They are here this afternoon doing the same business. They are 52 without loss in over number 5. Exceptional start by the Rangers team, these 2 batters. BB again. Good delivery. Pitched up. Stealing away into the keeper's glove. Good comeback by him.
It's a fuller length there, Kenroy, sorry. I think that's a better length in terms of if you're going outside the off stump, you have to be Yorker length or even a low full toss would do the job. But if you're in the slot, then we've seen that Kieran Katoy, he has the ability really to play through the offside efficiently, and that's where Bibi would have struggled in previous delivery.
This one is on his pad, whipping it off. Could be trouble if that had a hit I think Andrew Fletcher would have been in some serious trouble. But some good cricket there on behalf of the man who's feeling a short fine leg. He just missed it by a
Yes, a straight out delivery there from Bibi. Kotoy on that occasion, just walking that one to the man there at short fine leg. Fletcher was a little bit late to move off. And we are seeing the replay here in terms of a direct hit. Yes, a direct hit definitely would have had him there. Kenroy, you were correct. Almost suicidal there from Andrew Fletcher. That would have been a big blow for the Botanical Garden Rangers.
Well, he raised his hand and said, oh my God. But his prayers was answered. It went past the stumps. Oh, good delivery. Lovely length with some pace on it.
Yes, getting a bit of lift there off the pitch. We spoke about the wicket being conducive to good fast bowling. There it is, Bibi. He's a tall man, strong shoulders, should be able to use that height in order to get some lift off this wicket. Andrew Fletcher there on that occasion, being a bit surprised by the bounce there, if anything.
He's a big lad, Bibi. He's bowling just within himself, really. Chads up to the wicket. Again, he's just pulling that one nicely. Through square leg. Andrew Fletcher at his best.
Classy there from Fletcher. That delivery is short of a length and just walking it really a bit of a short arm jab really. And just beating the man there at deep square leg for another high run crashing four.
Well, the previous delivery was just on the off stump lifting. He came a little bit closer to the stumps, and Fletcher is pretty strong on the body, and he had no problem in dispatching that through square leg with ease into the fence for four more. A high run smashing four. 57 from 5 overs. The Rangers are set here for a very good total.
Yes, a very good start from the Botanical Garden Rangers, just picking up where they left off yesterday. They had a very good batting performance, and we have seen sometimes confidence is one hell of a thing, Kenroy. A very confident performance yesterday with the bat, and that would have been transferred into today's performance as well. The current run rate 11.4, a projected score of 114. What type of total do you think the Botanical Garden Rangers will be comfortable with, Kenroy?
Well, if they continue in this vein, I think they will get to over 120 very easily. But it is dependent on how these batters go. Really, Kieran Kotoy, they need one of these batters to finish the innings. Andrew Fletcher is doing well. He's striking the ball very nice. He's stroking it nicely also. But we have one of the better bowlers in the tournament here, Straw, who have a mixture of deliveries. One of the better bowlers. He has been brought into the attack. And I said, we missed him as well. This is another fast bowler.
Definitely.
Starts with a wide.
I think Shaw has gone under the radar a little bit, given the exploits of Dean Brung. Dean Brung has been the one to really take the wickets. But so far in the tournament, he has bowled well. He has been the man entrusted with bowling the difficult overs, as we call them, those overs at the back end of the innings. And he has really come through with flying colours. So he'll be looking for another good performance today for his captain, given the start that the Botanical Rangers would have had so far.
This one is just torn nicely. Bibi would not stop that. It runs away off the outfield into the fence for 4 more. 4 more runs to Kieran Kotoy. 4 more runs to the Rangers, and they continue to pile on these runs.
Another high run smashing 4 there from Kotoy. A bit of a commentator's course there on my friend Straw. But just telling you about how well he has bowled. That delivery, just a slower delivery really. Kotoy just going across to the off stump and just walking it nicely past Bibi there at a short fine leg. And he gets himself another 4, moves on to 21.
This one is hit. Somebody's under it. Somebody's getting under it. He spills a catch. Stapleton, an easy catch at mid-on. And he made a mess of it.
But he never looked confident, Kenroy, coming in to take that catch. It was a delivery on the line of the off stump, a length delivery. Kotoy there looking to go over long on, taking the outer portion of the bat there, and Stapleton running in there from long on. Never really looked confident under that one. And he puts down what ended up being a very simple chance, really.
And these are the little things that makes a difference in a game. These two are going well. They have presented an opportunity to take, and the divers have refused to do it. They have refused to take that chance. How would it hurt them? It is left to be seen. Straw, unfortunate again. This time, nobody is catching that. That one is gone. Over mid-on. The Spiceman has struck another high rune maximum 6 here.
Yes, another big hit there from Andrew Fletcher in his favored region. He's the type of batter who like to go between long on and deep mid wickets. So most of his sixes so far, as we have seen, especially from this end, would have been in that region. Straw there just missing his length really. And there was Fletcher just ready to pounce on that one. He gets another maximum. It's now 69 without loss.
Straw seems to be into some serious treatment. That one is well bowled. Full of delivery. Trying to muscle it back past Straw. Only a single. So a good delivery, a good comeback delivery by him. It's 60. Oh, sorry, 70, sorry. 70 without loss. We are in over number 6. Kieran Kotoy was just dropped by Stapleton. And mid-on, a simple catch. He's back on strike. This one is outside the off stump and he stretched and got to it only to the man on the sweeper boundary. Picks up another single. 71. 71. So, some good cricket here being played by the Rangers this morning. They came out firing and it has paid off for them thus far.
Yes, indeed. And we spoke earlier, Kennery, about the divers don't want to be in a position like they were yesterday in terms of having to come back or make some sort of comeback later in the innings. But on the projection that the innings is going so far, that is going to be the case.
Well, guess what? The Spiceman, one-handed, over mid-wicket. 6 more runs to him. Oh, my God. The onslaught has continued.
Continued at a rapid pace here, Kennery, this afternoon. The Spiceman there putting his name in the hat for that high run maximizer award at the end of the tournament for the batter who hits the most sixes. So far, we have seen about 5 sixes from him so far. I'm sure he'll be looking to continue in this vein and get his team up to a respectable total.
Well, he has gone past 50. He is 50 from 18 balls. He is 53 from 18 balls. Kieran Kotoy has 23 from 18. Westwick Straw has bowled 1 over for 20. And the current run rate is 12.83. Projected score is 128.
We spoke about Westwick throughout this tournament, Kenroy, having to bowl the hard overs, as we'll call them. And we have seen once again coming into a situation where the batting team got a good start. They didn't lose any wickets, so they can afford to go as hard as they wish to go. And in that over, it was punishing to him, really, especially from the bat of Andrew Fletcher.
Well, they have set the platform here for the others, but they are taking advantage of it at this present time, these two batters. They have done the hard work. They need to finish the job for the Rangers.
Yeah, Kotoy, he might be slightly disappointed with his strike rate so far, but it's a partnership. It's a batting partnership. He has been able to get Andrew Fletcher on strike as much as possible as well. But he, from his personal standpoint, he'll be looking to even push on a bit more in terms of increasing his current strike rate.
I would love to see Fletcher go past 100 today. I've not seen that in the VPL, but it would be some serious hitting.
Definitely would be, Kenroy.
Dean Brown, this one is on the legs of Kotoy, whips it off, put Fletcher on strike. Chadwick Walton does the feeling. He would have his time at the crease as well. He had a wonderful innings yesterday, played some fantastic shots, hit some huge sixes. Andrew Fletcher is repeating what he did yesterday.
Definitely, and Dean Brown in this situation, having to bowl out his 2 overs. The captain here just trying to get a wicket, really. Wickets is the only way to actually slow down the scoring rate of these batters.
Brown is trying to get a wicket. Oh my God! Tell me what is happening there. Airplane over the stands into the old airport area. 6 more runs to Andrew Fletcher. 6 more runs to the Rangers. And he continues his onslaught.
There goes Fletcher again with one of those short-term jabs that we know we have come accustomed to seeing from him. Not really hitting the cover of that delivery, just jabbing that one over deep mid-wicket for a massive 6 over the Michael Finley Pavilion there. Those persons parked on that area of the playing field they will really have to watch out. Kenroy, where are you parked?
I'm parked behind of the administrative building. I've learned from yesterday. A few deliveries went flying over the Mike Finley and the and the PH Vera Pavilion. And they are some huge sixes. These boys are getting stronger.
Bigger bats, stronger boys, as you mentioned. And that is a recipe for some big sixes, as we have seen in the tournament so far. It has been a tournament of sixes, Kenroy, and today seemed to be no different.
Well, Andrew Fletcher is at the crease and he's having a grand time here at the start of this innings. He's 59, and as we normally say in our local Palang, he's ill-treating the bowling. Just to say, just to show you, Descarte is out front with runs, 201. Andrew Fletcher has now moved up to 136. And Jonathan Carter, 120. Chadwick Walton, 120. So the big boys who came into this tournament, they are doing the job that they are asked to do. They are leading the way. Fletcher taps away. Dean Brown trying to dismiss him. The onslaught. Oh my God, this hitting one outer edge over the man at tournament. When they get to the fence, it does. 4 more runs to Andrew Fletcher.
A frustrated look there from Dean Brown, his hands on his hips. It was another foolish delivery outside the off stump. Fletcher gave it his all, took the outer portion of the bat, going over the man there, short out man, which I believe is Razim Brown. Surprised not to see him in the bowling attackers yet, despite all the carnage that we have seen.
My fellow partners would say ill treatment. Brown. Oh my, he's driving that one up to the man up mid of one bounce to Stapleton. He does well. A single to him. So a single to the Rangers, and really Fletcher is in a no-nonsense mood here at Annisville playing field. VPL 5.0, the action continues. Andrew Fletcher and Kieran Katoy batting for the Rangers.
Well, a single would be most welcome by the Grenadine Divers. So far we have seen 6s and 4s.
Don't think so. It is running down to the fence. They have gone for one. It's been cut off. And they have picked up another one. 2 runs to Kieran Katoy. As we hear the song of anguish there from Dean Brown, saying nothing is going my way, as the Rangers march on here at Annisville playing field. They are now 91 without loss after coming off an impressive victory yesterday. They have continued in the same vein here this morning. Brown, this one is wrapping one in his pad. Could be trouble for him, but some good cricket on behalf of Dean Brown. So that brings over number 7 to an end. They are 91 without loss, the Rangers.
Yes, 14 overs coming off that Dean Brown over. Spell finishing, 2 overs for 18. Nothing in the wickets column today for him, Kenroy. But he'll be very disappointed. We all know the kind of talent that he has. He has bowled well throughout the tournament. But unfortunate for him today and his captain, he has not been able to get a breakthrough. Especially considering the start that the Botanical Garden Rangers have got off to.
Well, the song in the background is probably describing the divers and their conditions at this time. The Buju Bantan buried alive, but they're still breathing. They still have a chance. They have a time to come on bat. But the Rangers are really pouring home here. They are 91 from 7 overs. Andrew Fletcher, he's marched down to 64 from 21. Kieran Katoy is 26 from 21. He's going rather slow based on what is happening. But as you said, it's a partnership. And Andrew Fletcher is doing the real heavy work here, lifting the heavy, but really putting it to them. 13 runs is the current run rate. Projected score, 130.
Yes, a bit above the par total we were mentioning earlier. We were saying 120. But if they continue at this rate, I mean, if Andrew Fletcher stays there, who knows? They might even increase that scoring rate. So the Divers definitely have to put it back some way or the other in these last 3 overs.
Well, you asked for Razim Brown. Here he is. He's been introduced. And he's been introduced and welcome. What do you think is happening? It's over mid-wicket. Into the fence. 6 more to the Spice Man. 6 more to the Rangers score. My God, this onslaught. When would it end?
Another high run maximizer there from Andrew Fletcher. It's a difficult situation for Razim to come in and bowl in. with the team, the Botanical Rangers, just racing along like a steam train there, Kenroy Martin. Nothing can really stop them at this point in time. Another 6 in the vicinity of deep mid-wicket, which has been a favoured error here for Andrew Fletcher this afternoon.
97 without loss. Short delivery. My God, look at that. Off the back foot really, stylishly, over backward point, into the fence. 4 more runs to the Spiceman.
Razim there trying to pull back his length, as you would expect. Fletcher using his feet a bit, but still, because of the type of form that he's in, Kenroy was just able to get it over that man at short third man, and the man at point there, and it races into the fence for another high run, smashing 4.
Well, back in the days, we would say dollar. That's a dollar. A really good shot by Spiceman. He advanced, the ball was short, and he punks upon it and cutting it over backward point, basically off the ground, into the fence. 4 more runs to him. He has rushed up to 74 from 23. Again down the ground. He's calling for 1. What did he get to? They are back for a second run. So some serious running and between these two batters as well. And they have gone up now to 103. 103 partnership between these two.
Well, you mentioned earlier as well, Kenroy, that you would like to see Andrew Fletcher scoring a century. He's 24 runs from that milestone. So just 4 big hits, and with the way we have seen him strike the ball so far, that is definitely not out of the question.
Well, Brown. This one, down the ground. 1 bounce to Stapleton, and he's really not easing up here. He has no reason to. He has done well so far, playing very aggressive. Another run to him, 104, 7.4 overs bowled. My God, that's current run rate of 13.57. The Grenadine Divers really looking down the barrel of the gun here.
Yes, a real high pressure situation here for Razim Brown. A single there, as we mentioned, a single of these deliveries would be most welcomed, considering the number of 6s and 4s we've seen so far in this innings. So the captain, Asif, looking to just stem this onslaught, really. Looking to different bowlers. I'm wondering what will be going through his mind at this point in time.
This is carnage. 6, 4, 2, 1. 2 deliveries remaining. Kieran Kator on strike. Good delivery, full. As I say, Kator is struggling somewhat. A good delivery there by Razim Brown.
Yes, he has not timed the ball as well as he did yesterday. I don't know if that injury he had at some point yesterday, some cramps later on in his innings, would have contributed to such. But 26 of 22 deliveries, and when we look at Andrew Fletcher, he scored 77 from 25. So it just shows you the gulf in scoring rate between the two batters.
Well, he should have any worries with that. This time, lifting delivery, what went on there? I think it struck his pad. Waiting for a signal from the umpire. Yes, his pads a leg by. He stepped across his stumps, trying to whip it off. There we go. Well bowled by over the keepers. And yeah. So 105. 8 overs bowled. 2 overs remaining.
A good comeback of sort there from Razim after going for 6 and a 4 in his first 2 deliveries. He managed to close off the over by giving away a 4 runs. So he came back well in that over there. Nevertheless, 14 runs off that over is another big over for the Botanical Garden Rangers.
Well, as we hear the Bob Marley in the back, I wonder if the divers are listening to this tune. Everything is going to be all right. Oh my God.
Positivity there on a very grim looking day for the Grenadine Divers.
I'm telling you. Fletcher and Kieran Kator on strike. This one has been hit over third man, going down to the fence. 4 more, not in control, but 4 runs to Kieran Kator.
Yes, it's been a very frustrating innings from Kator. Watching Andrew Fletcher strike the ball so beautifully from the other end. He's just trying to do the same, but just not coming off for him. That delivery again, just coming off the outside edge and peeling over the man there, short third man. And he gets himself a bungle. It's a good start to the over for him. Hopefully he'll be able to kick on and capitalize on this penultimate over.
Well, Andrew Fletcher been doing the heavy lifting. Kator says it's my time. Wasn't totally in control of that shot, but it gained him 4 runs. 4 runs to the Rangers, 109. 109 without loss. A huge partnership, the biggest partnership thus far in this tournament. I'm not too sure if there was a bigger one in the previous tournament. We will look at that. But a really fantastic start here for both. This time he's hitting the outer portion of the bat, down to third man again. I think he would settle for one. Really, Fletcher really wants a strike. Settle for one, and Andrew Fletcher comes in to strike. He is unbeaten on 77 from 25.
I think that's a good decision there for Andrew Fletcher to actually take the strike. He's been the one who is able to hit these high run maximizers. So from the Botanical Garden Rangers perspective, they want him to face as much of these deliveries as possible. There are 10 deliveries remaining in the innings. And Andrew Fletcher, he'll be looking to get at least 5 maximums out of those 10 deliveries. Kenroy.
Well, Romario Bibi will try to stop him from doing so, but he's in a sort of a mood. Wide outside the off stump and signal by umpire Graves.
I think that's a good line. Having Andrew Fletcher hit the ball through the offside, that can't be a bad thing. We have seen his wagon wheel so far in terms of his sixes. Most of them have come over deep mid-wicket. So you want to stay away from his legs or not bowl the ball a bit too straight. So that delivery outside the off stump there, despite it being a wide, it's a good start from Bibi, and it shows that he's thinking about where he wants him to hit.
Well, there he goes again. This time, he's muscling it over mid-on. 6 more runs to the Spiceman. He poses on that one as well.
Well, the line there again was outside the off stump, but it gave him a bit of length to actually walk with. So he just shifted a bit outside the off stump and was able to just muscle that one really over Asif there. For a while, he thought it was coming straight down his throat, but unfortunately for the Grenadine Divers, that was another 6.
And it's a no ball. It's a no ball. A free hit is coming up.
Not what the Grenadine Divers need at this stage. They're already under pressure.
But I'm not too sure if they have communicated that with Mr. Graves. Bibi comes in. This time he's hitting it through mid-wicket. Etcher is disappointed with not making better use of that. They're scampered through, really, the Grenadine Divers, really under some serious pressure, and they are not reacting, they are not responding to the pressure.
Lack of match awareness there from the field out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. I think it's Rayshawn Williams. The delivery there just hit outside, out to him. Fletcher was always going to come back for the second, being the man in form here. He'll want to get as much of this strike as possible. And thankfully for him and the Botanical Garden Rangers, he's now back on strike.
Well, he's 85 from 27. Looking for that first 100 in this VPL 5.0. Well bowled by Romario Bibi. Full delivery on the off stump. Yorker length. An excellent delivery by him there.
Excellent delivery, and his captain will be looking for more of the same from him. As we mentioned when he came into the bowling crease, Kenroy, he gets that ball to tail into the right-hander. So if he's able to get the delivery at a Yorker length, it's going to be very difficult for the right-handers to really put him away. But so far, he has not been able to be consistent on that length, and his bowling figures reflect that.
Well, Kieran Katoy comes in to strike. He's on 31 from 25, pretty slow. But as I said, Andrew Fletcher has been doing the heavy lifting. This time short outside the leg stump. Wide signal by umpire Graves.
Just not adjusting to the right and left hand combination there, Bibi. That delivery down the leg side. Cut out there, missing out again is a delivery on the line of the leg stump. A free hit really, because the man there at fine leg, he's up in the circle. So anything at all he would have had on that delivery, he would have gotten himself a boundary.
I think Andrew Fletcher has gotten the highest individual score so far in this tournament. This time is well bowled by Bibi. Over the stumps, Katoy looking to move across the off stump. Bibi just lining up with the stump, lifting delivery over the stumps, and a dot delivery to him.
Yes, Katoy continues to struggle really in terms of increasing his strike rate. He has not been able to really propel his strike rate throughout the innings. He started slowly, and he's not been able to really turn on that turbo power that we really need to see at the end of the innings.
Well, he has not really fired. He has not fired at all. Really, he's just there. Had some fortune. He's on 31 from 26. Andrew Fletcher has done the bulk of the work. as he continues. This one is short, and he's whipping it off his pads. Through the square leg and fine leg error. 4 runs to Kieran Kotoy. He finally hits the middle of the bat.
But just as you were saying, the previous delivery that was bowled 2 balls ago from Bibi was on the line of the leg stump, similar to that delivery, and he missed it completely. So we were saying as long as he got some bat on that type of delivery, he's going to get himself 4 runs because the man there at square leg is in the circle as well as the man at fine leg.
Well, we are into the final over. Andrew Fletcher looking to get to that 100. He's 86 from 28 deliveries. Kieran Kotoa, he's 35 from 27 deliveries. Umaru Bibi, he bowled 2 overs for 32 runs. And bowling the final over, I think it would be Razim Brown.
Yes, it seems as Razim Brown, he would have had a good end to his previous over. Started off with 2 boundaries, but he finished off the over well. Fletcher here will be having one eye on that century, but he will be looking to maximize this over, get as much runs off this over as possible. Maybe getting in that region of 140, 145.
Skipper Safe Hooper marshalling his troops as usual. Razim Brown is on his bowling mark, just behind that Dream 11 sign. Maria Abbott standing umpire, Roland Graves at square leg. Deep mid wicket, deep square leg, deep long on, mid off, long off, short cover, cover, backward point, sweeper. Brown to Fletcher. This one is wrap him on his pad. There's an appeal. I don't think that is even close to the stumps, but a good start by Razim Brown. Fletcher looking to take the bulk of the strike here.
A dot ball there by Razim Brown. That would be like goal to the Grenadine Divers this afternoon. There's not been a lot of dot balls in this innings. So a good start from Razim Brown. He'll be looking, despite being under tremendous pressure, he'll be looking to just bowl a good over here for his captain.
126, Fletcher on strike. This one is down the leg side, wide delivery, into the fence. 4 extra runs here. Signal by umpire Maria Abbott. 4 wides.
Well, he's aiming for that Yorker length delivery. He managed to nail it on the previous delivery, but this time around, just a bit too wide down the leg side. Fletcher trying to hit it over deep square leg, missed it completely, and wicketkeeper there, Haksha, wasn't able to prevent that boundary.
Wide delivery down the leg side, goalkeeper style, just going to get to that. 131 without loss. Brilliant effort by these two. Brown. This time is hit high, hard, over mid-wicket, into that slot of the Spiceman, and he has no problem with executing that.
I was just about to say, Kenroy, that the field doesn't really dictate him bowling that particular length. That is really in the slot, and being in the slot against Andre Fletcher, we have seen that he's able to hit the ball over deep mid-wicket, right? So I'm thinking a better bet would be bowling that ball outside the off stump and putting back 2 fielders on the offside boundary.
Well, he's marched on to 92. 92 from 30 deliveries. He have 4 deliveries to get to that wonderful 100. This time he's wrapping him on his pad. I don't think he would take a single. Here.
Another good delivery there. Somewhat of a mixed bag from Razim, really. He's able to nail his Yorker on 2 occasions in this over. However, he missed his length and he was deposited for a high run maximizer on the previous delivery, but a very good comeback there from him. He has 2 deliveries. In fact, he has 3 deliveries remaining in this over.
And Fletcher is 2 shots away from 100. Brown. Wide outside here, some good delivery. Fletcher trying his utmost best to get to that 100. He has 2 deliveries to do so. Do you think he would get there?
Exactly the line I was alluding to earlier, Kenroy, that line outside the off stump. And I think he took some pace off that delivery as well, so that was good thinking. It was brave, but it was good thinking in the end all as well. That ends well. So outside the off stump for me is a better bet, but I'm thinking if he's bowling in the slot for Andre Fletcher, then I'm sure he'll bring up his 3 figures very soon.
Well, 2 deliveries to do so. Spiceman. Razim Brown. Wide down the leg side. Oh, my word. Wide delivery into the fence. 4 more. And the divers keep shooting himself in the leg.
It's a carbon copy of his second delivery of this over, where he bowled that type of length and that type of line down the leg side. And wicketkeeper Haksha there struggling to really stop that one. So somewhat of free runs really. You don't want to give the Rangers already having such a formidable target on the board. You don't want to give them free runs really, and this really must be hurting the Grenadine Divers deep down.
Well, 142 on the board. Andrew Fletcher 92 from 32. Kieran Kotoy 35 from 27. Botanical Gardens 142 without loss. Big effort here by Andrew Fletcher, supported by Kieran Kotoy. Current run rate 14.69. Projected score 147. Andrew Fletcher 8 runs away from 100. This time he's in the back pass here. My God, look at the shot. 4 runs to Andrew Fletcher. 4 runs to the Botanical Gardens. 1 shot away from that 100.
Well, that was really a high run smashing 4. He actually smashed that. The umpire, Maria, there had to get out of the way of that delivery. The 2 men there on the long off and long on boundary really had no chance of stopping that one.
He's 6 away from the first VPL 100. Can he get it? Somebody say Rangers! Somebody say Divers!
Well, 96, 33 deliveries, 1 ball. He needs 4 runs to get to that 100. This time he's hitting it. He's running for 1. I don't think he would risk it. He's risking it for 2. Really? Oh, that tells you the story of the Grenadine Divers here in this innings.
Yes, that sums up their performance really. It was an easy run out there. The fielder they get into the ball, Dean Brown, and Cosmos Haksha there not able to gather cleanly. But a superb performance here from Andrew Fletcher today, really showing his class, his experience in dominating this innings here against the Grenadine Divers.
Well, Botanical Garden Rangers 148 without loss. Andrew Fletcher ended up on 98 it is. 2 short of that 100. 100 that he would have really liked to get. But a really dominant performance here by Botanical Gardens again in their first game in today's encounter. Yesterday they did the same thing against the Breakers. They have done it against here the Divers. A really stunning performance by them.
Yes, a good batting performance, the type of performance you would like to see more and more as you go to the back end of this tournament. It shows that they're in good form, good batting form, and batting is an important part of these games, right? So 149 for victory. The Grenadine Divers, having inserted the opposition into bat, is not the type of total you will really want to be chasing down. But cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties, Kenoy, and I'm sure they will leave this playing field going into the second half of this game confident that they can chase this total.
Well, we're back here at Annisville playing field in about 10 minutes, where we see the trace from the Botanical Gardens first innings 148, where the Grenadine Divers was trying to get to a score. Don't forget, Chadwick Walton is yet to bat.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is weak.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers!
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere. ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No. This is fast.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No. This is fast.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
and you know we love it. It's cricket. Ah, VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming up. Hey, we fancy and we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
Welcome back to Arnesville playing field. Game number 1 in this the weekend fixture. Today Saturday here in the lovely island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The sun has greeted us with all the thing that it has in the sun. It's bright. The breeze is blowing across the playing field nicely. And the Botanical Garden Rangers have set a target of 149 in the first innings of this game. Really excellent innings by them. Andrew Fletcher, he ended up on 98. And the divers need to reply and reply strongly here. Welcome back, Osnet.
Reply strongly indeed, Kenroy. They will need to put up one of their, in fact, they will have to put up their best batting performance in this tournament if they are to overhaul this total. It's not going to be easy, but what I will say is that they still have some key players in their batting lineup, the likes of Chadwick Walton, Asif Hooper, and the like. So they will feel reasonably confident that if they get off to a good start, then they will give themselves a very good chance of overhauling this total.
Well, Chadwick Walton is at the crease. He's there with the left-handed, I think it's Bennett and Stapleton. Is that Stapleton? Not too sure. Rodrigo Thomas, or the other overseas player, is there as well. And Keswick Williams, he would be opening the bowling for his team. You have not seen that in the tournament thus far. But he would be starting the bowling for him, for his team. Remember, Grenadine Divers need to get 149 runs in 10 overs.
I think this is a good move in terms of Keswick, opening the bowling. I think, given his experience, especially at the international level, he should be the one to take the new ball and actually try and get a breakthrough for his team. Most of the opposition teams, they have their best batters at the top of the order, number 3, opening the batting. So therefore, you need your best bowler really to put his hand up and say, I'm going to break this opening partnership, because as we saw in the previous innings, if you're not able to break our opening partnership, it can really hurt you in the end.
Well, he'll be bowling to his good friend Chadwick Walton. We know that rivalry, Keswick Williams and Chadwick Walton. It's been revived here as good delivery by Keswick outside the off stump as Walton. What is it? Goes to the keeper's glove. A good start by him hitting the line and length very nicely on the 5th stump there.
Good start by Keswick, getting the ball to move away from the right-hander there. And as I was saying, with the new ball, you're always going to get something out of this wicket.
Well, the Pacers have been the pick of the bowler so far in the tournament. Keswick Williams. Skipper for the Botanical Garden Rangers. A little delay in play here as we see umpire Golden Graves probably trying to sort a little thing out or two. Grenadine Divers, none without loss. They need to get 149.
I think he has been reluctant to use himself as well throughout the tournament, Kenroy. We've seen, even in the last game, him bowling only 1 over, which went for 23 runs. So maybe the captaincy as well, sometimes as a captain and a bowler, you're sometimes reluctant to use yourself. You think you're actually supposed to utilize the other resources in the team. Well, so it's very good to see him leading from the front in this particular game in terms of opening the bowling.
Well, he probably had some discussion with his coach, Nixon McLean. Williams, outside the off stump. Punched that one, but in a portion of the bat. So 2 good deliveries there by Keswick Williams so far for the Botanical Garden Rangers. He has not really bowled exceptionally well in this tournament thus far. He has gone for some runs, so probably lacking a little bit of confidence. But this is a good move by him to start the bowling.
Definitely.
This one is cutting Chadwick Walton in two. What a delivery. Had some pace on it as well.
Yes, this one was nipping back. We saw the first delivery ball just moving away from the right-handed batter. This one just pitching and nipping back. He seemed to get that sort of zip off the wicket, Kenroy. A ball going through at wicketkeeper Harper's chest. So it shows that there's good pace in the wicket. Oh my goodness, it's actually a no ball.
And there comes a signal from the umpire. No ball. Extra effort. Extra pace. No ball. Free hit here to Chadwick Walton. He has given Chadwick Walton an opportunity to extend his arms to get off the mark. A free hit is given here by Keswick Williams overstepping that front crease, that dreaded front crease.
I'm thinking he's not supposed to change the field. He was trying to push back Andre Fletcher on the long on boundary. But seeing that the batsman didn't take a run, I don't think he can actually change the field. So Andre Fletcher back in his circle.
Yes. Williams, free hit. This one is smashed. Over cover. Into the fence. The hands goes above the head. The first high run smashing six here from Chadwick Walton. From Keswick Williams. Well played by him.
Well, that was a free hit, and it definitely turned out to be a free hit there for Chadwick Walton. A delivery full outside the off stump, and he just leant on it and deposited it over deep extra cover for a lovely shot for six. A high run maximizer. He's picking up where he left off yesterday, Kenroy.
Yeah, well, I don't think that the Rangers would want to see that sort of performance, but he has started off in blistering style here. This one is off his pads. Over the oh my God, he did that with so much ease. Over square leg into the Frank Thomas Pavilion. 6 more runs to Chadwick Walton.
Another beautiful shot there from Chadwick Walton. A delivery on the line of his leg stump this time, and he just flicked it really a wristy stroke. Mark Warish type of shot there from Chadwick. Back-to-back sixes in this over. Not a good start here from Keswick.
I really think that the Botanical Garden Rangers would love to see the back of Chadwick Walton, but I'm telling you, he's on a mission here for the Grenadine Divers. They have not won a game thus far. They have the leading scorer so far. Well, Andre Fletcher eclipsed that today with the highest individual score. Chadwick Walton was leading that era. He's at the crease. He's rushed on to 12 as Keswick Williams continues to bowl. Wide outside the awesome. That one is lifting. Oh my God. Had some pace on it. Wide signal by the umpire. 4 more runs to the Divers. What a start for the Divers here. And this is the second innings.
A good start there. Keswick just trying to bowl a bit shorter there. Not getting the direction right. And wicketkeeper Harper is a short man. So that one evading him easily in the end. So 4 wides really added to the total. The over really turning into a nightmare really for Keswick. He started well with the first 2 deliveries, but since that no ball, Kenroy, he really hasn't bounced back as he was looking forward to.
Well, similar situation in the first over against the Botanical Garden Rangers. They were 17, they are now 18. Still 2 more deliveries to come. Chadwick Walton on strike. Keswick Williams with the ball in his hand. Skipper. Charges in. Outside the awesome. Guys that went down to third man. 4 more runs. What an over this is. 4 more runs to Walton. 4 more runs to the Divers.
Well played there, but a rather poor delivery there from Keswick. A delivery short and wide. And a man of Chadwick Walton's ability and class, he just simply leant on it and guided it through backward point for another high run smashing 4. He's really taking Keswick to the cleaners here this afternoon.
Well, I don't think the cleaners would want those sort of clothing to be in their possession. I think 22 from 5 deliveries. Keswick Williams is taken to the cleaners. Really, they need to do some scrubbing here. Last delivery. This one is played sensibly to the man and third man. Picks up a single. 23 runs from this over. What a start for the Divers in reply to Botanical Garden Rangers 149.
A great start from the Divers and Chadwick Walton. He faced all of those deliveries in that over. He's on 17. A poor start really, a disappointing start from Keswick. I'm sure he holds himself to very high standards as we know, and he'll be the first to put his hand up and say he's very disappointed with that particular over. Just giving the Grenadine Divers the type of momentum they need, chasing such a high total.
Well, 23 first over. Chadwick Walton, 17 from 7. Rodrigo Thomas, yet to face a delivery. He will be on he would be on the non-strikers, and Chadwick Walton would take the strike. He took a single off the last delivery. I think Kenneth Demba would be bowling from the Grenadines' end. He'll be bowling to Walton, who has had a fantastic start so far for the Divers. They would want him to continue in this vein throughout this 10 overs. They would want him to bat as deep as possible.
Yes, in order for Grenadine Divers to get anywhere close to this total, Kenroy, they will have to follow a similar template to what the Botanical Garden Rangers followed in terms of Andre Fletcher scoring at a very high scoring rate. So Chadwick will have to assume that responsibility. And from the other end, they will need Rodrigo Thomas to really play a supporting role, but at the same time score at a reasonable rate.
He played very sensibly yesterday. This one is smashed over mid-off. One bounce into the fence, 4 runs. First delivery from Kenneth Demba, went flying into the fence for 4.
A good start there for Chadwick against Demba. Demba has been miserly throughout the tournament in terms of his economy rates. He has bowled well, opening the bowling for the Botanical Garden Rangers. So it will be important from Chadwick's perspective to decide how he's going to go up against such a bowler, Windward Island player as well. So it will be a very good contest here this afternoon.
I'm loving this. I'm loving this. Short lifted over mid-wicket. 6 more runs to Chadwick Walton. What a day we're having here at the VPL. Excitement up to bars. A high rune cracking 6. Short delivery from him, and he went on it, crashed it into the fence. 6 more runs to Walton.
Another big hit here at the Annisvale playing field. We have seen some monster hits in the tournament so far, and that one was no different there from Chadwick Walton. He's definitely also in the race for that high run maximizer award. Quite a few batters, in fact, are in the race for that award at the end of this tournament, Kenroy.
Yes. Demba, short, quicker delivery, takes a single. 34. 1.3 overs bowled. In reply to Botanical Gardens, 149. 34 without loss. Rodrigo Thomas is taking his first delivery of this match.
Well, in order for the Grenadine Divers to try and overhaul this total as well, something they need to be mindful of is the usage of the power play. The power play, the first 4 overs. So they will have to get anywhere in the region of 60, 70 from those 4 overs, which will really take the pressure off them when the field is spread. So the required run rate currently is 13.5, I think. So 13.53, yes. So despite the quick start that they have had so far, the required rate is already into double figures.
Well, Thomas, his first delivery. He's outside your stump looking for it. Chadwick Walton looking for a quick single. Well done by Kieran Kotoy. Excellent cricket all around here.
Definitely don't want to take a single there to Kieran Kotoy. He's one of the better fielders we have here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And in fact, throughout the region, brilliant in the field.
Divers really need to keep the head above the water this evening. Good bowling by Demba. Good comeback. Second delivery to Thomas. Dot delivery. Keeping things quiet here after the start from Chadwick Walton. This one is hit. Down to mid-on. Picks another single up. Brings over to an end. After 2 overs, they are 35 without loss in reply to Botanical Gardens, 149.
Demba's experience coming to the forefront there to just close off that over. After going for a boundary in his first 2 deliveries, he managed to just give away 2 runs from the remaining 4 balls. So a good comeback from him. And the Grenadine Divers, they're off to a very good start. Just the type of thing that you would sit in your team meetings and plan in terms of saying we need to get off to a very good start, not lose as much wickets as we did previously. And that is all we could do in terms of setting a platform for the players to come in and try and make a go of this huge total.
Well, we have Ravindra Prasad. He made the difference yesterday with the ball. He took 3 wickets from measly, I think about 6. 3 wickets for 6 runs yesterday for the Rangers. He's now introduced to the attack. Grenadine Divers are 35 without loss. Prasad has the ball in his hand. Forced delivery, tight again as he was yesterday, right on the money.
He has looked well throughout the tournament. In fact, he's one of the most economical bowler throughout the tournament. So that's something to look out for in terms of him being the 3D Mr. Economy, the bowler with the lowest economy rate. So I think he has an economy rate of 5.5 so far, which is really commendable, especially in a T10 tournament.
Yes, indeed. I think that Thomas really needs to back up Walton here. He needs to get some runs on the board, really. If the divers are to really get to this total, they need to maximize this power play. Good bowling again by Prasad. Thomas yet to score. He has 1 from 5 deliveries. Need to get a move on.
He's definitely a man under pressure.
This one is caught. True backward point. Well fielded by Kieran Kotor. Some excellent cricket by the Rangers here after that fantastic start by Walton.
Well, I mentioned the capabilities of Kotor, especially in that backward point region. There again, we're seeing it coming to the forefront in terms of a diving stop there. Really save 4 and continue to keep pressure here on Rodrigo Thomas, who will start to think to himself, 1 from 6 deliveries, chasing such a big total is not the type of start that his team really requires.
Well, they normally say pressure bust pipe. This one is hit straight back. Down to mid-off. 6 runs to Thomas. 6 runs to the divers. Good shot by Thomas.
A good shot there. Another high run maximizer there. Not the biggest one we have seen. It's just barely clearing the boundaries here. But nevertheless, you still get 6 runs. It doesn't matter if you hit them over the park, out of the park, sorry, or just over the rope. You still get 6 runs. So a good shot there. And that would take a bit of the pressure off him.
Well, they need 108 from 44 deliveries. They need to be hitting a lot more of those high run cracking 6s. He turns that one to the man at square leg. No run. So not a bad over in terms of this game so far from Prasad.
Well, it's actually 1 scoring shot off the over so far, Kenroy.
Yes.
The remaining deliveries have all been dot balls. And that would be hurting the Grenadine divers, really. They need to score off every delivery.
Prasad looks to turn on another single. So a good over being bowled by Prasad. Just about 7 runs from that over. Rodrigo Thomas is 8 from 9. And Chadwick Walton is 28 from 10. Grenadine divers, in reply to Botanical Gardens, 149. They have 42 without loss after 3 overs.
Well,
an interesting game.
Showing exactly why he's the 3D Mr. Economy so far in the tournament. Despite conceding a 6 in that over, he only went for 7, so that's a very good start. And the Grenadine divers there will be disappointed with that type of over. It's an over in the power play as well, so it really doesn't lend itself to any sort of progress made in terms of reducing the required run rate.
What would be interesting though is how the Grenadine divers normally go after this power play. How many runs they would accumulate in the power play and how well they would play after the power play during that time. It would determine where this game would go. But Demba has the ball in his hand. This one is hit high and hard. Over mid-on. 6 more runs. Thomas coming to the party.
Well, he'll definitely need to come to the party this afternoon here, Kenroy, because in order for the Grenadine divers to get off the mark in terms of victories, they would need batting like this from both ends. And that was a good shot there over deep mid-on. Demba here going for a bit of runs in his 1.1 over so far.
Outside the awesome piece cut in. 4 more runs. Similar start to the Demba over. 4 more runs to Thomas. 4 more runs to the divers.
Classy there from Thomas. You've seen him struggle so far for timing, but on this occasion, a delivery just short of a length outside the off stump, going back and cutting it nicely there, past the man at backward point. None of them got a chance. It's a lightning quick outfield here at the Annesbury playing field, and he gets himself another high run, smashing 4. The total now moves on to 52 without loss.
Brilliant reply here from the divers. Brilliant reply. Over number 4 still in the power play. 52 without loss. Thomas. Quicker delivery by Demba. Similar to the first over.
Yes, following the template of the first over in terms of conceding boundaries on all your run in the over and then trying to pull it back really, but I'm sure Thomas would have other ideas.
This one is smashed. Over cover. He's looking to get to the boundary rope, but it was high. It bounced 1, 2 times. 2 more runs to Thomas, 2 more runs to the Divers score. It's now 54. 54 without loss. This is an excellent start for the Divers in reply to the Rangers score for 149.
Good shot there. Didn't really middle it as well as he would have liked. Just managed to evade the man there, Primus, I think, at mid-off. Gets himself 2 more runs. So the runs beginning to flow from both ends. Thomas moving up to 20 from 13 deliveries.
Getting a move on. This one is quicker one by Demba. Not taken cleanly by the wicket keeper. So there's a short third man, a backward point, cover, square cover, mid-off, fine leg, square leg, long on, and a deep mid wicket. This one is played to the man, a third man, no run. That brings the Dembo over to an end, and that brings the power play to an end as well. So, 54 from the power play. They need another 95 runs from 36 deliveries. They need to get a move on here.
Demba they once again having to come from behind, as they would say, in terms of conceding boundaries on the first 2 deliveries and then closing off the over by just conceding 2 from the remaining 4 deliveries. So that's a good comeback by him, but not the type of spell that his captain would have perhaps been looking for from him. 2 overs, none for 24. We would have liked something in that wickets column, really to push back the Grenadine Divers. They're not really a totally confident batting unit, so making all the inroads is always going to be difficult for them to recover. But so far, they've been able to get a good start between these two, and they'll be looking to push on in these middle overs.
Well, what is good about this is that they have not lost a wicket. So they have all their wickets in hand to launch this attack. Need to get this 90 odd runs in 6 overs as Chadwick Walton takes strike from Prasad. This one is hit high and hard. It's in the air. Would somebody get to it? It's dropping short. 1 bounce is calling for a second run. He would be in some trouble. He gets home there. 2 runs to Walton. So good run in there between the wickets, between the 2 batters, and they have completed 2 runs for the Divers.
Well, Walton has been starved of the strike in the last couple of overs. We have seen Thomas take most of the strike, and I think maybe that played to the benefit of the Botanical Garden Rangers there in terms of him mistiming that delivery.
Well, Prasad has been the better of the bowlers for the Botanical Gardens, but I don't think that good delivery outside the off stump. I don't think that these batsmen have a choice here. They have to go at anything here to get to that target of 149.
Well, the required rate, Kenora, is 16 runs per over, so definitely no room for you to play out any sort of bowlers.
Tight bowling again by Prasad. Keeping things in check here for the Botanical Garden Rangers. Prasad, he did the business yesterday, picking up 3 wickets for 6 runs. He's into his 2nd over. He's none for 10. 3 deliveries remaining in his spell. Continues to do well here for the Botanical Garden Rangers as he marshals his troops. Just setting his field as a deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, short fine leg. Quicker delivery, there's an appeal. There goes the jetted finger. Thomas has to walk back to the pavilion. That was a quick and faster delivery and straight on the stumps. He had no problems with pushing up the index finger.
But from our vantage point up here, we are directly over the bowlers' bowling action, and we could have seen that was pretty straight. Thomas there looking to walk that one on the onside, missed it completely, and umpire Golden Graves rightfully gave him out. So another wicket there for Prasad. He has been good throughout this tournament. He now has 1 for 10. And the Grenadine Divers, they lose their first wicket at 57, as we see Benetton Stapleton making his way to the wicket.
Well, Stapleton, he's a person who could get 25 runs in and over. That's a very good ploy here by Asif Bupa. They need to get as much runs as possible in the next 3 overs or so to put themselves in a good position. But they have lost Thomas to a very good bowler for the tournament so far. And they are now 57 for 1. 57 for 1. Grenadine Divers, they need to pull some rabbits out of the hats.
Well, Walton is still there, and I think that is very important from their perspective. They will like for him to play that similar role that Fletcher would have played in the previous innings. So as long as he's there, there's always going to be hope for the Grenadine Divers fans, as we see Stapleton taking first strike here against Passard.
Well, they need to get 92 from 32 deliveries. They need some cameos from these two batsmen. Prasad continues. Stapleton is hitting that one wide. Falling short, 1-2 bounce to the man at mid-wicket. Picks up a single.
Continues to be economical. Prasad has not given a lot away. Nobody has really gotten hold of him throughout the tournament so far, which is why we're saying he's the 3D Mr. Economy. Coming into this game, an economy rate of 5.5.
Walton playing sensibly. I'm not going to give my wicket away to him. That brings the end of the over, and we have the lovely Banava in the stands, who will be doing an interview with some of the lovely spectators. Banava?
Hi, it's game number 12, and I'm coming to you live from the Mike Finlay stand, and I'm here with a spectator. How are you today?
I'm okay. And you?
I'm well. How is the match going? We witnessed a spectacular hitting session from the Spice Man.
Yes, this morning. Interesting game. I think we're seeing the kind of potential that this event has. And, the vibes is there, if you're not here, if you're in St. Vincent, you're not here. In fact, if you're in the Caribbean and you're not in St. Vincent for VPL, I think you're making a big mistake. Wonderful cricket on display. A few, everybody will make their mistakes from time to time, but in terms of the quality, I think the quality is very much high. And it's a good advert for our young cricketers and for Caribbean cricket.
And it's still early in the tournament. Is this your first time at VPL?
Yes, unfortunately, I've been able to get some time away from work to enjoy the cricket. Of course, I'm a fan. I've played the game at a young age, but now I could sit back and enjoy some of this. So I wasn't able to make it through the week, but...
So you're here for the whole weekend then, and next weekend we seeing you?
Of course. And hopefully Breakers will bring it home this year. I know we had a tough, I think, semi-finals last year.
So obvious Breakers fan?
Yeah. Breakers all the way.
Well, enjoy the rest of the match and the rest of the games. Back to you.
Very much, Banava. 60 for 1. Atticus Brown is on the bowling attack and done a dot delivery. He has bowled a very good over so far.
Well, I think he has taken a bit of stick, as they would say, in the last couple of games. So it's good to see his captain still has some confidence in his abilities. Bowling against the left-hander too, I think that's a good matchup for him.
This one is hit high and hard. He won't get that one. Into the Frank Thomas Pavilion, 6 runs to Benetton Stapleton.
Another commentator's course again, Kenroy. We're just saying that he has started well in the over. We have seen quite a bit of that off his bowling in the last couple of games. But it's another high wind maximizer there for Benetton Stapleton this time. His team will be looking for more of those from him throughout this innings.
So, 66 for 1. We have seen a few deliveries, a few balls went flying over the stands, and a few boxes of balls have come out on the field, and that have been a regular thing here at VPL. I think those bats are getting better, or the guys are getting stronger.
Very regular indeed. We're seeing Mr. Andy Batiste there, the third umpire, making his way out. And I'm sure it will not be his final journey out to the middle, considering the type of batters we still have in the wicket and those to come.
Well, I think Stapleton will want to continue in that vein. Last delivery of this Atticus Brown over. had 4 good deliveries prior. Would he finish positively? This time he's hitting that one right outside the awesome, dragged it to the man at mid-on. So a single, that brings you over to an end. And 6 overs have been completed. They are 67 for 1. A real big ask here for these other 4 overs for the Breakers.
A good over there from Atticus Bong. A good finish to it, bowling that one outside the off stump, knowing Stapleton like to hit the ball through the leg side. And in the context of what is required at this point in time, 20 runs per over Kenroy, going for 9, that is always going to be a positive thing.
Well, this is a mountain to climb, really. 82 from 24. Chadwick Walton needs to get going, needs to put a few balls over the fence. Not just a few, at least 3-4 into the fence, maximum.
Well, that is what it has come down to, really, Kenroy. 20 runs per over means that you need to get at least 3 maximums per 3 of those high run maximizers per over. It's going to be difficult, considering now we're seeing Roshan Primus coming into the attack. He would have bowled well yesterday. He was actually the man of the match yesterday. Didn't get a chance to bat today, but I'm sure he would like to bring that batting confidence into his bowling here and finish off this innings here for the Botanical Garden Rangers.
Well, Benetton Stapleton would have different thoughts in his head. He has been sent up the order to push things forward for the Grenadine Divers. They have not been fortunate enough to win a game. They have played some good cricket thus far, but just not coming together as a team to get that victory. This one is a full delivery and it has gone the distance.
But Stapleton here keeping the hopes of the Grenadine Divers alive. A foolish delivery there, more of a loosener there from Primus. And it got the treatment it deserved, really. Stapleton hitting that one over long off for another high run maximizer.
And this short version of the game, an over or 2 could make the difference in this game, really. If they have a big over here, things could look a little bit different going into the last 3 overs. Stapleton on strike. First one went flying over the fence. This one is hit through mid-wicket. Picks up another single. 74 for 1.
Stapleton doing a very good job so far. Kenroy coming in, he's done 16 from 7. He has been able to get the ball over the boundaries, as well as being able to rotate the strike as well, which is very important. You still want Chadwick Walton to face as much of these deliveries as possible, considering he's the man in form, coming off a 79 not out in his previous encounter.
Well, he needs to get going here. He needs to start the motor. He needs to swing his keys. He needs to get the gas propelling through the engines of the diver's vehicle. Has been stopped. He did that yesterday. He needs to do more of that today.
I don't know how much of Need for Speed he would have played as a kid coming up, but you know that nitro. You put in that nitro, so some nitro needed here for the Grenadine Divers, really, to propel themselves forward.
Well, you need some Concorde sort of lift off here to get to this total of 149. Chadwick Walton is a person who can do that for them. 74 for 1. Walton on strike. This one is smashed. Where that has gone, Mike Finley Pavilion. 6 more runs to Walton, 6 more runs to the Divers.
Another high run, cracking 6 there, but a poor delivery from Primus. I think it's an attempted slow delivery. Just came out completely wrong. And there was Chadwick there hitting that one over deep mid-wicket for another high run, cracking 6. He moves on to 38 and is now 80 for 1.
Will this game have a swing in it? Do you think this game could swing in the way of the Divers?
Well, as we mentioned, in order for that to happen, Chadwick will have to play a blinder, really. Something similar to what we saw from Andrew Fletcher, the Spiceman. As we see a congregation here, the bowlers run up. Senior players having a discussion in terms of how they're going to go about trying to stem the run flow here from Chadwick Walton.
Well, 69 from 21 deliveries. Walton at the crease. Grenadine Divers in reply to Botanical Gardens Rangers 149. Chadwick Walton 38 from 17. Benetton Stapleton 16 from 7. Rashon Primus have bowled 2 deliveries, 3 deliveries. 2 have gone over the fence. He have another 3 deliveries to bowl. Can this game swing in or swing towards the Divers? Primus. This one is yet straight back over the man at middle. 4 more runs. 4 more runs to Chadwick Walton.
Good batting there from Walton. A delivery on the line of the off stump. Back off a length, really. Just shows the good nature of this wicket. You can actually hit through the line. And that was what he did. Evading Demba there, who made a valiant effort to take that one. But not a high run smashing 4 there for Chadwick Walton. He's definitely putting his hand up here this afternoon and saying that this game is not over as yet.
It is surely not over once Chadwick Walton is at the crease. And he's demanding certain things from the bowlers. This one is punched over backward point. Over covers, 1 bounce to the sweeper. He picks up another single. 85 for 1. That brings Stapleton on strike. But a good over so far for the Divers.
Yes, coming into this over, the required weight was 22.5. So they have had 18 runs so far from this over. So they need to finish well as well. Benetton Stapleton will be looking to deposit this one somewhere over the ropes. Doesn't matter where. 6 runs is 6 runs.
I agree with you. He's bowled. Yorker length, he missed it completely. Into the stumps, and Divers have lost a second wicket, that of Benetton Stapleton.
Good comeback there from Rashon Primus, showing his experience really. A Yorker length delivery, and there was Benetton trying to hit that one somewhere over long on. Missed it completely and lost his off pole. So he goes for 16. The score is 85 for 2. I think the new batter would be Asif Hooper, the captain. Coming in under pressure again, as he has done so many times for the Grenadine Divers over the years. Kenroy.
Well, Asif Hooper is into the wicket. As you said, always under pressure. What would be his approach? His approach can't be anything different. He has to go after every delivery. They need over 19 runs and over. He's with Chadwick Walton. He has to fire as well.
Yes, he has no choice really. And he'll be hoping to pull off a miracle, somewhat of a miracle here for his team. Definitely under a lot of pressure. I'm sure the Botanical Garden Rangers want to just present opportunities for scoring on a plate for them, so they definitely have to play well if they are to overhaul this total. 64 from 18 deliveries, required run rate 21.3. Definitely a steep total there for the Grenadine Divers to chase.
Well, I think that the Botanical Garden Rangers have to bowl very badly to lose this game from where they are. Or they have to be some exceptional batting from Chadwick Walton and Asif Hooper to get the Grenadine Divers over the line.
This is an interesting bowling change here coming back. Is Kesrick Williams, his first over. He was taken to the cleaners by Chadwick. He's bowling from the opposite end. Hopefully he might have a change of luck. It's going to be him coming in from the backway end.
Well, Keswick would need more than luck here. He has to bowl a good over here. Chadwick Walton has taken him to the cleaners in the first over he bowled. He has won none for 23. And if Chadwick Walton can get another 23 from this over, this game could be evenly poised.
But 23 is just around what they need per over. The required run rate, as you can see, is 21.3. So that is in the region in which they need to score at if they are to overhaul this total.
Well, Skipper Williams. Oh, this one is trying to paddle. They end up getting the single. So that brings Asif Hooper on strike. Just looking to paddle that ball. And a leg by signal by umpire Maria Abbott. 1 run to the score.
Chadwick there trying to paddle that one over fine leg. considering the way he has been hitting the ball down the ground, I don't think that's the best option for him at this point in time. Keswick is already under pressure. He went for 23 in his first over. So it's a matter of just playing the ball on its merit. He has the power, he has the class to find the gaps and hit the ball over the fence.
Well, you need those balls flying over the fence. The singles won't help you here. You need at least 3 maximums to get you to this total. Asif Hooper has not faced the ball as yet. He's facing his first delivery. It's 85 for 2. Game number 1 in this weekend fixture. VPL 5.0. There's a third man. Deep backward point on the boundary. A sweeper. Mid-off. Fine leg, square leg, deep mid-wicket. And the mid-on. And a long on, sorry. Keswick Williams to Asif Hooper. Short, he's cutting. Picks up 1, comes back for a second. Needs much more than that.
Yes, the field that is currently set, it dictates that type of line from Keswick outside the off stump. So they're testing Asif's ability to go over the offside. Something he's adept at doing. But on this occasion, only managing to get 2 runs. And as you mentioned, 2 runs definitely wouldn't trouble this required run rate. They need boundaries here, the Grenadine Divers.
And the pressure's mounting here on the Divers. Wide signal by umpire Abbott.
Keswick again aiming outside the off stump, as we mentioned. The field that he has set tells me that he's going to bowl that particular line. This time just a bit too wide, as if they're trying the kitchen sink at it, not making any sort of contact. But 1 more is added to the total. 89 for 2, Grenadine Divers.
This one is short, lifting wide again, signal by umpire Abbott.
Yeah, Keswick continues to struggle really with his line and length. It is evident that he's under pressure, considering how things have gone for him in the tournament in terms of his overs. He, on that occasion, trying to bowl a slower bouncer, as they would say. Just going over Asif's head, and umpire Maria, she calls it another wide. So 2 extra so far in the over, in the form of wides.
Really should not be under that sort of pressure. Botanical Gardens, in my opinion, are sitting pretty. Just execute. Again, he's bowled a wide delivery.
So hat-trick of wides there from Keswick. You can see what he's trying to do. It's just that the execution is not perfect at this point in time.
Grenadine Divers are now 91 for 2. Looking for a total of 148. Keswick Williams, the field is set. All you need to do is put the ball in the right areas. Keep the ball from going over the ropes. That is all you have to do. Execute. And he's making it difficult for himself and his team. Simple maths. Easy as that.
So I think that delivery is in line with what he's actually aiming for. Yorker length outside the off stump.
Well, he's bowling to Chadwick. Chadwick has been there from the start of the innings. He's 43 from 20. Asif Hooper has 3 from 2. Keswick has bowled 1.3 overs for 29 runs thus far. He'll be bowling to Walton. Lifting delivery outside the off stump. Wide signal by umpire Abbott. Keswick is not too pleased with that one.
As we hear the crowd erupting. A very vibrant crowd here this afternoon at the Arnesville playing field. They know the importance of this game. Divers trying to get off the bottom of the table, while Botanical Garden Rangers trying to maintain their form.
The Grenadines Divers 93 for the loss of 2 wickets in 7.3 overs.
As we hear the chatters from the pavilion. That's his second short delivery really, but that's the first delivery to Walton. He's entitled to bowl a short delivery to Walton as well.
I can't recall the umpire actually signaling 1 for the over, so I think that's what Walton was trying to bring to the attention of the umpire.
He's bowled a short delivery that was called wide. He's bowled one outside the house and that is called wide. That delivery is called wide. There has not been a signal to say 1 over the shoulder. So that is still in his. He still has that in his pocket. Keswick Williams.
As we see the two umpires consulting each other.
Well,
Goal and
the action.
Cupid.
The action continues here at Annisville playing field. 93 for 2. Divers trying to get to that total of 148.
It's VPL 5.0. Still on strike.
They're still trying to sort things out as Walton asked the umpire several times. But Keswick is back on his full run. Walton is at the crease. 93 for 2. Divers versus Rangers. Game number 1. This one is hit high and hard. Somebody's coming on it. Kieran Katoy. What he get there? He chops it. He spills it. He ran about 40 meters or so. Dove didn't get it into his hands. Didn't grasp it. 2 runs completed. Another catch go begging.
A very difficult one though. I think he made a very good effort. If there was anyone on this field who would take that catch, I would have bet my money that it would be Kieran Katoy. Dive into his left there. Just managed to spill it in the end. But I think he saved 4 runs in the end, so 2 more runs to the total.
Williams not having the best time of his life. And it seems as though does he have something behind the line? It doesn't seem so from my vantage point. It's on the line.
It's a close one.
It's a close one. Well, they have.
I think he has been given the benefit of the doubt in terms of that no ball appeal, as you can see on your screen.
So he still has Walton to contend with. This one is hit mightily over mid-wicket. What a shot.
I think Walton likes what he sees when he sees Keswick Williams. A delivery short of a length, and he just pulled it over deep mid-wicket for another massive 6. So Keswick here continues to struggle, really. None for 38 in his second over. And 1 delivery remaining in this over.
My God, the willow sounded out on that delivery. It went flying over mid-wicket for 6. Keswick Williams, none for 38, 1 delivery remaining. Chadwick Walton has marched up to 50 from 22 deliveries. This one is well bowled by Keswick Williams. Single ends the over. 102 for 2. 50 coming up for Chadwick Walton. He had 79 yesterday. Asefuba is 3 from 2. And really, an interesting 2 overs remaining.
Yes, a good over there for the Grenadine Divers, but still, it's below par in terms of their required rate. The required rate was 23 runs per over. They only got 16. So, despite the fact that they would have scored 16 runs, they still needed more out of that over. So, a good end to the over there from Keswick, showing his experience. Bowling a good Yorker length delivery there, and Walton had no choice but to dig it out to the man at extra cover. But he's still on strike, thankfully for the Grenadine Divers. And this is a very important over here from Primus. This over will dictate which way the game actually goes.
Well, there's 47 needed from 12 deliveries. It's not impossible, but it's a hard task. It's a mountain that you have to climb, knowing that Primus is bowling as well as he's doing. But Chadwick Walton is batting as well as he's batting prior, and he continues to bat well in this tournament. He has gone 50. So if this over goes well for the Rangers, they could put their hands up. If it goes bad, they will be under some pressure for the last over.
Yeah, 12 deliveries remaining, and from Grenadine Divers' perspective, they'll be hoping that Chadwick faces the majority of these deliveries, because that would give them a better chance, really. I'm not saying as if he's a mug or anything, but it's just that Chadwick is the man. He's already set. He has a big score coming into the game as well, and as we've seen, he's timed the ball well in this game. So they will want him to face the majority of these deliveries going forward.
And how it feels to be under pressure after scoring 148. You're in the 8th over and still you can't breathe as you will like to breathe. The Grenadines, the Botanical Garden feelers are still under severe pressure here with Chadwick Walton at the crease.
I think there's something that we need to acknowledge in terms of the competition, the level of competition in VPL5. We've seen a lot of games going down to the wire. The teams, they're evenly matched in a sense, and that's good for the spectators.
This one is hit high and hard. As I said, Walton is still at the crease. There's still a possibility. 6 runs over mid-on.
It's a high run cracking 6 there, a delivery outside the off stump, and Walton managed to just tuck that one really over long on. Andrew Fletcher there putting his hand up, getting a dose of his own medicine really. And 6 more runs to the total, 108 for the loss of 2. Chadwick Walton again putting his hand up.
As we hear the fireman whooper in the background, Chadwick Walton has been loosed to do what he wants to do. This one is it again, straight back, 6 more! 6 more runs and the crowd erupts.
Another high run cracking 6 there. This delivery, a fuller length, but that was a very good shot. It was almost a Yorker length delivery, but Chadwick, such as the form that this man is in, Kenroy, he managed to just hit it over long off and gets himself another maximum there, 114 for 2.
You have scored 148 runs and you cannot breathe properly in the 9th over. This has to be some exciting cricket. Yes, it is. VPL 5.0, Dream 11 sponsored. I'm telling you, Chadwick Walton is turning it on here. And the Rangers are quiet. The stand is hype. Chadwick Walton fall short yesterday of bringing home this game, and he doesn't want to do that today. Redemption. This one is it. It's in the air. Would somebody get to it? Demba is on it. He don't jump much. He takes the catch. Walton goes back. The golden wicket has fallen. Walton goes back. Grenadine Divers have lost their 3rd wicket. That important wicket of Chadwick Walton.
A big wicket there for the Botanical Garden Rangers. I think it was a slow delivery there from Primus, showing his experience once again. He has just been hit for 2 massive 6s, but he still had the guts really to try a slow delivery. And as long as the Botanical Garden Rangers fans saw Demba under that one, I think they would have been very confident. He doesn't drop many. So a big wicket there. Well played to Chadwick Walton, but Grenadine Divers, their chase have taken a turn really. 114 for 3.
Well, Grenadine Divers need another 35 from 9 deliveries. Run rate 23.3, 1344, 1441 is the current run rate. An excellent delivery there by Primus, getting that wicket of Chadwick Walton. The very important wicket of Chadwick Walton. If that wicket didn't fall, then the Grenadine Divers would have stand a real better chance of winning this game. But he has gone back to the pavilion, and that brings 2 new batters to the crease to finish this game for Grenadine Divers.
Yes, right, Sean Williams is the new batter. Something we need to consider as well. Who is going to bowl this last over for the Botanical Garden Rangers, Kenroy? Anybody you will bet?
Probably Atticus Brown.
I think there's Jeffrey as well. He bowled that over yesterday. He bowled too badly.
There are choices. But Primus continues. This one is smashed. Would it get over the fence? Oh, beautiful effort there. I think the hand's going to go up. It seems as though it was a 6. They would check. My God. Look at this.
Galore here at the Annesville playing field, Kenroy. A full toss there. I'm sure Primus will be very disappointed with that delivery in the context of the game. A new batter. Right, Sean Williams there, just tucking that one to a deep wicket area.
6 runs.
There running around to his right. Made an effort there to take that one, but managed to just parry it over the boundary side. And they get another high run, smashing 6. 120 for 3.
Game on. 29 from 8 deliveries. Primus been taken to the cleaners. This one is it. It's gone. It is gone into the stands again. It is not over. It is not over.
Well, it's never over until the fat lady sings, Kenroy. Another disappointing delivery from a Primus perspective. It was neither a Yorker it was just in the slot really, and Ryshawn Williams' eyes would have lit up seeing that particular delivery, and he managed to muscle it for a massive 6 over long on. He has started well, 12 from 2. It's now 126 for the loss of
23 from 7 deliveries. Asif Hooper at the crease, and his partner Williams. Would the Divers bring it home today? Last delivery in the penalty mate over. Wide outside the awesome signal by umpire Graves. Oh my word.
Just adding to the drama here, I think we're all gasping for breath here, even in the commentary box. A lot of fans scattered all over the playing field, biting their nails really. It really coming down to a nail biter here at the Annisway playing field. A wide delivery there. Williams there doing the right thing, just leaving that one outside the off stump. Adds 1 more to the total. 127 for the loss of 3 Grenadine Divers.
22 from 7. This one is outside the off stumps. They run through on it. They're looking for the single, and Mr. Williams wide delivery. It's a wide. Oh my God. 20 from 6 deliveries, 7 deliveries.
I would like to look at that one again. Let's see.
Outside the off stump.
It's just, it's a close one. As a bowler, you'll feel very disappointed with that call. But the guideline is there. The line is just a guide, really. But I'm sure Primus there will be very disappointed with that call. But the umpire's call is final. So another extra added to the total, and they also run a single. So 2 runs from that delivery. Grenadine Divers again marching on, 129 for the loss of 3. We have Asif Hooper on strike for the last delivery in the penalty mate over.
Well, I would love to see the ball go over the fence and have a very good over, last over. But Asif Hooper has the say on that one. Primus has the ball in his hand. Hooper with the bat. Final delivery. Hopefully for Primus, that is. Short is hit over mid-wicket. Somebody's under it. He's out caught. John has taken the catch. Hooper goes back. Another wicket falls. 1 over remaining. 129 for 3. That critical wicket of Asif Hooper.
A critical wicket indeed. Hooper there looking up to the skies, wondering what does he have to do really to get his team over the line. It was a delivery on the line of the leg stump from Primus. Was not the best delivery. Hooper there just pulling that one to deep square leg, and the man out there taking a very good catch. So that's a big wicket for the Botanical Garden Rangers to get really. Hooper was the man that the Grenadine Divers were looking forward to bring this one home. So at the final over, they will need 20 runs for 6 deliveries. Once again, we're wondering who is going to bowl this final over.
Asnet, this game is not finished. Walking into the wicket is the man who has the most wicket, and he's a devastating batter as well. Brown.
So Dean Brown, he'll be looking to transfer some of that confidence that he has in his bowling into his batting.
And remember, Ryshawn Williams has 12 from 2, and he's on strike.
It's actually Andrew Fletcher bowling the last over. We were wondering who the captain will turn to. This is a big move.
Well,
has bowled a lot in the VPL.
Well, 20 runs to get, 6 deliveries. Andrew Fletcher, who have just scored 98 in his innings, he has the ball in his hands, will be doing the business for Botanical Gardens. This one is hit high and hard. Somebody's getting under it. It's Primus. He takes the catch. Fletcher have struck in his first delivery.
The Spice man there showing a lot of passion. He's a man, a wholehearted cricketer. Just flighting that one. Ryshawn Williams, sorry. We're very disappointed there. That delivery was there for the taking. Just managed to close the bat face a bit too early. And there was Ryshawn Primus there on the deep mid-wicket boundary, just coming in and taking what appears to be a very simple catch in the end. So another wicket goes down. It's 20 from 5.
I still have my fingers crossed. I still have my fingers crossed. These balls could go flying. I am not too sure as to where this game would go. But Fletcher has struck with his first delivery. That's 2 wickets in 2 deliveries really for the Grenadines, for the Rangers. And here comes Cosmos Haksha. He's a fierce striker of the ball as well. And he's left-handed. And Fletcher is bowling leg spin.
I was just about to mention that, Kenroy. I was wondering the toss-up between Straw, who is another devastating hitter at the back end of the innings, and Haksha. But I think Haksha would have gotten the nod due to the fact that he's a left-hander and Fletcher is bowling these leg spinners. I think he's more suited to hitting the ball out of the ground against this type of bowling. But we'll see.
Well, what would Andrew Fletcher do? Bowl his leg spin, bowl a quicker delivery, bowl an off spin. He's bowling to Haksha, who has the ability to put the ball out of the park over the ropes. Grenadine Divers fell short yesterday. They are close today again. Rangers had a very good game. They are put under the pump today. Fletcher, wide outside the off stump. Oh, Lord. Wide outside the off stump. Signal by umpire Abbott. 5 deliveries remaining, 19 runs to get.
Well, he's not a frontline bowler, so we can expect some of these type of deliveries. The art of leg spin, Kenroy, is a difficult art. So
as Haksha sends his helmet out, doesn't feel threatened by Fletcher, bowling his leg spins.
One thing I would say about Fletcher as well, he spent a lot of time in the wicket, so he knows where to bowl on this wicket and where not to bowl, because he would have just made 98, right? So with the ball in his hand, he should have a very good idea as to where he needs to put these deliveries.
Well, everybody is glued to their seats, glued to your screens. 5 deliveries. Fletcher has the ball in his hand. Haksha. This one is wide again outside the off stump. Umpire Abbott comes up. She's checking. She's checking something. She's waiting for a call.
Haksha there pleading, basically on his knees, Kenroy, pleading with the umpire there for another wide. Let's see.
Not to show what's happening. Not to show what's happening.
And yes, I think that one was just outside the red line there as the indicator of a wide.
Let's see that again.
Can they review wides in this tournament?
I'm not too sure. I don't think they could. But the ball stands. So 4 deliveries remaining. Fletcher. This one is hit high and hard. Somebody's under it. He's dropped it. He has dropped the catch on the mid-off. And the long off boundary. Look at the time to spill a catch. Oh my God. Dean Brown comes into the attack.
It was a full toss there again from Fletcher. Haksha. Be very disappointing not to get that one over the man long off. Just hit it straight in his lap, really. Another easy catch being put down there. As Dean Brown, as you mentioned, is now in strike.
Well, the Rangers should be breathing a little bit easier here now. Fletcher. This one is hit high and hard. Where is it? Fletcher has the ball in his hand. 2 deliveries. 2 deliveries. They should be breathing rather easily now. 18 runs from 2 deliveries. This one is hit high, hard. Where is it? Over the mid-wicket fence. 6 runs to Brown.
I think this high run smashing 6. It came a delivery too late for the Grenadine Divers. Dean Brown there using his feet and just hitting this one over deep mid-wicket for a lovely shot. He gets off the mark.
And the Divers are close again. Just can't get over the rope. 1 delivery. Fletcher with the ball in his hand. It's hit again. Over mid-wicket. Goes to the fence. 4 more runs. That's the end of the game. Rangers have pulled it off. 149. And Fletcher brings victory for the Rangers.
It's another close affair here at the Arnsville playing field. We have seen so many of these games so far in the VPL. If you're really not here to watch these games, you're really missing out in what is some very interesting games. Nail biters, really, Kenroy. Another good game, but ultimately in the end, the Botanical Ghana Rangers, they would have performed under pressure where it was needed, and the Grenadine Divers once again coming up short.
Well, you could imagine this. You scored 149 runs, and you only could win by 7 runs. That tells you the kind of competition that is happening here. Game number 1 has been completed. On this, the VPL 5.0 in a 2 days encounter. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings the first broadcast to an end. Rangers getting away, winning by 7 runs here, and a really exciting finish to this first game. And we have another game on hand. But congratulations to the Botanical Garden Rangers. Well played to Andrew Fletcher. Well played to Andrew Fletcher. We have another broadcast, a next game to come, and we hope for you to join us here. Just to tell you what happened, Andrew Fletcher 98 from 34, Kieran Kotoy 35 from 27, Asipupa none, Chadwick Walton none for none, Richie Richards none for 25, Chadwick Walton 64 from 25, Rodrigo Thomas 20 from 16, Bennington Stapleton 16 from 8, Rashawn Paris very good 3 for 45, Rivanja Prasad 1 for 11 very economical, Andrew Fletcher 1 for 12, Botanical Garden Rangers won by 7 runs. So we'll be back here in the next 5 to 10 minutes or so when we bring you live coverage of the second game in a 2-match encounter today. VPL 5.0. We playing cricket the Vinci way.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
No. This is fast.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys!
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
No. This is fast.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Everybody coming home.
Hello and welcome everyone to match number 13. You don't have a chance to catch your breath as this one is contested by rivals, the Salt Pond Breakers and the La Super Hikers in this Dream 11 VPL T10 competition. It's the 5th edition. It's cricket all way every day through to the finals on April 23rd. Marvelous sunshine continues to beat down here as we bring you live action at the lovely Annisville Cricket Ground in the gorgeous St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I am Stacey Ann Adams, and alongside me, a man with wide cricket knowledge, Mr. Romel Currency, former Windward Islands cricketer, former president of St. Vincent and the Grenadines Bones. Welcome, Romel.
Thanks, Stacey, and for the warm welcome. It's certainly a pleasure to be here once again for this year's version of the VPL, the Dream 11 VPL T10 Edition 5 tournament. I'm especially excited to see the matchup between the Lassafway Hikers and the Salt Pond Breakers. As you know, these two teams traditionally have been the two stronger teams throughout the years of the edition. So we really have something to look forward to. They have started the tournament pretty well. I think Hikers have only lost one game. Salt Pond Breakers, I think they have only lost one game. So it's really, really tough going here for both teams. They will want to say to the other team, hey, I am the strong man here. But I'm sure Lassafway Hikers, being the 3-time champion, would have something different to say about that.
Indeed so. The Salt Pond Breakers, they suffered their first defeat yesterday, while the Hikers won in grandstand finish. They seem to be shelling out these grandstand finishes. The Lassafway Hikers just barely winning that last encounter with the Grenadines Divers. The Breakers, they're top of the tree right now. They've won 3 out of 4 in this contest so far. But for some reason, the Breakers, they're top order. They haven't really come to the party as yet. So far, the middle order has done the bulk of the work. For example, Delon Johnson, we saw him. He was the one that propelled them to that score that they managed to get yesterday. I mean, your brother, Sunil Ambris, he's yet to come to the party with the bat, but we know the class that he has, and he hasn't gotten away as yet, so we expect him to do something in this matchup today.
Yeah, you're perfectly right, Stacey. And I don't believe Sunil would go too far longer without scoring some big runs. He's fully overdue, I would say. And yes, the other members of the squad, they really haven't come up to trumps. But we saw, as you mentioned, Delon Johnson, predominantly known as a left-arm pacer. He did magnificently well with the bat. He scored, I think, was a half century. They do have some good hitters in the team, like I said before, earlier when I spoke. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting game. I look forward to watching Sunil bat because I really do believe that he is going to come good this time around.
Yes, well, we just mentioned the Salt Pond Breakers. Most of the heavy lifting with the bat has come from the middle order. However, well, in contrast, the last Super Hikers, their top order seems to be in quite fine form.
Yeah, I think Jonathan Carter coming into the Lassafway Hikers team, that was an excellent addition. Jonathan Carter, of course, as you know, is from Barbados, a left-handed batsman, played for the West Indies and did reasonably well on the international scene. We know him on the regional scene. He has performed quite reasonably well, not of late, but this time around in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, in the Dream 11 VPL, Jonathan Carter is showing what he is really worth in the realm of T10 cricket. And of course, as you mentioned before, the Desmond Maloney, the captain, he batted extremely well, and Dylan Douglas, nobody can ever count him out. He has shown throughout all editions what class player he is when it comes to the shorter version of the game.
Yes, Dylan Douglas, must mention, he's the only player to have scored over 1,000 runs in this competition so far. And we mentioned the captain, Desmond Maloney, he came to the party finally. But we haven't seen their middle order much. So the Salt Pond Breakers, their bowlers, would be hoping to test that middle order today to see what their mettle is made of in this competition, Romel.
Yeah, you're perfectly right with that. They depend a lot on Jonathan Carter, Desmond Maloney, Dylan Douglas, and a little bit on Otney Lewis. You know, I think last year Otney Lewis was one of the better all-rounders throughout the tournament because he did perform extremely well with the bat and the ball for Hikers. So he does have some pedigree, although, like I said before, that hasn't been tested. So I'm not too worried. Their tails are up. Their tails are up, and it seems to me that the Hikers batters 1, 2, and 3, they are all in a specific zone that almost anything can go for 4 or 6.
Yes, they are really turning it on in this VPL5 competition with the bat. We just saw another grandstand finish involving the divers. Just not able to get over the line in that competition. The wicket seems to be good for batting so far in this tournament. Well, in this match, on this day, so it'll be interesting, the decision at the toss.
Yeah, truthfully, I don't think the toss matters so much because we have seen the consistency, as you said, of the wickets. Teams would have scored in excess of 100. Teams batting second would have challenged it and in some cases overshot the first innings total. So I'm not too much worried about the wickets, and we must laud the efforts of the groundsmen because really they have produced some blinder of a wicket, you know. So we're pretty happy with that, and it augurs well for cricket in general.
Yes, the standard of cricket is magnificent here in this VPL5. Also with the addition of these overseas players from the Saltpond Breakers we haven't mentioned, Kadim Aline and Ryan John, who have shown glimpses of what they are capable of in this competition with the bat and the ball so far. So these two would be key. They didn't perform with the bat in their previous match. Also, they went for some runs with the ball. So they'll be looking to bounce back in this matchup against the Lasufri Hikers.
Yeah, you're perfectly right because they are quite eager to go. I don't think they would have been too daunted by the loss in the last game. They are professionals, I would say. So I very much look forward to watching them here today and look forward to an excellent competition between the Hikers and the Breakers.
Yes, Saltpond Breakers taking on the Lasufri Hikers. Prepare for breathtaking stuff, ladies and gentlemen. It's only been that sort of competition so far, and you'll be in store for more today. At this point in time, we're going to take a short break, very short, and when we come back, we'll have the toss for you.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see how we bro. Show me the things that you're at. Bacala, don't in the middle. Cricket our way.
Good afternoon, viewers. Welcome to this VPL encounter between the Saltpond Breakers and the Lasufri Hikers. This is match day number 6, game number 13, coming to you from the picturesque Annesville playing field. We had a very intriguing game this morning and we're hoping for the same this afternoon. Have here with me the two captains, Mr. Sunil Ambris of the Saltpond Breakers and Mr. Desron Maloney of the Lasufri Hikers. Sunil, he has the toss and he'll be spinning it. Heads. Heads is the call. It's a tail. So Sunil Ambris, you have won the toss. What are you going to do this afternoon?
We're going to have a bowl. I mean, from what I've seen, nothing seems to be safe on this wicket. It's playing really well. So we're going to try and restrict them for as low as possible and get it in the back.
Yes, you had a very good start to the tournament. 3 wins in a row. A defeat in the last game. What did you say to the boys coming into this game?
Somebody has to win, somebody has to lose. I mean, just have to try and bounce back strong and get back to our winning ways.
Any changes to your side?
No, we're playing the same team.
Okay, thank you very much and all the best to you, Sunil. Desran, how you won the toss?
We were actually looking to have a bowl first. I mean, to be honest, our bowlers haven't been really pulling their weight right now, so we're just looking to continue to back up batters and hopefully we can pull off the win. But the toss is always a give and take, and we also happy to bat first because that's what we've been doing and we've been setting good totals batting first, so we're looking to bat and bat them out of the game.
2 wins so far, 1 defeat. You'll be looking to move up the table. How has it been in terms of reintegrating into the squad? I know you spent some time in Barbados. How has that been?
Yeah, it's been good. The players are gel well. I'm very well mixed with the team because I'm familiar with everyone on the team. We're just looking to see if we can have a good game of cricket today.
Any changes to your side?
Yeah, we have 3 changes. Rashawn Lewis is out on national under-19 duties. We also have Jeremy Haywood out and Angie Hunt out. In come Andrew Thomas, OJ Matthews and Corton Lave.
Okay, thank you very much. All the best in today's game.
Thank you.
So there it is, the Saltpond Breakers. They have won the toss and they have elected to bowl first.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The Salt Pond Breakers, they have won the toss. They decided to bowl first, and it's because of how pure this wicket seems to be for batting. But I will tell you one thing, Romel. If you are to get at the Lassifree Hikers, the best way is through their bowling. What I've seen throughout this competition with them so far is they sort of lack that impact bowler. They rely heavily on spin, and if Otney Lewis doesn't get away, then the other bowlers, really, you can get at them. Your thoughts?
Yeah, that's a very good point, Stacey. They do have two very good spinners in the form of Otney Lewis and Larry Edwards, Windward Island's left arm spinner, who has done reasonably well throughout the tournament. Otney Lewis, we know him from previous tournaments, who he has done better. He has not really come to the part in terms of his bowling as we know he can, right? So we will look forward to him doing much better this time around. They have to bat first, and they have to get that right. Like we had established before, the top three, very important for them to get a proper start, because we haven't seen what the bottom half of their team can do. They have not been tested. So it's very critical that they maintain that good form going into this game against the Salt Pond Breakers.
Key men in this lineup, Jonathan Carter. He's third in pursuit of that Sandals blue cap for most runs. It's currently held by Shadrach Descartes of the Darkview Explorers, and Chadwick Walton is currently in second place. So Jonathan Carter, he's third with most runs. He's a key man for them in this matchup, as well as Dylan Douglas, who's in quite good form. Desron Maloney, he came to the party in the game. What I want to see from him in this match and throughout the rest of the tournament is consistency. Usually he gives them that one good game and then sort of falls off. So they will be hoping that he can be consistent in this matchup for them today.
Yeah, you're right, and I think the attitude going into bat today has to be pretty much the same as the attitude that they had in the last game. It was kind of fearless, because I watched them carefully. Desmond Maloney, I think he batted about the first ball, and then he said, yes, the ball is coming over well off the bat. I'm going to take this ball in apart. And he was confident, and he and Jonathan Carter, oh my God, they tore the bowling apart. And it was beautiful to watch.
Yes, they've lost the toss. They've been sent into bat. What sort of total do you think they'll be looking to get? They managed to get 155, I think, in their second match against the Darkview Explorers. A different bowling attack, a bowling team that has a bowling plan in this tournament, as I've noticed from the Salt Pond Breakers. So what sort of total do you think is safe on this wicket for the Lassifree Hikers?
Well, to be honest, I don't think any total is safe on these types of wickets, because the wickets aren't deteriorating so badly that the team batting second would be greatly affected, right? And we've seen how the ball is traveling. These batters are confident. So Hikers, I would say, yes, their middle order has not been tested, but they have that confidence of the top three, like I have been saying all along. So go and just play yourself, just bat yourself, right? They are a bit weak with the bowling, as I said before, and they do rely heavily on the batting, but don't pay attention to the bowling part of it right now. You have a job to do with batting. Just go ahead and just express yourself as you have been doing all along.
Yes, they'll be looking for a gigantic total, probably the highest total in the tournament so far. They are capable of that, but at this point in time, we are going to take a short break, and when we come back, the action continues here in VPL5 Cricket Our Way.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we will see how we go. Show me the team that you're at. Bacala,
VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers.
Hi guys.
Diver. Rangers.
Breakers.
Strikers.
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we feel see and we bro. Show me the thing that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
Welcome back to Arnisville Cricket Ground, where action continues in this VPL5 between the Salt Pond Breakers and the Lassifrey Hikers. I am Stacey Ann Adams, of course. I have with me Mr. Rumel Currency. But at this point in time, we are going to give you the teams for today. The Lassifrey Hikers, Captain Desron Maloney, Dylan Douglas, Jonathan Carter, Larry Edward, Otney Lewis, Andrew Thomas, Ernell Thomas, Jahil Walters, Andre Hunt, Ryan Williams, Curtin Lavier, and OJ Matthews, another spinner, rounding out that 11 for the Lassifrey Hikers. Rumel, the Salt Pond Breakers team.
All right, the Salt Pond Breakers team, they have fielded an unchanged team from the last game. So Sunil Ambrose comes back as captain. Dylan Johnson, the hard-hitting Dylan Johnson, and left-arm pacer. Kadir Ned, opening batter. Ryan John, Windward Islands all-rounder, who promises so much. Jomel Warrican plays for Barbados and West Indies spinner as well. Jeremy Lane, Rashid Fredericks, another left-arm spinner who should be critical to this outfit. Cian Sween, he did well with the bat. He's there as well. Ricardo Williams, we have seen what he can do. Davian Barnum and Kadeem Aline from Barbados.
All right, well, just a reminder, the Salt Pond Breakers, they won the toss. They decided that they are going to chase the Lassifrey Hikers. They were inserted. The Breakers, they have a good bowling plan, but we saw that the Botanical Gardens Rangers, they were able to dismantle that bowling attack and that bowling plan in the previous game, chasing down 114 in 7 overs. So clearly, let's see if they're going to stick to the same plans. That'll be interesting today. That's something that we also have to look at, whether or not they'll stick to their plans, their bowling plans today, Romel.
Yeah, I think Hikers would be a little bit more circumspect when facing up to Ryan John. Like I said, Ryan John does have pedigree. He is a first-class Windward Island player, but they won't watch him for too long. At least give him a ball or two. But you know, with the form Jonathan Carter is in, if Ryan John airs and bowls a bad ball, we would certainly have no doubt for sure that Jonathan Carter would be quite capable of dispatching that bad ball to the boundary or over the boundary, as a matter of fact.
Yes, and we are getting ready here. Umpire Afran Bayam, standing umpire. Umpire Golan Graves at that square leg. Well, he's at point for Jonathan Carter, who is on strike. Captain Desron Maloney at the non-strikers end. And Ryan John, a man in form with the ball. He will bowl that first delivery to Jonathan Carter. Let's get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, short lifting delivery to start there from Ryan John Romel.
Oh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful by Ryan John. He has his radar on. He was spot on. Not too far down leg, not too far outside off stump. A perfect delivery to start with.
Yes, and that's my fast bowling coach would tell me, if you're going to bowl a short ball, that is the area you need to be bowling at. You don't need to give them room outside the off stump, and you don't need to bowl it too far outside the on stump, the onside as well, where they can be able to hit it away for 4. Umpire Afran Bayam is just having a check at something. Everything is good now. So an excellent delivery to start. That's the sort of length that we've seen be successful in this tournament so far, bowling to these heavy-hitting batters. This one, some room, but still very close to him, not allowing him to free his arms on that occasion.
Yeah, excellent bowling. The field is quite interesting because if you take a look, Stacey, they have fine leg back, they have a deep backward square. Ryan John, his first delivery was a short ball, so you very well know that he is in this over will look to repeat that same delivery as, well, the first delivery that he bowled.
Shot again, lifting. It hits the batter. He shakes it off. Oh, this is some steamy bowling here from Ryan John so far.
Yeah, I like what I'm saying. I really do like what I'm saying. Ryan John means serious business. Sunil Ambrose has set a field, as I said before, for short bowling. So Jonathan Carter knows to expect this. How he adopts, we will see.
Yes, and this has to be a plan to Jonathan Carter. We talk about how quick his hands are, especially when the ball is wide. He loves to cut, he loves to pull. He's a prolific batter on the cut shot and the pull as well, but this is a different type of bowling we've seen here from Ryan John. Shot delivery, doesn't get it away, doesn't place it between that gap.
Excellent start so far by the Saltpan Breakers. Excellent start. Sunil Ambrose, of course, will be happy with that start. They have the 5 men on the offside in the ring. The third man is up. So that cut shot is very much on. Anytime it beats one of those men, it surely will run away for 4. So Ryan John really has to be careful here with his lines on length. He has to be spot on, especially when he's going with that short ball.
Gives himself room this time, and he's edged, and it's been taken by Sunil Ambrose. So first strike goes to the Saltpan Breakers. An exceptional bowling, opening bowling here over from Ryan John, the man with experience in white-red ball cricket and showing his mantle here in white ball cricket.
I tell you what, Stacey, looking at those first 4 deliveries, I would bet that these first 4 deliveries were the best first 4 deliveries of the tournament so far. That was a masterclass in fast bowling, and I'm happy to say that Ryan John, Windward Islands player, delivered that masterclass. Beautiful, excellently done by Ryan John.
Yes, we haven't seen a maiden over so far in this tournament. I cannot recall. This might well be that. Romel, Dylan Douglas makes his way. He's in the line of fire. Ryan John is breathing fire. And what was important about that over, what was imperative to his success, is the lack of room that he gave the batter. He wasn't able to free his hands. On that occasion, he tried to give himself room, but Ryan John, with all his experience, followed him, and he was edging to Sunil Ambrose. So, first strike to the Saltpan Breakers. They would be overjoyed with that wicket.
A 6-3 field here, Stacey. 6-3. Sunil Ambrose's tail is up. He has a slip in. He's 1 ball remaining in the over. They must be confident here. A wicket here would mean a disastrous, well, a potentially disastrous end for Hikers.
It's been tucked up the pads there by the man in form. This will race away for a high run smashing for brilliant timing of the bat there of Dylan Douglas.
Yeah, that was well played. That was well played. You can see that he was a bit circumspect. Yes, he got it off the middle of the bat, but he was almost looking as if he was expecting a shorter delivery. Right, but I'm happy that he was able to play it off, because I really want to see Dylan Douglas go on and score a big one, because he has so much to offer. He strikes the ball so beautifully well when he is on the go.
Yes, the man with over 1,000 runs, the only player to have scored over 1,000 runs in all of VPL's history, rather. But that delivery from Ryan John, he was probably searching for that magic delivery, that in-swinging Yorker early on to Dylan Douglas. So I don't fault him too much for that. And as you said, you mentioned, Dylan was probably expecting that shorter delivery. So a bit of two-card trick there, but paying off in the hands of Dylan Douglas in the end. Dylan Johnson, left-hand pacer, has a ball in hand, and Desron Maloney, he witnessed all the action at the other end. He's about to take his first delivery.
Well, it's interesting to see a similar field here for Dylan Johnson. The square leg is back on the boundary, so is the fine leg. So there is the indication that Dylan Johnson is going to try to pepper Maloney.
Shot swinging away. Not a lot of pace coming through to keeper Sunil Ambris there, Romel.
Yeah, rather sedate start, but a dot ball nonetheless. So Johnson, of course, wouldn't complain about that. Desmond Maloney might have been thinking something different. He might have thought that he missed out there on that cut shot, given the confidence that he has right now as a batter.
Whipped off the pads there. Will it get to the boundary? A diving effort from Jeremy Lane there. With a high run smashing four off the bat of Captain Desron Maloney to get his account open.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot. He didn't try to hit it too hard at all. He waited on it and he placed it beautifully well. Excellently executed.
Yes, timing was everything of that delivery and placement even better there, Romel. Looking to pull that one. Shorter delivery. You know, pacers, they don't like to be hit for a boundary. He usually follows it up with a short pitch delivery there.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. We knew that was coming. We knew the field is set for it. There is fine leg back. There is the man on the boundary square leg. So we know that was coming. Desmond Maloney knew that was going to come. That is why you saw he backed away a little bit, tried to give himself room to access the offside. Let's see. It's interesting stuff here. Really interesting stuff here.
Yes, this is a blockbuster matchup, Romel Currency. This is indeed one of the matches that a lot of fans who are looking forward to in this tournament. Shot, walks it down to fine leg. So the short ball bowling seems to be the plan here from the Salt Pond Breakers so far in this bowling innings.
Yeah, it's not a bad plan because there are two right-handed batters at the wicket. The pulling, when Jonathan Carter was batting, he's a left-hander, of course, so he had to pull to the larger side of the boundary, so he understood that feel. It's left to be seen if Sunil will bring back John for his second over. I'm not sure what he's going to do because he's quite handy in the death as well. I'll continue my point after.
Continue, Romel.
Yeah, but put the bowling part aside, looking at the Hikers, this is probably the most sedate start they have had since the beginning of the tournament. It'll be interesting to see how they go on from here. It's one ball remaining until the second over is complete. They're just 10 for 1. A lot depends on Dylan Douglas and Desmond Maloney. So are they going to say, hey, let's go back to our brave cricket, let's jump out the wicket, let's give ourselves room and let's just play glorious shot? I don't know. But it is really interesting to see the approach here today.
Yes, with the exception of the last ball from Ryan John, so far, all of the bowlers, the umpire is just having a check for the no ball here. But so far, all of the bowlers has been banging the ball into the surface, making sure they make the most of the surface here today. They're not trying to pitch it up to the batters. They're just trying to utilize the wicket as much as possible. So an excellent bowling effort from the Salt Pond Breakers so far. Shot again, helped along to that fine leg region. Jeremy Lane has a lot of work to do down there. He does well.
That was an excellent over by Dylan Johnson. Sunil Ambris, of course, will be happy. 2 more overs left in the power play. I don't know if Ryan John, he might be tempted to ask Ryan John to bowl a second over, but it seems to me now that Kadir Aline is coming in for that third over. of the innings.
2 overs gone. The last of the Hikers, they are 11 for 1. And he can afford to do that because Kadim Aline is of a similar height and build to Ryan John. So he'll be expected to bowl much of the same as Ryan John did in his opening over.
Yeah, it would be expected, but to be perfectly honest with you, I'm not sure if Aline would have the capability. Well, I've seen a change in the field now. They have 6 players on the offside and 3 players on the onside, which indicates to us that they're going to be predominantly outside the off stump.
Cannot bowl there to Dylan Douglas, and he's been greeted with a high run maximum. Oh, sorry, Desron Maloney. Look like Dylan Douglas in the picture there for a moment. But you can't really bowl there to any bowler in this competition. High run maximum, destructive stuff here so far.
I tell you what, I've just seen that replay, and it seems to me somehow Desron Maloney was able to read the bowler's mind to say, hey, Desron, I am going to bowl that ball short, irrespective of the field set, because I do have 6 men on the offside, and that ball was dispatched. Albeit it was the first delivery from Kadim Aline, so he would have a problem with making sure that he bowls the ball in the right areas. So I don't want to fault him too much. I don't want to be a bit too biased here, but that was an excellent shot by Desron Maloney, perfectly executed, brilliantly done.
Yes, and you'll expect the batters to go at the bowling here. I mean, 2 more overs remaining, over and 5 balls remaining in the power play. And Kadim Aline, immediately he's been put under pressure. That sort of hard length that they've been bowling so far, that one was just a bit too short. And yeah, that one was just a bit too short, and Desron Maloney was able to power it away for a high run maximum. So let's see what his follow-up delivery will be here. Shot again. My goodness, he's not learning Romel Currency. Another short delivery, and this one is another high run maximum. Umpire Afron Bayam has to raise his hands again.
Yeah, that was really poor bowling. Excellent shot nonetheless by Desron Maloney. But that was really poor bowling. I think Sunil may have to rethink the field setting now, because if he were to go short, which he has, Desron Maloney will be pulling to the shorter end of the boundary, and he would be going along with the wind, so it's much easier for the ball to travel, especially if the bowler is bowling short from this end. So I would like to believe that Sonny would like to rethink the field setting. I think he's about to put a man deep on the offside. That to me would be a more sensible ploy to employ, because you want to defend the longer side of the boundary at the end of the day. It's much difficult to get a boundary from that side. So the bowler really has to bowl to that side and can't afford to be straight on the wicket, because once it goes in the air, you've seen it, the ball goes for 6.
Yeah, and that was a hit-me delivery really. Earning line there was the Professor, Kadim Aline. Now they have a change in tactics, as you mentioned earlier. A man with a lot of expert opinions, Romel Currency, and there you go. His brother is like he's reading your mind from up here. He changes the field, and he has somebody at deep point and somebody at third man, which suggests that they might be looking to bowl more outside the off stump to Desron Maloney. Dispatched with authority down the ground, a high run smashing 4 this time.
Yeah, that was beautifully done. You can see that Desron Maloney right now is in the zone. Right now he has 22 off 8 deliveries. Kadim Aline has basically given him hit-me deliveries there. He has a field set predominantly now for offside play. Sunil Ambrose, as you said before, has a deep point and the third man. I don't know, maybe he needs to bowl just a little bit short in the cutting region, because he does have protection. And Desron Maloney would be hitting to the longer side of the field.
Yeah, safe to say he's not bowling to the plans here. He's not bowling to the field that the captain has set for him. Another change again. This time a man goes out at mid-wicket, that man at point coming back in the circle. That's better. It was a slower delivery this time, and Desron Maloney just missing out on that occasion.
Yeah, he was right there. He would be kicking himself. He saw it. He'll be kicking himself.
That's why you have these types of surfaces, your change of pace, your variations. That's very important. If you have them in your armory, you must go to them almost immediately. You know, you can't wait until the death. So good change of pace there from Kadim Aline. This is a magnificent shot. A high rune smashing four up and over the infield.
Ferocious. That was ferocious by Desmond Maloney. It sat up. He hit it short, it sat up, but it was outside off stump. Desmond didn't swivel this time. He waited on it. And then he cracked it, and he cracked it well. Beautifully, beautifully executed.
Yes, it's almost as if he knew, he predicted the line and length. I mean, Kadim Aline, there you go again. He's just running into ball. He's not having a think, Romel. Here he is again, running in. A short ball that's too short. And what I was saying, Romel, immediately as he gets the ball into his hands, he just runs into ball. He's not sitting down and he's not standing back and have a quick think. And there you an overthrow. I'm not sure if that will be signal dead ball. Just wait to see the signal. It's a wide and it's a bad miss there. And they pick up an extra run. Dylan Douglas is now in strike. But what I was saying, he's not having a think. Almost immediately as he gets the ball into his hands, he just runs into ball. I'm not seeing him just stay there and just have a look and think about what he wants to do, how he wants to execute it.
Yeah, you're right. Saltpond Breakers, they would be kicking themselves because they had an excellent start. The first 2 overs only yielded 10 runs. And it's almost immediately undone here now.
This one is down the ground and a ferocious hit off the bat of that man, Dylan Douglas. You cannot contain him. If you bowl a bad delivery, you are going to trouble. 39 runs in 3 overs. The last Super Hikers are marching on here, Romel.
Oh my God. Oh my God. The Hikers, they haven't lost it. Desmond Maloney, he means business. Dylan Douglas, he means business. Oh, Hikers. Hikers are out for business. 39 for 1 after 3 overs. They're really out for business. Considering the first 2 overs, and they've caught up. They've caught up tremendously well. Kadim Aline had a nightmare of an over. He would be ruining the deliveries that he bowled.
39 for 1 over remaining in the power play. I'm going back to something you mentioned earlier. Should Ryan John have bowled that over to put more pressure on the Lasufre Hikers? Instead, Kadim Aline, we expected more of him. He went for 28 runs in that over.
Well, this is how we have to look at it, Stacey. We have seen who the better batters or the most important players on the Hikers are in terms of batting. The top 3. You have Dylan Douglas, you have Desmond Maloney, and you have Jonathan Carter. They were able to get rid of Jonathan Carter. I would have taken the gamble to use Ryan John again because his tail was up. He was bowling excellent lines. A wicket there would have ensured that Hikers, might have ensured that Hikers would have clicked the panic button. That's how I would have done it.
Rashid Fredericks. Ooh, some bunks there from the spinner. Desmond Maloney is looking at that square leg, asking if that was an overhead hydromel.
Big turn for a new ball.
Shot into the wicket. That's a hit me delivery. Desmond Maloney is berating himself. He's probably saying that should have been put away for a high rune maximum. Instead, it's a high rune smashing 4.
Yeah, that was really a hit me delivery. Rashid normally bowls well with the new ball. The effort you see he put in, dragging it down, causing an easy hit for Desmond Maloney. He was pretty happy to take it and get 4 runs for it.
Seems to be the plan is to keep it straight to him, but just too straight long leg on that occasion. This time it's a wide delivery. Another delivery there that could have been put away for a maximum on that occasion, but it's a wide. And see the clear plans here. Now they have the field set. They're making a change in the field. Johnson is going back to deep square. Deep backward square. And the man at mid-on, long on is coming into mid-on. Gives himself room. Oh, that should have been taken. I think the fielder was asleep there for a moment. He wasn't aware and they take an overthrow. So sloppy in the field there from the Saltpond Breakers to start.
Yeah, sloppy work. They can't afford to lose themselves. They can't afford to lose themselves. They had an excellent start in the first 2 overs. They had a poor third over. This over now has not really gone in their favor, but they can't afford to lose control. Right? We have seen what happens when wicket falls.
So better delivery on that occasion, where he's trying to be. Trying to keep it close, tuck him up for room. And that was an excellent delivery there from Rashid Fredericks under pressure.
And I like this field placing. Right? It's obvious from the field placing that he's trying to bowl in the legs, turning away from the batter, tucking the batter up. Right? The batter would then be forced to play a cross-body shot. They have the field placing for it. I like it. If it goes over mid-on, then that would be an excellent shot.
Gives himself room. Use of the crease there by Dylan Douglas, just a single. But a really good comeback from Rashid Fredericks in this over after the way he started.
Yeah, an excellent comeback. I think he's settled now because, like I said before, he's accustomed bowling the new ball for his club. So he should be pretty adept to handling this sort of pressure.
Down the ground, it's in the air, it's high. Does it have the legs to go over the rope? It doesn't, and a good fielding effort there from the man on that run down to the long off boundary. That one had height but no distance. So a good finish to the over for young Rashid Fredericks.
Yeah, not a bad over in the context of how the last over went, really. Just 11 runs coming from it. The Hikers would be pretty satisfied still with 50 for 1, 6 overs remaining, with Dylan Douglas feeling in supreme or sublime form. Desmond Malone is still going. So I think they would be the happier of the two groups right now.
Yes, good presence of mind there shown by Ryan John. He was looking, he was running over his shoulder for the catch. He realized he couldn't get there and he just decided, you know what, let me just hit it back in, and did so successfully to save 4 for his team. And the 50 runs comes up for the Lasufre Hikers. They are 50 for 1. Since the reintroduction of their main batters, the Lasufre Hikers have been scoring over 40 runs every power play, Romel. What does that say about this batting unit?
Well, firstly, the wickets, like I've been saying all along, have been extremely well prepared. They are conducive for playing shots, I would say. And these two batters, they were in Barbados just prior to this tournament, involved in a T20 competition. So they came into the cricket with quite a bit of form. So I'm really not surprised with how they have been going. And we all know the pedigree of Dylan and Desran.
Yes, new bowler Jamel Warrican, end of the power play. He's bowling to Dylan Douglas. Tugs that one across. Would have been better suited if he had tried to hit it over covers. But it's a much bigger hit here over cover, so he decided to go across on that occasion, Dylan Douglas.
It's an interesting feel that they have for Jamel Warrican. They have at least 3 men on the boundary in front of square from what I can see. There's nobody stopping the singles, so it's a 6-3 feel favouring the offside. It's a very interesting feel.
So one is high, it's been hit with power, and it sails over Dylan Douglas' head. No matter how tall you are, Dylan, that was always going over your head. Off the bat, a high run maximum of the bat of Captain Desran Maloney. He's unsung here today, Romel.
Yeah, that was well played by Desmond Maloney. Jamel erred a little bit by going a bit too full and a bit too slow. He really should be kicking himself for bowling that delivery. He's not known to give away freebies just as easy as that.
No, wide delivery. Trying to stay away from that bad swinging arc, Romel. Innovation. He walks across his stump, trying to tug it to that long on region. Instead, he holds out to, appears to be Ryan John at that mid-wicket region.
He was going for the shorter side. He really was going for the shorter side. Once the ball gets into the air, he didn't get the elevation that he wanted. Of course, we know once he gets that sort of elevation, the wind basically carries it over the rope. He didn't get that. And Sunil, of course, will be happy. He has placed 3 men. He placed 3 men in front of square, a feel that we haven't seen so far in the tournament, I would say. Specifically for a shot like that, because he knew that batters normally aim for that shorter side of the boundary. So, well, we asked for it. The middle order, it seems, will be tested today. Let's see how they go.
It seems that way. And I must give credit to the field placement and the bowling tactics is a left-arm pace spinner bowling to a right-handed batter. So the ball is going away. It should be going away, and they set that field perfectly, knowing that if he tries to hit it square, it's always going to be a good hit, big hit. So they packed that field on that side of the ground. Excellent thinking there from the Saltpan Breakers. Anthony Lewis is in the wicket. He's off the mark. Gets his account open with a single.
Yeah, Lewis, he doesn't look like as though he's going to waste too much time. The ball was right there. He went gung-ho the first ball, but I guess he will have to just bat a couple. He has Dylan Douglas with him, a seasoned campaigner. He knows what he's about. He's pretty confident. I would say that all Anthony Lewis has to do is just to give Dylan Douglas 1 or 2 deliveries.
This one is wide. He goes for it. Does it have the distance? No, it doesn't. Stays inside. It was a really wide delivery, and Dylan Douglas decided to hit that down the ground. I really like the field setting here from Captain Sunil Ambrose. The way he has those 3 men stationed so close to each other. If you hit it that side, usually, if it goes low, you usually get a 6. Instead, it has to be a good hit to get it over there. Good delivery from Jamel Warrican. What I was saying, it has to be a good hit over the player's head to get it for 6. Usually, it travels on that direction, so he's keeping those 3 men close together. So exceptional thought process in that over there from the Saltpan Breakers.
Yeah, the Saltpan Breakers will be pretty pleased with that over. They were able to get the wicket of Captain Desmond Maloney, albeit I think 11 runs came off of it, but they wouldn't be too upset with that, having seen the back of Desmond Maloney. But yes, as you said, Stacey, I thought that the field placing, there was a plan, there was a distinct plan, right? And Warrican more or less bowled to that plan, except the time he erred when he went straight to Dylan Douglas. So there is a distinct plan, and that is what you want to see, and the captains want the bowlers to be able to execute the plans.
As Rashid Fredericks is going to bowl out. He's be facing up to Anthony Lewis. He had a clear plan in the last over. Let's see how he goes here to Anthony Lewis. Down the ground, and he's knocked him over. Through the gate, Anthony Lewis looking for a big swing down the ground, and Rashid Fredericks gets his man. Anthony Lewis goes back 61 for 3, the last 3 Hikers.
Oh, Hikers are in trouble now. Hikers are in trouble now. We have seen 60-something, 90-something is not safe on these types of wicket. Anthony Lewis, he really had to give himself a chance here. He really had to.
Yes, and Rashid Fredericks, he bowled a really smart over the last time. Yes, he went for a boundary and he bowled some wides, but it was part of the bowling plan, and he stuck to it. He's a left-arm spinner, and he's coming over the wicket to the right-handers, and he's not giving them room, and that's what the batters want. They want that room, and in order for them to get room, they have to make it. On that occasion, Anthony Lewis giving himself too much room, and he was bowled. So excellent bowling. Now he has a left-handed batter, Jahil Walters, in the wicket. Let's see how he decides to operate to him, Romel.
Young Jahil Walters, as we know here in St. Vincent, is a pretty decent batsman. He plays for the Guardian General Saints. I think he's probably in the top 2 or top 3 in terms of the list of highest run getters here in St. Vincent. He's a classical batsman, not really a power hitter, but he can hit 6s for sure. He would have to partner here well with Dylan Douglas. He's a left-hander, so he has that usefulness of being a left-hander to partner the right-handed Dylan. So his role is important here today.
Goes down the ground and power in that shot to get off the mark with a high run maximum. You spoke about it, Romel. You spoke about it. High run maximum to open his account.
Yeah, but this is an important passage of play here. I think the Hikers have realized, hey, we have to go gung-ho throughout because they don't know what's the safe total.
Tries to go across on that occasion. It's an under edge.
So that's the problem. That's the problem that the team batting first now has. They don't know what's a safe enough total, because we have seen how this wicket holds up. So they have the batters coming in. They feel a sense of obligation to go from ball 1.
Down the wicket. Looking for 2. Can they get 2? Dylan Douglas hustles back. A good throw can get him. Excellent running by these 2 batters, Romel.
Yeah, that was really excellent running. Dylan Douglas forced the issue, looking to get young Jahil Walters back on strike. He being the left hand, of course, would be more easier for him to negotiate the left arm spin of Rashid. And it would also give Dylan Douglas just a little bit of breather. He has only batted 6 balls, so he is critical to the hikers, so he has to remain there at the end.
He has another swing on that occasion. I mean, Rashid Fredericks, the ball isn't turning into Jahil. I would love to see Jahil Walters just stand his ground and hit it over Kader Ned, that man at that short cover region, Romel. This time he goes across and he maximizes that short delivery. A high run maximum, if there ever was one, off the bat of Jahil Walters, Romel.
Yeah, that really was an excellent shot. But like I was saying before, the batters know this ground. These are local players. Jahil Walters, a left-handed batter. Rashid, a left-arm spinner. Jahil knows all he needs to do is to get that ball high enough. And the wind is going to do enough. The wind is really strong here down Danisville, especially when you go into that side. He knows this. So all of the left-handed batters, they are going to favor that side of the boundary. And so too are the right-handers. And we saw that is how exactly Desron got himself out.
Yes, I was about to say, sometimes, as much as it favors you to go to that shorter side, that is taking the ball away with the wind, sometimes it could cause Paul be your demise as well. A perfect example was Desron Maloney. And the way Sunil Ambrose has the field set for the right-handers or these batters, you have to get it up and over, high enough over those 3 tight fielders there on the boundary, on the onside.
Yeah, at 75 for 3. I'm not sure who is in the ascendancy here. Jahil Walters has struck 2 deliveries well for 6. Dylan Douglas, we know what he can do. They have been losing wickets. They have lost 3 wickets, but they are going well. Their run rate is 12.5. They would obviously be looking to increase that run rate. Dylan Douglas, as you know, he's not going to stop.
Outside the off stump, lets it through. Should be a bye. Or we wait on the signal of the umpire. Yes, bye call.
Interesting to see the type of feel Sunil Ambrose sets for young Jahil Walters. Yes, he's facing up to another left-arm spinner, but this time around, if he were to tug the ball to the onside, he would be going against the wind and to the bigger side of the boundary. So he might be inclined, I would say, to try to open himself up to access the offside. But we see now Sunil Ambrose deciding to bring up a player from the offside over the onside, which is an indication that Jomel Warrican intends to tuck the batter up and force him to play to the bigger side of the boundary.
Reverse. An appeal for LBW, but it'll be turned down. Look, impact seems to be outside of stump.
Yeah, there we go. Jahil Walters deciding to try a reverse. You try to access that side of the boundary, recognizing, like I was saying before, the difficulty with clearing that side of the boundary at this time of day.
Down the ground, an edge. Oh, the fielder there makes a meal of it. And they come through for 1, looking for 2. He's sent back, gets back just in time. But there you go. That was an edge there from Jomel Warrican. So a win there in this over. A good over so far from Jomel Warrican.
Yeah, excellent over. They have to close it out well. They really do have to close it out well. There's 78 for 3. Salpan Breakers, they have 3 deliveries left in the over. Jomel has to do a good job here.
Down the ground, he tries to go across. It doesn't time it well. He doesn't get a hold of it. They pick up another single. So this is turning out to be a good move here, a good over from Jomel Warrican. He's also an experienced player. He's played for West Indies. He's played for Windward Islands, but the experience is definitely showing. I wonder if Dylan Douglas will try to get at him or just sort of see him off and go at the other bowlers. What do you think?
There's no seeing off in T10. There's no seeing off in T10.
Innovation. Don't think he's got it well, but it will run away for another, an excellent diving effort there, but 4 runs, a high run smashing 4 off the bat of Dylan Douglas.
Yeah, that was an excellent shot by Dylan Douglas. Getting low, knowing exactly the line and length that Jumel would want to bowl. So he adjusted to suit the field. As you see, the 3 men in front of square. So he played exactly the shot that was required for the moment. Excellent shot by young Dylan Douglas.
Yes, intelligent cricket from him. He has that shot, so he can play it. Now it forces a change in the field. No, the same field. But instead of going across the left-hander, he decides he's not going to risk it. And instead of hitting to the big side, he said, you know what, let me paddle it behind fine square and pick up a boundary for my team. So excellent thinking from Dylan. It's a fuller delivery. I think he missed out there, but that ball to finish from Jamil Warrican. Excellent over. Although 4 runs came off of it, an excellent over from Jamil Warrican.
Well, how they have to look at it, they have 18 legal deliveries remaining. Dylan Douglas has a big role to play. Jahil Walters, he too has a big role to play, him being a left-hander, and he has, as we've seen, hit 2 brilliant shots for 6. They don't know what's a safe score. They really don't. They're 84 off 7 overs, going at a run with 12, 120 on this wicket. Is it safe? I don't think so. I really don't. So they really have to know, well, they have to take advantage now. They have Dylan Johnson coming back on, it seems. He bowled well in his first over. He would look, of course, to replicate that sort of bowling, but you know Dylan Douglas would have different ideas about that.
Indeed so. I mean, this sort of score, 84 for 3 after 7, you might say, oh, the Hikers, they are in control. 3 wickets down, you might say the Salt Pan Breakers, they're in control. But 84 for 3, that's a good score so far. However, just because of how pure this wicket is, we just don't know what is a good total. We can't say who's in the ascendancy at this point in time. Short delivery, a rising delivery, didn't get up as much as Dylan thought it would have, but a dot ball nonetheless.
Yeah. The plan is clear here. The plan is pretty clear here by the Salt Pan Breakers. The field is set. There's nobody outside on the boundary, on the offside, except third man. They have 4 men on the boundary, on the onside, the bigger side. So the plan is clear. Short bowling all the time.
Shot again. That's how you saw Dylan Douglas giving himself room on that occasion, trying to access that offside. That brought about the demise of Jonathan Carter. Ryan John just getting a delivery to follow him, which brought about his demise, getting an edge to Sunil Ambris in the end. So just left to be seen what Dylan Douglas is going to do to counter this bowling plan of the Salt Pan Breakers.
Well, he has to find a way. He must.
Short. But it was short and wide, actually. I don't think they hustle back for 2. Quick running. They get 2 successfully in the end. A bit of miscommunication between the 2, but able to pull it off in the end. That was a short and wide delivery, but Dylan Douglas, he was expecting that delivery to come back into him. So he gave himself room. Maybe smart bowling by Dylan as well, bowling it more outside the off stump.
Yeah, I think what Dylan did, he bowled a slow ball and he rolled his fingers over it, and the ball got a little stuck in the wicket. And that's why when Dylan tried to cut the ball went to mid-off. But Dylan really has to step it up now. They've only had 2 runs of 3 deliveries. He really has to go.
Shot again. Bowling plans on display here from the Salt Pan Breakers. I must say, it might be too early to call it, but I think I'm going to make the brave statement of saying so far in this competition, the Salt Pan Breakers are the most impressive bowling unit. I'll say this because of the clear plans that they have, and they execute quite well, Romel. They are one of the better bowling units in this tournament.
Well, it's going to be very difficult to disagree with you. They have Ryan John, Windward Islands fast bowler, Dylan Johnson, former Windward Islands fast bowler, left arm West Indies, left arm spinner in Jamel Warrican. So they really do have a good bowling outfit. They had a bad day in the field the other day, but that happens to everybody.
So it's too wide, but Captain Sunil Ambris, he applauds the bowler because you don't mind a wide out there. You know, that's a wide. He'll clean up his line the next delivery, I'm sure. But that is the bowling plan that they have, and Dylan Johnson is sticking to it.
Yeah, excellent plans by Sunil Ambris.
This is a ferocious hit from young Jahil Walters over that jumping, that leaping fielder at long on to pick up another high rune maximum.
Yeah, that was well done by Jahil. He fetched it. He really did fetch it. It was beautifully done. He knew the line that Dylan Johnson was going to bowl, and he adjusted to suit. Beautifully played.
So one more ball to close out the 8th over. Down the ground he goes. Excellent finish from Delon Douglas. And as usual, he's the man that pulls up these sorts of overs for his team. He has bowled 2 overs for 16 runs. An exceptional spell from Delon Johnson.
Yeah, very, very good spell, Dylan Johnson. He really has come back to play the type of cricket that we know him to play, or to be able to play. I know in years gone by, he performed exceptionally well for the Windward Islands franchise, and former national player, as I said before, and I think he once played for the West Indies under 19 team. A very prodigious fast bowler in his day. So it's pretty good to see him back here and doing well for his team once again.
Yes, so Ryan John appears to have the ball in hand. He's going to bowl that penultimate over. And there's only one thing Dylan Douglas will be thinking here. It's boundaries all day, every day in this over. But Ryan John, he'll have other things in mind. He bowled that first over. It was the best over of the tournament so far. That's what you said, Romel, and I agree with you. His plans were clear and he executed well. That last over went for 4, but he knew what he was trying to do. He was trying to look for that magic delivery. But he's bowling to Dylan Douglas, a man who will be looking to push his team up to well over 120 here. They have 2 more overs to do that, to get to that sort of 140 region. That's almost safe on this wicket.
Yeah, it's an interesting feel here by Sunil Lambers. It's quite obvious to me that that John will be aiming for those wide Yorkers. Sunil Lambers has 2 short turn men in place, a deep point, backward point, a deep cover, a short cover. Well, he has since brought in mid-off and sent back fine leg. So the fine leg is on the boundary, deep mid-wicket and a long on. So that the field is a 6-3 field. So John now, as we've seen, has chosen to go around the wicket, which is an indication that he's going to slant the ball full and wide. Well, I assume it's going to be full and wide outside Dylan's off stump, thereby forcing him to hit to the larger side of the boundary.
Not quite ready. Just getting things right with that field. It's imperative that they do so at the back end. They've done well so far. False start from Ryan John. Dylan Douglas, the way he's set up to hit everything over on that onside. Look at the way he's standing, Romel. Look at his setup here. So wider delivery. It's a full delivery, but it's an excellent delivery. Just because of how the batter was set up, slanting it across him, as you suggested the bowling would be. So that's an excellent start there from Ryan John.
Yeah, excellently done by Ryan John. Dylan Johnson, I'm not sure if he should be looking to hit the ball to the leg side, but he really does have because he does have the power to the ball over the offside, even though he would be hitting to the larger side of the field. I really do think that he really does need to just play orthodox cricket because he has the talent.
Yes, it's a no ball and it's a free hit as well. Ryan John committing at Cardinalson. Jahil Walters will be facing up. A lot of batters seem to be afraid of hitting it to that bigger side. But what we've seen in this competition so far, they have the power to clear the ropes. Magnificent bowling from Ryan John.
Yeah, that was sweet. That was sweet. Fast bowlers would love to see that. That was well bowled. It was a free hit. Jahil had the intention of trying to hit the ball outside of the boundary. But the pace at which that ball targeted his head, oh my God, that was a serious delivery.
Yes,
Vicious.
Instead of trying to hit it, he had to take evasive action. He was thinking about his life there, Romel.
Serious delivery from John.
Down the ground he goes. He gets the top edge. Is it going to go away? One bong soon. Oh, unfortunately, Sion Sween makes a mess of it on that third man boundary. A high run smashing four.
Oh, that really was poor feeling by Sion Sween. He really did make a mess of it. Jael Walters would be happy though. He was able to get 4 runs for it. He advanced down the wicket, got a full toss, got an edge, and got 4 runs for it.
Yes, I mean, the fielder there, it bounced and tailed away at the last minute. However, it was still well within his reach. He really should have done better there for his team, Sion Sween. Yorker right in the black hole. Marvelous stuff here from Ryan John, showing all his experience here at the Annisville Cricket Ground.
Beautiful, beautiful fast bowling by Ryan John. Beautiful. Dylan is on strike. I really just want to see Dylan just don't try to hit the ball on the leg side. You have shown the capability of being able to hit the ball anywhere on the field. You have to trust your ability. You know where the bowler is going to come. He's going to come outside of the off stump. He is.
Yes, I agree with you 100% there, Romel. Do just have those 2 fielders on the offside now. On the offside boundary, that is. He uses a bit of ingenuity. It doesn't pay off for him, missing out on that occasion. And an orthodox shot probably could have been more successful for him.
Yeah, he has lost his way here, Dylan. He's lost his way. He hasn't middled his recent sets of deliveries. So he's maybe he has lost a little bit of confidence, but he has to find it back. He has it within him.
Rocks moves across his stump, looking to get it into that square leg boundary. He times it well, but an excellent fielding there from the man at mid wicket.
Well fielded indeed. He ran across. He really had to sprint across because that ball was traveling.
Umpires just having a look at the no ball as well. Nervous times there for Ryan John. Looks safe from our vantage point. That should be fine. We'll get on with the game shortly. One more delivery. Oh, it's been called a no ball. We are shocked up here, to be honest. I mean, it's been called a no ball from the replay shown on the screen. It looked as if it was safe. A free hit coming up for Dylan Douglas. Outside the off stump, a marvelous end to the over. Dylan Douglas not getting that ball in his arc to hit it away to the onside. They have one more delivery remaining in the over, but I must say an excellent bowling plans here from the Salt Pond Breakers continues throughout this over.
Yeah, I was just a bit dumbfounded by the call there, but anyhow, it was an excellent delivery, as you said, for a free hit. He was able to nail the Yorker pretty well, resulted in only just 1 run, so they didn't suffer too much.
This one is high in the air. A lot of distance. Captain Sunil Ambrose gets under it, and he takes a comfortable catch to finish things off here for Ryan John Spell, picking up 2 for 15 in his 2 overs, and Jahil Walters has to walk back to the dressing room.
Yeah, that was an excellent delivery by Ryan John. He really did deserve it because he has bowled well. His first over was brilliant. He stuck to the plans. He and the captain coordinated a field placing that was ideal for his type of bowling. So he really did deserve the 2 wickets that he got. I actually thought that he deserved more than that. But the Hikers, they aren't too bad. They're 105 for 4 of 9 overs. 1 over is remaining. They have a problem with deciding who is going to bowl the last over. But I see Jeremy Lane. I'm not sure if he has bowled yet for the tournament. So they have decided not to go with Kadeem Aling as you might have thought, but we saw what happened to him when he bowled his first over.
Yes, and it's interesting that they've gone to Jeremy Lane. He hasn't bowled in the over in the tournament so far, and I think he's one of those bowlers that can execute a good Yorker. And it's quite surprising that this is his first bowl in the tournament so far. It'll be left to be seen how he goes to Dylan Douglas. And I think Dylan Douglas in that last over, he really gave his plans away to the bowler. The way he was set up, he was just waiting to swing it on the offside, and the bowler kept pushing it further and further away from him. And I mean, in this over, he needs to not give away his plans so early to the bowler. Because if a bowler is smart enough and has enough experience, as we saw from Ryan John, he's gonna bowl it away from him, from his swinging arc.
Well, the field is set such that Dylan Douglas will be forced to hit to the onside because Senegal has the 4 men on the boundary on the onside, so he has to bowl close to him.
Down the ground, in the gap, and that's another high run smashing 4. It didn't look as if it was going to get there, but it did in the end. He didn't time it well, but got enough on it off the bat to get it in the gap away for 4.
I tell you what, that to me wasn't the most horrible delivery I have seen. It was almost well targeted. It's his first delivery of the tournament. He didn't bowl it wide. He bowled to the plan of the captain because it's obvious that the captain wanted him to bowl short. He has the field set for it. 4 men, as I said before, on the onside boundary. So that is indeed the plan. So Jeremy Lane, although 4 runs came off his first delivery, hasn't started too badly.
Tremendous shot from Dylan Douglas. Earning line was Jeremy Lane, and tremendous power off the bat of Dylan Douglas.
Yeah. Dylan is feeling it now. We see him shaking his head. He is feeling it now. Maybe that was the ball. Maybe that was the shot that he needed to spark something back in him. We know what he can do.
Yes, it's a similar delivery to what he bowled that first time. But before Dylan Douglas, he was advancing down the track, and this occasion he decides to wait on that slower delivery. Doesn't get all of it. The fielder runs in and puts him down. Unbelievable here. Davy and Barnum, they're looking for 2. Unfortunately, they won't get it. The new batter is Arnell Thomas. In the midst of all the confusion, Arnell Thomas walked out there. We didn't even notice Romel. Arnell Thomas, he's the new man in, and he has a finishing job to finish for his team. Finishing job to do for his team, rather.
Yeah, Southern Breakers, they would be a little bit upset that Dylan was just dropped. Not the easiest of chances, but a chance nonetheless that should have been taken, especially given the fact that it was a chance given by Dylan Douglas, and we all know how destructive he is. Arnell Thomas will have to show his wares here now.
Short delivery, played into that gap. Oh my goodness me. My goodness, Romel Currency. That was very poor fielding from Davian Barnum. He dropped a catch, probably still playing in his mind. He went down long barrier style, as they teach you in primary school, and it passes to his legs.
Yeah, that was poor. Jeremy Lane, he bowled an excellent delivery. He bowled to his field as he has been doing all along. He was able to get a chance. Now, a ball passes through the legs of the field at long on. 4 runs. Saltpump Breakers.
Short delivery, they look for a run, easy run out there. They had to look for the single there. They had no choice. And Dylan Douglas goes back for 37 off 21. You might say he struggled a bit throughout this innings, given how he goes in this tournament. But nevertheless, he made 37, contributed 37 for his team, and run out 120 for 4. 2 balls remaining.
But I'll tell you what, Stacey, there's one ball is actually remaining. 120 is not really a bad score. It is very much defendable. It is very, very much defendable. the Salpan Breakers, I'm sure, would be kicking themselves because they really did make a lot of blunders while they were on the field. And they would have been saying to themselves, hey, maybe we should actually have been chasing a score of 110 or 111. You never know.
That's true. Curtin Lavier, he just has to swing for the hills, Romel Currency. 1 ball to deliver a 6 for his team. But the man, Jeremy Laney, hasn't bowled a bad over, a bit of unforced error in the field. Down the ground he goes, he top edges this one. A lot of height on that, doesn't get the distance, they come back for 2. The umpire will send this upstairs. We'll see if he made his ground shortly. But Jeremy Lane, in the midst of all this, he hasn't bowled a bad over. Apart from that one that was swung away for 6, he hasn't bowled a bad over. It's just been some misfields and that drop catch as well. So, seem to have just made his ground. Seem to have just made his ground. So the score will be 122. The Salpan Breakers, they'll need 123. Romel, give me your thoughts.
Well, it's not going to be a walk in the park for sure. They need Senna Lambros to fire. They really do need him to fire. The Salpan Breakers, they depended quite a bit on the innings from Dylan Johnson. They didn't get much from Ryan John or any of the other batters really. So they really do need Sunil Ambrose to fire as the captain. You know what he can do. The hikers, they will have to come good. Their bowling has not really been the best. And also, it's going to be interesting. Yeah, I really don't know which side is going to come out victorious here today. I really don't.
The third umpire was still deliberating there. So we'll just have to wait to see what their final decision was. It looked safe from our vantage point. Well, we have to wait to see if it's a green light or a red light shortly. Did it come up there, Romel? Was it a green light or a red light? We're still waiting. Yes, green light. So 122 runs on the board. The last three hikers. I don't think that's the score they would have had in mind when they were sent in to bat. However, they have 123 runs on the board, runs to defend. We'll take a short break. At this point in time, it'll be an Island Sips innings break. And when we come back, the Salpan Breakers will be in pursuit of 123 runs. So stay tuned.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket. Hey, everybody go. Let's go! It's cricket. VPL Cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL Cricket. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see every bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, dog in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. On fire, what you say? Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
ITFX. Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No, this is fast.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire what you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers.
Hi guys.
Diver. Rangers.
Breakers.
Strikers.
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
That was fast. No. This is fast.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire what you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers.
Hi guys.
Diver. Rangers.
Breakers.
Strikers.
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming now. Hey, we will see how we pro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala, down in the middle. Cricket, cricket, cricket.
Welcome back, everyone, to the lovely Annisville Cricket Ground in the gem of the Antilles, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I am Stacey Ann Adams, and the last Super Hikers were able to put on 122 runs on the board, and the Salt Pond Breakers, they are about to chase this down. I am here with Rumel Currency, former Windward Islands cricketer, and his brother Sunil Ambris, more than likely, will be taking first strike along with Kadi and Ned. Your thoughts on this chase, Rumel?
Well, it's certainly going to be an interesting chase. Salt Pond Breakers, they're going to back themselves. They have Sunil Ambris, who has not really come to the party, but we all know what he can do. Kadi and Ned, I think he scored a very useful 50 in the first game. Kadeem Aline, he has the potential to hit the ball very far. Ryan John, a very, very good all-rounder playing for the Volcano franchise. And we saw what Dillon Johnson was able to do in the last game, hitting a magnificent 54. So it is really going to be a close one. The bowling of Lassofer Hikers, Otney Lewis has not been at his best of late. Larry Edwards, he has always been good. Ryan Williams, he bowled excellently well in the last game and allowed his team to cross over the bridge. Dillon Douglas, some nice off breaks, but nothing too threatening, I would say. And Jonathan Carter, he travelled in the last game, but he was able to deliver in the end. So the bowling not the best bowling you would say, And the Botanical Gardens, not the Botanical Gardens, sorry, the Salt Pond Breakers, they should be confident. They really should be confident.
Yes, we've seen much higher scores by the last Super Hikers, just being, some close encounters with the other teams. So their bowling is definitely going to be tested here today, Romel. For the Salt Pond Breakers, it'll be a case of if their top order can fire today. I mean, their middle order have done bulk of their work throughout this innings, this tournament rather. So it'll be left to be seen if Kadi and Ned, he scored a 52 in his first knock. He hasn't done anything so far after that knock. So let's see what he brings to the table, along with Captain Sunil Ambris, searching for some form in this tournament. Larry Edward, the man you mentioned, who bowled well in the last game. He has the ball in hand, and he'll be facing up to left-hander Kadi and Ned. Immediately taking it away from him, but it's a wide to start. So the Salt Pond Breakers, they get off the mark with 1 run from a wide. It's closer to him on that occasion. They won't try for 2. Ryan Williams cleans up.
Excellent bowling so far by the Hikers. Good field placing. I think Captain Maloney has decided to go in a similar vein as Sunil did when he was on the field. He knows how the wind can be a major factor here, so he has set the field accordingly. For the left-hander, he had deep mid-wicket out and long on, and bowling a line where the batter more or less would have to try to get over the larger side of the boundary.
Sunil Ambris is going to take strike. Tries to sweep this one off his pads. He had the line for it. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to put it away.
Interesting feel here employed by Larry Edwards to Sunil Ambris. Nobody on the boundary, on the offside. There is a deep mid-wicket and a long on, however.
Again, straying in line is Larry Edward, and this one is 5 runs. Sunil Ambris looking to sweep, he misses it, but 5 runs for his team.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. Larry Edwards just missing his line a little bit, trying to go extremely full at Sunil and fast, but angling it down. The ball is not going to turn so much, especially when you're bowling at that pace.
Seems like he's trying to keep it as close to the batter as possible. which is straight down the leg side. Terrific hit there off the bat of Captain Sunil Ambris on the roof of the Michael Finley stand to open his account. High run maximum.
Yeah, that was beautifully done. He got low on it. He watched it all the way. There was a lot of air miles there. At one point we thought, hey, maybe that wasn't going over. But we all know how it is here at Annisville playing field. A beautiful shot. Larry Edwards here in for a bit of pressure early on from Sunil Ambris with 13 from the first 3 deliveries.
Yeah, he was trying to stay away from the arc of Sunil Ambris. He was too wide a delivery before. This time he tries to get it straighter. However, it was right in the slot. And Ambris made no mistake of putting that away. runs, 3 balls bowled in this first over so far. Shorter delivery in the gap. High run smashing 4 off the bat of Sunil Ambris. He looks like a man that means business today, Romel.
Yeah, that was well placed. He gave himself room. He got back deep into the crease and allowed himself that room to pull that ball just to the left of deep mid wicket. Well played by Sunil Ambris.
This one is in the air and over Dylan Douglas, an attempt, a leaping Dylan Douglas. A good attempt from him. Unfortunately, just tipping it over the rope. Another high run maximum.
Yeah, Sunil Ambris, but Dylan Douglas seems to be down on the boundary. I don't know if he may have hurt himself. It seems so. He was pretty close to the rope. That ball did travel. It was pretty much tempting. It was a good shot by Sunil Ambris. But I think he mistimed it just a little bit, as you can see here from the replay. He didn't get all of it, so his hand was in his mouth. He was a bit scared. His foot was in his mouth, really. But the ball was able to travel for 6, and there you see Dylan falling down and hurting his arm, it seems, or his leg, from what I'm seeing now. We just hope that he is okay. He does have quite a bit to offer this tournament here. The Hikers wouldn't want to do without him at all. He is one of the fastest and most efficient fielders in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So if he were to go off the field, that would certainly be a big miss. And of course, he bowls his off spin.
Yes, and he jumped pretty high there, trying to get that one. Unfortunately, it had enough distance on it from Sunil Ambris, so he wasn't able to go straight to hand. But a brilliant effort from the young man. He'll always give his all. He'll always give it his all in the field. And on that attempt there, just hurting himself as he came down. The Lassifree Hikers, they all rushed to him. The umpires, they're all there as well. He's a very important man. He's a very important man to their chances of retaking the championship. So they'll be hoping that he's okay. I know he's a tough young man, but it seems like he's in some pain here, Romel.
Yeah, he is struggling. The physio brought out the magic spray. He applied it. Let's see if the magic spray is indeed magical.
He's up. Looks like he's ready for action again. Looks like they're changing him. They're putting him in the circle. And Ryan Williams is on that boundary rope. A taller man, Ryan. So Dylan is up. The fans, the Lassifree Hikers fans, they'll be happy about that. But 23 runs are 5 deliveries in this over for so far. Sunil Ambris and the Salt Pan Breakers, they aren't messing around in pursuit of this target of 123.
Yeah, excellent start here by the Salt and Breakers. They still have one more delivery, as you said, to go, Stacey. Sunil Ambris, he hasn't had the best of starts in this tournament. He would look, I would say, to ensure that he plays out this delivery, or he might go for the attacking option. He still might be up. He might be feeling as though he has the ability to destroy Larry Edwards. But he is very vital to the Saltburn Breakers, so he would want to ensure that he sees his team all the way to the end here.
Yeah, he has 16 off 4, but he hasn't hit a shot out of anger. He used the crease well on one occasion, and he's timing it well. His timing has been exceptional so far. Romel, 1 ball to go in this over. Cross him this time. Going with the angle was Sunil on that occasion, but a dot ball to finish from Larry Edward.
Yeah, good over for the Saltburn Breakers. Sunil Ambrose, well, he lasted all but 2 balls in the last game that he played, so he should be happy now going into the second over. It'll be interesting to see what the Hikers started, because we saw how effective pace was for the Saltburn Breakers when they bowled, but we know what the Hikers have in terms of their bowling options, so I don't think they have that. They do have Ryan Williams, who can bowl a bit of medium pace, so they may have to just continue with Otney Lewis as it seems there right now.
Yes, I think one of the problems for the Lassifrey Hikers, as Otney Lewis is introduced into the attack, he's usually their man in the power play. One of the issues for the Lassifrey Hikers compared to last year is Ryan Williams. He hasn't quite got it right this tournament. Last year he was the leading wicket taker. He was quite effective. This year he hasn't quite got it right, and I think it's hurting the Lassifrey Hikers bowling attack. I mean, they've lost 1 game, but the way the teams have gone about chasing to them, it's almost as if really no target is safe, but they know how to win. They're a team that has won 3 championships. So let's see how Otney Lewis goes about this first over. This one is in the air, falling just short, and there's an attempt for run out, and it's an overthrow. A poor bit of fielding there from the man at short cover. I mean, he did try to throw down the stumps, but there was nobody close backing up. But the ball went in the air. It was in the air for a little bit, but it wasn't able to go to hand there, Romel.
Yeah, Kadir is going to play one way. The only way he knows, he's going to try to go at every single delivery. That's how he has played throughout his time here in the VPL. Sunil, on the other hand, might be a little bit more circumspect, but given that first over, his tail would be up. He would feel confident batting against Otney Lewis. Otney Lewis obviously bowling off spin, but we have seen throughout the tournament his balls tend to drift away from the right-hander slightly.
Tries to help this one along the fine leg area, but goes straight to the man. How is he against off-spin bowling, Romel? It's your brother. Can tell us more about that after this delivery. This one is fine again. Excellent fielding there by Arnold Thomas, is it? Definitely saved the boundary on that occasion. If they are to overhaul this target, they need all that and more. If they're not picking up the wickets, they need to stop as many runs as possible in the field.
Yeah, that was an excellent save there. Excellent save. That certainly was going to be 4 runs.
Quicker delivery there. Kadir Ned looking to go across. The off spinner.
That is Kadir Ned's role in this team. He has to go at everything. That is how he knows how to play. That's the only how he can play.
Slower through the air. And that's what you get from Otney Lewis. The variations in his pace. Ball, he darted one in before, and then he decided to just slow things down to Kadir Ned.
An excellent over so far from Otney Lewis. Only 3 runs coming from it. Final delivery to go. Predominantly a dominant onside field.
Couldn't get a hold of it on that occasion. And that's a good over. After the first over went for 23, that over only went for 3. So a recovery of sorts for the Lassifrey Hikers off the back of Otney Lewis. But he is their man, as I mentioned before. After him, who can they look to bowl those pertinent middle overs?
Well, we are seeing Ryan Williams at the crease now, so we can pretty much assume that he is going to bowl the third over. Larry Edwards didn't have the best of start. They do have Andrew Hunt. He went for a bit of runs in the last game. Dylan Douglas, as we know, can bowl off spin. And finally you have Jonathan Carter, who bowls medium pace. So their bowling really lacks that firepower, save and except Ryan Williams, and he himself, as we established, is a medium pacer, but he can still bowl the odd bumper. He'll be bowling first up to Kadir Ned, who we know is not going to try to slow down at all. He's going to look to hit every single ball he faces. But hikers will be wishing things go their way, because as you know, with T10, you really do need that bit of luck when you're in the field of play. You really do.
Yes, it's just 12 runs and over, and I say just because in this tournament we have seen upwards of 20 runs being scored on some overs. Ryan Williams, he has a chance to redeem himself. He hasn't been his best self in this tournament so far compared to last year. He has a chance here to put his hand up for his captain and just display what he's capable of. He is capable of giving you those big overs, and his team will require that and more if they are to restrict this batting unit of the Salt Pan Breakers. It's a little break in play. Sunil Ambris came out there without a helmet, and he decided he's going to protect his head. That nice bald head of his. His brother is rocking something similar up here. So he got a helmet, and that's the reason why we had that short delay. Ryan Williams is getting his fields right. His field setting is important as well. Marvelous slower delivery there, deceiving Kadir Ned and Ryan Williams. Is this the Ryan Williams that the Lassivray Hikers met last year? Is he back to his ways? He strikes and bowls Kadir Ned.
Well, I'll tell you what, Stacey, the last game he played, he bowled 2 overs for 14 runs with a run score of 7. He was the most economical bowler for his team. He came on he came on in the third over, I think it was, and he bowled exceptionally well. He should be confident now, and he has started brilliantly. He really has started. That was a brilliant Yorker first. The field was set really for short bowling, as Sunil did when Ryan John was bowling. They had a long leg, and they had a deep backward square. So I don't know if Kadir Ned may have thought that, hey, Ryan John is going to come on to bowl, and he's going to bowl short. That may have been his mindset. But he's back in the showers now.
I'd like to see that replay again. I call it a slower delivery, just because it seems as if Kadir Ned was unsure. Let's just have a look at the replay. Yeah. Not a great replay coming through there, but yeah, so here's the delivery. Let's just see what happened there. Right in the block hole. It was an in-ducker. From Ryan Williams. It looked as if it was going to be a full one. However, it just tipped at that last minute. So a change of pace there. So a good start from Ryan Williams. And this is really what he's known for, especially at the back end. He uses his pace really well. The new man, Kadim Aline, has entered the wicket with his captain, Sunil Ambris. He got out early yesterday, so he'll be looking to come back. He started well in the tournament so far with the bat. He'll be facing up to Ryan Williams, sorry. Sunil Ambris wants to get on strike. He's been hitting them well. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, he really wants to get on strike. The last over, he hit a couple, could have gone to the boundary, save for the balls finding the fielders, so he should be feeling confident. That ball came off well off the bat of Kadim, so he should feel a little bit of confidence from that delivery faced.
Down the wicket. Doesn't get all of it. An inside edge. An attempted run out there. Is that Dylan Douglas? Surprised that they took a run to him. No, it's not Dylan Douglas. It's O'Neill Thomas. Feeling on that fine leg boundary. In a circle, in a fine leg circle. So Sunil Ambrose is back on strike. He wanted the strike. He's now back on strike. He really wants to make a statement here for his team. He hasn't got the runs to back him up so far in this tournament. He's shown glimpses of what he can do. So he's looking to press on the accelerator here. Too short, dispatched. Can't bowl those sorts of deliveries. Should be an infraction to bowl that shot on these types of surfaces, Romel.
Yeah, he was waiting for it. He was set and waiting for it. You saw his position before the ball was bowled. He had in his mind that anything that came close, he was going to murder it. Look at it. He waited on it and he pulled it. Beautifully executed.
Yes, Ambrose seems to mean business today. He's 23 of 9 deliveries. He wants to give his team that good start. They need 90 or 44 more deliveries. Changing the field. We're bringing that mid-wicket straighter, closer to that long off. It appears as if they're also bringing in that long on into the circle. And they're sending back the fine leg. So an interesting field setting here. Wonder if he's looking to go short. It's a very bad delivery and it's been dealt with accordingly. A high full toss greeted with a high run maximum.
Yeah, that was an attempted double bluff by Ryan Williams. He set the field, he sent back his fine leg to the boundary, had deep mid-wicket, making Sunil, well, he thought he would have made Sunil believe that he was going to bowl short, but Sunil was able to capitalize on the full delivery by Ryan Williams. But to give credit to Ryan Williams, he did execute 2 beautiful Yorkers after, so she shouldn't feel too daunted by that delivery.
One more ball to close things out. Inside edge into his boot. He admonishes himself, thought he should have done better with that delivery. And luckily, Ryan John ends the over with a dot ball. Salt Pond Breakers, they race up to 39 for 1 in 3 overs.
Yeah, the Salt Pond Breakers should feel like the team ahead here. Kadim Alin, he has just faced 2 deliveries, but Sunil Ambrose, he has 29, having faced 11 deliveries.
Yes, at this point in time, we are going to join Miss Benava Brown. She's somewhere in the crowd. And she.
Hi, I'm here with no stranger to VPL Cricket. Commissioner, how are you today?
I'm good. I'm somewhat comfortable. My team batted the score that they made. I'm relatively comfortable with that. I would have preferred another 15 more runs, but I am satisfied that my team would be able to defend that score that they made.
By my team, you mean the Hikers?
Hikers, yeah. Hikers all the way, from 19 long time.
How has the vibes been at VPL so far?
Very, very good. The games are very competitive. So a lot of good shots, good bowling, and I really, really, really like the crowd support as well. So the vibe is very, very good.
And if
we're back live. A Hikers fan there. Anthony Lewis continues a quick singular mix-up.
The Hikers today.
Well, we have good bowlers and we cannot just fall. The captain, Maloney, he's very astute and I expect him to lead the team from in front. So.
Thank you so much. Back to you.
Yes, the Hikers fan calling for a wicket. He believed in his team. And a mix-up, a miscommunication between the 2 batters, and Kadim Aline pays the price.
Yeah, that was a terrible mix-up. The ball went quickly, very, very quickly to the man at short fine leg, and it was too late. As long as he collected it cleanly, which he did, he delivered a perfect throw over the stumps, and it was too late. It was all lights out for Kadim Ali. Suddenly now, I'm sure, would feel that he really has to stay and bat to give immense to that call, because it was his call at the end of the day. But there was a big miscommunication there.
Yes, that miscommunication. It is something I mentioned at the beginning of the tournament. You have to look out for this sort of miscommunication, especially with teams that has a lot of new players included. However, the Salt Pond Breakers, they're one of few teams that have sort of kept the same group of guys together. So a terrible mix-up there between the captain and Kadim Ali, and he paid the price in the end. Anthony Lewis finishing things off in his spell. He has 5 deliveries remaining in his spell for the last 3 hikers. So Ryan John showing him some respect.
Excellent going by Anthony Lewis so far. As you said, he has only conceded 3 runs, and he has delivered 8 deliveries, golden deliveries you call them.
Oh, that was very close.
Yeah. Anthony is feeling it. Oh, that's the delivery I was talking about. He tends to get the ball to drift away. He doesn't really turn it in when he bowls a new ball, as is expected, really.
This one not getting up as much. Ryan John was on the back foot. But he is really good at deceiving the batters with his pace variations, Romel. That's why he's a touch above the rest. And he has good height as well. So he uses his height really well.
Yep, excellent going so far. Still in the power play.
Quicker. And he's chopped it on the big wicket of Sunil Ambrose. The captain deciding to bring back Otney to finish things off. And he picks up the prize wicket of the man that was going beautifully for the Salt Pond Breakers. And again, the Salt Pond Breakers, their top order, cannot finish things off for them.
Oh, excellent going. Excellent going here by Otney Lewis. He has picked his spot. He has owned that spot, and he has stuck to that spot, and he was able to reap the excellent reward of the wicket of Sunil Ambrose. The Salt Pond Breakers, they now would feel like they really do have a big task ahead of them. The hikers, of course, would be exuberant because Sunil Ambrose was the one who really was pushing the score for the Salt Pond Breakers. But here we go. In come Dillon Johnson.
It's Dillon Johnson. Yesterday, he was the man that held his team's innings together. Ryan John is still there. He's very capable with the bat. But Dillon Johnson, he only plays one way. I don't know if we'll see a different Dillon Johnson today. I don't think a different Dillon Johnson is required. They now need 83 of 37 deliveries. And one might think that the hikers are in the driving seat with those 3 wickets. But I believe that they need to bowl out this team in order to be victorious.
Yeah, a lot depends on this partnership. What you can guarantee is that these 2 players are not really going to play for any singles, especially Dillon Johnson. He only knows how to play one way, and we saw an excellent example of that in the last game when he was able to crack a magnificent half century. So Dillon Johnson, a lot will be, like I said, depend on him and Ryan John from here on now.
Last ball in Otney Lewis's spell. Down the ground goes Dillon Johnson, and this is a terrific hit as it just passes the man, Dylan Douglas, at that mid-wicket area. And Dillon Johnson, he's just continuing from where he left off yesterday.
Yeah, it teased him. He was almost there. That is what the fielder was saying. He was on the boundary. He was waiting for it. But Dillon Johnson, his power, didn't time it too well. But he continued from where he left off. And he was able to just get it over the field at the mid-wicket. Excellent shot for 6.
Yes, oh, how they would have wanted that wicket, the hikers. And then they would have feel like they're firm favourites in this competition. They're 46 for 3 at the end of the power play. They require 77 more runs from 6 overs. Dylan Johnson, he's 6 of 1. Ryan John, he's 1 of 3 deliveries.
Well, they've taken a chance here, but they've brought back Larry Edwards. He was quite expensive in his first over. Larry Edwards, he has the propensity to take wickets, as we know. The Ryan John, he hasn't batted a lot of deliveries, so he would not really have the measure of the wicket just yet. So that is why it is important now for Larry Edwards to be on target here to the Saltburn Breakers. Dylan Johnson, yes, hit 1 ball for 6. He's batting on the confidence, on the back of the confidence he gained from the last game.
Tugs it down to Dylan Douglas. It's a field set that is dissimilar to what we saw the Saltburn Breakers had employed to the right-handed batter when the left-arm spinner was bowling. They had those 3 fielders on the onside boundary really close to each other. But we saw just before when Larry Edward was bowling to Ryan John, the field was more spread on that side. So quite dissimilar from the way Saltburn Breakers operated. Dylan Johnson, he's in the attack. He's about to face his first delivery from Larry Edward. Sorry. Gives himself room. Doesn't get a hold of it.
Yeah, it's exciting stuff. Dylan is definitely going to back himself. He gave himself room, as you said, trying to maximize the leverage that he has with the length of his arms and bat. Larry Edwards, of course, will have to back himself to keep Dylan quiet.
Short delivery. Punch down to that man there, Desron. Captain Desron on the boundary. Cleans up. These singles won't hurt the Lassifree Hikers too much, but they'll still want to pick up one of these 2 batters, or probably 2 of them, if they are to think that they are to get a victory in this matchup.
And tell you what, if they don't get a wicket, they lose.
Calls for a wicket. This one is high in the air. Someone's got to take it, and it's taken by the safe big hands of the keeper, Jahil Walters, and Larry Edwards signals to the dressing room. He has got his man. An important breakthrough there for the Hikers.
Yeah, that was a massive, massive blow inflicted by the Lassifree Hikers. Larry Edwards, Dylan Johnson, his eyes lit up. The ball wasn't there, but he stretched. Larry slowed it up and he got that top edge, and the keeper was able to take an easy catch in the end. Although 3 players converged on it, the keeper was in the end able to take a simple catch.
If I was a Lassifree Hikers fan, I would have been so nervous. The way those 3 fielders converged to collect that catch. There was absolutely no communication. No one said mine. Communication is very important. It's a very important aspect of cricket, whether you're running between the wickets or whether you're fielding. We didn't see clear communication there. And luckily it was of no consequence in the end as Jahil Walters collected it safely. But my goodness, 3 fielders, they all had their hands out, hands in the air. Jahil Walters got there in the end.
I can tell you what, right? When you're on the field of play and a ball goes into the air, high in the sky, and an important batter is batting, the nerves sometimes hits you. You don't hear anything. You really don't hear anything. You're just fully concentrated on the ball above, try to ensure that you take that catch.
And that's exactly what it was. They saw how destructive Dylan Johnson was yesterday, and they were saying to themselves, we have to get this wicket. So all 3 of them went to it. I tell you what, if it had bubbled out of Jahil Walters' hand, he had ample protection. So Larry Edward searching for another wicket. I'm sure he has 2 more deliveries to get another breakthrough for his team. And he does so successfully. He's now on a hat-trick. Ricardo Williams, the man with the highest strike rate, and they are now going to see the highest strike rate, I should say, in last year's tournament. They are now going to see the back of him. Larry Edward, double strike for the Lassifree Hikers.
Yeah, that was really well bowled by Larry Edwards. He slowed it up, really. He bowled it very slowly. That was a lazy shot, on the other hand, by Ricardo. he didn't really get out with enthusiasm of sort. Look at it here. Look at the replay. He slowed it up for him. Tempting shot. Oh, beautifully bowled by Larry Edwards.
Yes, he slowed it up and he just turned away. Right-hander. Larry Carver Williams decided to go through with the shot. He didn't power it as much. He couldn't get his hands to get his power in that shot. And an easy catch to Curtin Lavier. There, the last Super Hikers definitely holding on to their chances. And they'll need to do just that. I spoke about it before the build-up, before the game started. The Salt Pond Breakers, their top order, has not really fired in this competition. I said that they'll need their top order to fire in this matchup to the last Super Hikers. They are now 5 wickets down. Ryan John is still at the crease. Very important. He's a very important man. Don't take your eye off him if you're a Salt Pond Breakers fan or if you're a Last Super Hikers fan. This is the man that they'll need to get, or else they need to keep picking up wickets at the other end. Jeremy Lane has entered into the fray. He has 1 ball to face, and Larry Edward is on a hat-trick.
Yeah. They really are struggling here, the Salt Pond Breakers.
Darting it into the pads, but it just goes down. So hat-trick evaded, but by a wide.
Ryan John will have to play out of his skin to pull this off.
This one is high. It doesn't have the distance. Somebody's getting under it, and Dylan Douglas will not put that down. Larry Edward wasn't able to get the hat-trick because he bowled a wide delivery before. However, a magnificent final over from Larry Edward. 3 wickets for his team, and my oh my, the Salt Pond Breakers are in some trouble here.
They really are in trouble. But what a turnaround by Larry Edwards. He went for 23 runs in his first over. 23. And now he has come back. He has taken 3 wickets just for 4 runs. A beautiful comeback. The last of Ferrari, because they are falling apart. They have now Cian Sween joining Ryan John. Ryan John, I'm sure, will have to perform quite a miracle here to get them over the wing. Not impossible at all, because we know what he can do. Cian Sween can hit the ball as well, but this is a different level of cricket you're talking about. They have 5 overs remaining. They have to get 123 runs is the target. That's quite a long way away. I don't know if Cian Sween and Ryan Edwards together have the experience to pull that sort of victory off.
Well, these two in the second match for the Salt Pond Breakers, they were I think 40 for 4, and these two came together and had a formidable partnership of 60, I think it was 62. I don't know if my stats are correct here, but they had a formidable partnership that dug the Salt Pond Breakers out of trouble. Can they replicate that here today?
Well, they have no choice, really. They really don't have any choice. They don't want to get in a rut because the Salt Pond Breakers, they lost their first game, and losing can become a habit. I think they're going to be without their talisman in Sonny Lambers a little later down in the tournament, because he has to go to, I think, Antigua to participate in a West Indies Try series there. So they will be without him, and definitely they would want as much wins under their belt to ensure that there is a place in the semi-finals for them.
Well, at this point in time, the Hikers seem to be the more comfortable team, but the dangerous Ryan John looms, and Cian Sween, he's quite capable. They need 73 more runs in just 30 deliveries, and Curtin Lavier, he's about to have a bowl. So wide delivery to start. Don't want to be giving away runs at this point in time. You have them on the back foot. You have to keep them on the back foot, because as much as you have started well in your bowling innings, you need to finish things off well also.
Yeah, you're right, Stacey. You really are right. Larry Edwards has finished. Ryan Williams, I think he has one more over. He bowled an excellent over.
Down the ground, trying to put the bowler off, and he does so successfully. As he picks up, we wait for the call. It looks as if it just traveled over the rope. And the man we just spoke about, Ryan Williams, attempting a dive there. He has one more very important over for his team. He seems to be in some trouble, Romel.
Well, I hope he's okay. It was a very good shot by Ryan John. He tried to ensure that he got it straight, and he got it straight enough. Ryan Williams, as we know, he doesn't really drop catches. If he had a hand to it, you almost guaranteed that he would have taken it off. He would have seemed to have hurt himself there, judging from the replay. I hope that he's okay. Well, he's up now, so that's a good sign.
Yes, it's been signal 4. He was just too wide. He wasn't straight enough. He made a valiant effort, but he wasn't able to cut it off. The young man, Ryan Williams, getting some attention now from the physio. The physio has been busy today. He's been busy all tournament. A lot of players, they're putting their body on the lines, and you'll expect that in this sort of competition. So, 5 runs off 1 delivery. The first delivery, it was a wide. Second ball, 4. Where is Curtin Lavier going to bowl his next 5 overs to Ryan John? That's a very important question. The way the field is set, you think that he should be operating at some, maybe he's going to bowl some slower deliveries, because I don't think he has the pace to really pound it in to cause trouble to a man of such height as Ryan John. But it's left to be seen the way the field is set. They have 4 fielders lurking on the onside boundary. Fine leg, square leg, mid-wicket, and that fielder at the long on boundary as well. Ryan John seems to be in some trouble. He went off. Ryan Williams, sorry. One is hit in the vacant area. I don't think the fielder can cut it off. Another high run smashing 4 off the bat of Ryan John.
I tell you what, this outfield is lightning fast. It's lightning fast. Lavier will have to be careful here, because Hikers now, they're in the ascendancy. He does not want to lose it from here on in. He has bowled 2 legal deliveries, 4 runs, so he really has to be careful the lines and lengths that he bowls here, because if Ryan John gets into a groove, we saw what he can do before. We know what he can do. He has to be careful.
Down the ground, they look for 2. I don't think it'll be on. So he gets him off strike, and I think that's a good result. A good result depending on how he bowls to Sion Sween, because Sion Sween is quite capable with the bat. So if he pitches it up, he has the power to clear that big side.
Yeah, Sion Sween definitely has the power to clear that big side. How he plays from here on in, but it's left to be seen, because normally he would come in a little bit later in the innings where he can really give it a whack. Oh, there's a no ball here, Stacey.
I just
there's a no ball here.
The finish.
There's a free hit here.
The finish is important. And after such a brilliant over from Larry Edward picking up those 3 wickets, the follow-up over hasn't been good so far. Good delivery. Luckily, he gets out of that free hit with just a single. But the follow-up over hasn't been good so far. 12 runs has come off this over. Just 3 deliveries bowled.
Yeah, he has to be careful. He has to be very, very careful here. But I like the line that he bowled to Sion Sween. I think he should be employing that sort of line more frequently, because once he continues along that line, he will be forcing the right-handed Ryan John to hit to the larger side of the field and against the wind.
So wide delivery, and an unforced error. It goes for 4. It is now 5 runs off that ball. And I don't want to keep checking here, but this over has really made the over before looked as if it didn't happen. Romel Currency.
Yeah, that was a bit of poor work from the bowler. Jahil really should have done a little bit better than that. He really should have gotten something behind it. But Lavier really has to get his radar correct here. He must.
Full delivery in his swinging arc. Doesn't make contact, but they pick up 2 easy runs. Excellent running by this pair.
Yeah, that was excellent running. Big landscape. Big field on the onside.
If I'm correct, I don't think Curtin Lavier has bowled an over in this tournament so far. Big call from Desron Maloney deciding to bowl him just after that excellent over. He has players like Jonathan Carter he hasn't turned to as yet. Dylan Douglas also. Andre Hunt, I don't know if he's in this 11 today. I'll continue after this. On his pads, another wide delivery. Another wide delivery. So I'm surprised. Now, Andre Hunt is out, so I'm surprised that he decided to go with Curtin Lavier after that over. One would think that you'd want to put pressure on the batting side and try and pick up that key wicket of Ryan John. It's a better delivery there, lack of pace going through to the keeper. So he needs to finish well, Curtin Lavier.
Well, they're pretty much neck and neck when you look at the current run rate. Lassafari Hikers are going at 12. The required run rate is just over 12. Ryan John, I believe, would have batted enough deliveries so that we can consider him well set, given the format we're dealing with.
Yeah, really not good bowling there. A tremendous hit of the bat of Ryan John to finish the over with a high run maximum.
That was a beautiful shot by Ryan John. He didn't try to overhit it at all. It was almost like a flick on his front foot. Look at that. Beautifully executed. He almost teased the player at the mid-wicket. He teased him. Look at it. Oh, maybe he just needed to get back just a little bit more on the boundary to get a chance for that. But it was exceptionally done by Ryan John. Beautiful hit over the deep mid-wicket boundary for 6.
26 runs came off that over. 26 runs came off that over from Curtin Lavier. Will Desron Maloney live to regret that decision? We'll know about that shortly. We have 4 overs to go. They're 76 for 6, and batting looked easy in that over for the Salt Pan Breakers. It's as if they just had one wicket down. They have 6 wickets down, and they managed to take 26 runs off that over.
Yep. Well, you have now Jonathan Carter. He went he went for a lot in the last game he played. Went for 33 runs, but he did bowl the last over for the Hikers in their last game, and he was able to bowl them to victory. Ryan John obviously will look to capitalize on Jonathan Carter here. He is a medium pacer. He's not known for being too fast. As we see Sian Swin deciding to bat without a helmet, I pretty much believe that Jonathan Carter might be tempted to slip in the odd bumper, because Sian Swin is not really known as a prodigious hooker of the delivery of balls. So let's see how it goes.
But it seems that the plan is to bowl wide of the batter, but with a fielder set, that is. It doesn't really say that he'll bowl that sort of line to his field. He has 2 fielders in the circle, on the onside, up on the onside, behind square, and the 2 men on the onside, on the boundary, that mid-wicket and that long on fielder.
It's really a general field, though. You have short third man. There is a short third man, a deep backward point, a deep cover, and a long off. But there is also a deep mid wicket and a long on, so he has to be bowling full.
It's full delivery, nicely played from Sian Sween. The hustle back for 2.
A good shot by Sian Sween, trying to make sure he presents a straight bat face to the ball, going down to long off. The captain Maloney making a slight misfeel and resulting in an extra run.
Down to the captain again. They're looking for 2. They're going to hustle back for 2. They make it easily in the end. Every run comes here at the Annisville Cricket Ground for the Salt Pan Breakers. They were up against it and over before, but after that over of 26 runs, things seem to have swung in the favor of the Salt Pan Breakers.
Still even Stevens, I would say. They're above the required run rate, yes, but we all know what one wicket can do. Ryan John heading back to the pavilion, that would spell disastrous for the Saltpan Breakers for sure.
Swing and a miss from Sion Sween. It's a good lines being employed here by Jonathan Carter.
Dot balls are golden.
And again, a frustrated Sion Sweens looks to launch this down the ground, unable to make contact.
Yeah, he was right there. He was kicking himself. He was right there. He was right in his arc.
Jonathan Carter, he's bowling that line that's kind of angling across the right-hander. I'm surprised that he has the third man in the boundary, in the circle. If anything edges and goes away, it'll be a certain boundary for the Saltpan Breakers. This time he connects. They look for two. Don't think it's on. Good fielding. Good hustle to the ball. Anthony Lewis.
I think you made an excellent point, Stacey, because from what I know of Sion Sween, he's not the type of player to get down on his knee and sweep you over his head or play a reverse sweep. He's more of a conventional player. So if I were the captain, I would have employed maybe, put another man from on the onside to the offside to protect that third man boundary.
Use of the crease there, he doesn't get hold of it. They look for two. Won't get it. Don't think they'll want to give a chance at this point in time. So, at the end of the over, a good over. Just 6 runs coming off it. 82 for 6. The Saltpan Breakers are 82 for 6 after 7 overs. They now need 41 of 18 deliveries. I had a look at the Saltpan, the Lasufre Hikers lineup. And I wonder if Curtin Lavier is in their bowling plans. I believe he is. Andre Hunt, he's not a member of the team today. And Curtin Lavier, he bowled that over. They have 3 more overs that they need to bowl. Ryan Williams, he's coming back to bowl 1 now. We know that the man Jonathan Carter, he'll bowl another. So the question is, who is going to bowl that last over?
That's a good question, but I'm happy to see Ryan Williams back in the attack. A while ago, he had that little incident that caused him to go off the field, so I'm happy that he is ready and waiting to bowl. He has come on from the other end of the wicket. Hopefully, from the field setting, we see that the plan might be for to force Ryan John to hit on the onside, which we have established is the much larger side of the field today, especially when a right-hander is batting from this end.
This is an important over in the context of the game. Ryan Williams, he'll be looking for a wicket to Ryan John. Was it outside the off stump? Wide will be signaled by Colin Graves. I'm not sure if that's the line he wants to be bowling here. Doesn't have a turn man back. Certainly doesn't have the field set to be bowling that wide of the batter. So I'm not sure. I think he made an error on that occasion. Luckily, it was just a wide. It's a wide, but he didn't pay the price of collecting a boundary. Down the ground with power. Nobody moves. Just the fielder at long off to retrieve that.
I tell you what, that was hit with disdain. With rank disdain. That sounded like a shot from a gun. Beautifully executed from Ryan John. Look at that. Had a strong base and he murdered it.
It's Ryan Williams. He has to come back in this over for his team. I think this is the most important over that we'll see bowled here today in the last Super Hikers bowling innings. This over will determine the game. In my opinion, this over will determine the game. So Ryan Williams has a false start. The batter isn't quite ready. He has to find a way to produce a good over here, or else I think we'll call it in favor of the Saltpan Breakers. He needs to remove the dangerous Ryan John. You don't bowl that. You cannot bowl that delivery. Too short. And that was a terrific hit from Ryan John, a high run maximum.
Beautifully played by Ryan John. He swiveled on it. It was as if he was expecting it. It was beautifully played. Look at him, setting up, waiting for the short delivery. And he just helped it along his way, miles over the boundary. Beautiful shot.
Ryan John just looks so calm at the wicket. He's just calm. He's just waiting on the bowlers to run into him. He doesn't seem fazed at all by the situation of the game. 11 runs off 2 balls in this over so far. The first delivery was a wide. Had a high run smashing 4. The next delivery and now a high run and then a high run maximum. A change in the field. So they're no longer going with that short ball plan. 2 fielders behind square. They're in the circle, fine leg and square leg. And now they've deployed fielders on that offside boundary. Better delivery there. No room to free his arms. He was looking to run it down, but he didn't get in position to do that.
Yeah, it was a decent plan, well executed, I would say, by Ryan Williams. He recognized that he needed to do something different. His first delivery is obviously one went for 4 and the other went for 6. So he chose to come from around the wicket to slant it across the batter, play into the offside field, and he bowled it well. And Ryan John was only able to get 1, but now Sian Sween is on strike. You know what he can do once it is in his arc. He has the power, certainly, to get it over the boundary.
Hit with power down the ground. Just a single, they look for 2, sloppy fielding. They come back for 2 and they get that easily.
Yeah, that was really excellent feeling there. For a minute, I thought Ryan John was in a bit of trouble, but the throw coming into the bowler was a bit off target, and Ryan John was able to get safely back in his crease.
It's a bad misfield resulting in 2. 27 or 14 deliveries. 2 balls remaining in this over. Across him, my word. He had to duck for cover there, Ryan John. That certainly saved him. Good reflexes on the part of Ryan John.
Yeah. This game is certainly heating up. 27 or 14 deliveries. I don't think the hikers ought to. Yes, they have to worry. It's inevitable that they will worry. But a 1 wicket here, especially the wicket of Ryan John, really could spell disaster for the last of 4 hikers. So not for the last 4 hikers, for the Saltburn Breakers, sorry.
And he's knocked him over. Ryan Williams picks up that important breakthrough for the Lassupre Hikers. And are they back in this contest, the Lassupre Hikers? Ryan John has been taken out with a beautifully executed Yorker by Ryan Williams.
Oh, look at that. Oh, that was perfect. That was perfectly bowled by young Ryan Williams. Perfectly bowled. He was hit for a 4 in the first delivery he bowled. The second delivery he bowled went for a magnificent 6 over the fine leg boundary. And now he was able to come back here with the most perfect of Yorkers to deliver almost a killer blow, I would say, for the Lassupre Hikers.
Yes, all the credit goes to the bowler there for that delivery. Ryan John expected Ryan Williams to bowl across him. But such is the intelligence of the young man. He decided, you know what? I am going to bowl as a Yorker to him because he's set up expecting that delivery to be across him. And he bowls a fuller delivery. Excellent execution from Ryan Williams. Marvelous thinking from Ryan Williams.
Well, it's Davian Barnum now in the crease. I don't think I've seen him much in the tournament. I think the last time he played, he was able to hit 1-6 and then he got out, if my memory serves me right. So he is quite capable of hitting 6s. Yes. Jonathan Carter is back. Sian Sween would definitely fancy himself against Jonathan Carter. He did face a couple of deliveries from him, so he should be pretty much aware of what Jonathan Carter has to offer.
Full ball, and this is a massive hit. Humongous. High run maximum. Misses his length there. Jonathan Carter and pays the price.
Beautiful hit by Sion Sween. Beautiful. Jonathan Carter, of course, a medium pacer. He bowled in his previous over. He bowled extremely well. I think he only got 6 runs from it. Bowling a nice length and line. But now, Sion Sween.
And back on that length that he was operating on in that previous over to Sion Sween. But too wide, says umpire Afran Bayam. He's still asking the question, but the decision has been made.
Yeah, I want to see that call. I want to see that call.
It looks like it was wide from my vantage point, to be honest.
I want to see that call. I want to see that replay. It's going to be a tight one. It's definitely going to be a tight one. Jonathan Carter was visually upset.
Carter needs to leave something for that last over for that bowler to defend. Across him, he connects this time. Maybe if he had left that, it probably would have been another wide.
The plan is clear here for Jonathan Carter. Wide of the crease. Wide of the right-handed batter. I don't think he's going to differ too much in terms of plans to Davian Barnum. He has just joined Sion Sween, but he will obviously look to emulate what Sion Sween did with the first delivery he faced in this over from Jonathan Carter.
This game is a hot one, Romel. It was promised to be that, and it's living up to its expectations. Across the line, he hits the fielder, and Sion Sween, oh my goodness! A miscommunication. And Sion Sween went through for the run, the ball hit him flush. And Sion Sween decides to run through. And he has been, well, I think, I'm not too sure. I think the umpires would have a check to see which one of the batters was run out. But it's a run out nonetheless. It's a wicket for the Lassivary Hikers. Let's have a look at the replay. Sion Sween has to go. I believe he's the man that will have to go. I don't think he made it back. I don't think he made it across the line there.
Well, the umpires will have to decide whether or not the batters crossed. It seems that Davian Barnum has been the one to judge the run out. So Sion, for the benefit of the Salt Pond Breakers, Sion Sween is still at the wicket. They have joining him the West Indies left arm spinner, who can hit the ball as well, Jamel Warrican. But a lot will have to be.
I think they need to have a closer look at this, to be honest. I think they need to have a closer look just to see if Sion Sween was able to cross over into that crease. I'm not too sure if he did. He wanted to get on strike. It's all part of game awareness here. Just need to see if his foot got down in time. Davian Barnum, he was out of the crease also. He didn't want to run, but Sion Sween, the man who has been hitting them well, thinks that he should remain in the wicket. And he tried to cross over. It's all part of game awareness, and we talk about it. We hear that term, game awareness, in cricket. Now you see a situation where Sion Sween, he was desperately trying to get back on strike. He believed that he was the man to turn things around for his team. So he tried to get on strike, and Davian Barnum, not aware of the plan, he wasn't running. And now we just wait to see which one of these batters would be a judged run-out.
Yeah, it was really poor cricket on the part of the Salt Pond Breakers. The umpires seem to have made a decision. Sion Sween is leaving the wicket now, and Davian Barnum is heading back to the wicket. Unfortunate there for the Salt Pond Breakers, but you never know. Davian Barnum, he can hit a long ball, so it's left to be seen what happens thereafter. He has with him.
Yes, he has to be the man to put his hand up. Sion Sween trying desperately, a desperate attempt by Sween to get back on strike. As he was hitting them well, he launched Jonathan Carter for a fast ball 6.
So he believed that he was the man, but Davian Barnum, he has a chance to be a hero for the Salt Pond Breakers. They need 18 of 9 deliveries. And still, the question looms of who is going to bowl that last over for the Lasufre Hikers. Of course, if Jonathan Carter is able to get out of this miserly in the end.
I don't think this is going to faze Barnum at all. He has to go. He has to take the chance. He has to try to capitalize on the bowling of Jonathan Carter.
This one is high, it's in the air, there's a fielder circling under it, and he takes an easy catch, and Davian Barnum, we speak about game awareness, Romel Currency, wasn't aware that previous delivery, Sion Sween, trying to get back on stride, was a judge run out. Davian Barnum did not move, and here he goes, he perishes to that wide line bowling, effective line from Jonathan Carter.
Yeah, it's lights out now. It's pretty much lights out now for the Salt Pond Breakers, Stacey. I can't see how they can get back from here. 1 wicket to go. Jamel Warwick, and he hasn't really had a hit in the tournament so far. Rashid is coming in at number 11. He hasn't had a hit at all in the tournament, so we don't know what he has to offer, but judging from his record in the local competition, I don't think there would be much to expect from his bat. But you never know, this is cricket, a game of glorious uncertainties. As long as they can get out of this Jonathan Carter, there are 2 balls remaining. If Jamel Warwick can somehow manage a 4 or 6, they still could come back and win. We have seen so many things happen here at the VPL. You never know. You really do never know.
Yes, you can't write the Salt Pond Breakers off just yet. We saw a match where the Explorers, they needed 16 off 1 over. And there was a wicket off the first ball, and after that, they managed to collect 16. So, definitely can't write anyone off yet in this competition. They do have the last wicket pair in right now. So, it's a question of how Jonathan Carter is going to finish for his team. Also, can he finish things off? Can he collect that last wicket? I don't think Desron Maloney will want to take it to that last over. Romel?
Well, of course, he would want to finish it now. Because you never know, like I said, the ball can come off the edge of a bad run for 4.
It's tense here, it's heating up here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. Jonathan Carter runs in. It's huge appeal. I think there was an inside edge there. So, attacking the stumps was Jonathan Carter on that occasion.
Yeah, he went for the juggler. He decided that he's going to attack the stump. The batter was Rashid. He was able to get an edge onto it and turn over the strike to Jamel Warwick. I know Jamel Warwick would fancy himself as a good enough hitter to bring the game home for the Salt Pond Breakers.
Across the stump. And I think this will be a high run smashing 4. He picks up an important boundary for his team. And they now need 13 of 6 deliveries.
Beautiful.
We are in for another grandstand finish here, ladies and gentlemen. Don't leave your seats. Don't turn off your TV sets. This is going to be a marvelous finish. 13 runs required from 6 overs. Captain Desron Maloney has a conundrum on his hand. Who is going to bowl that last over? And he goes to Curtin Lavier, who went for 26 runs in his first over.
Yeah. It was always going to be in my mind, Curtin Lavier, because Curtin Lavier now has to bowl to the right hand, and the right hander more often than not will try to hit on the onside. And the last over coming from where it is, the batters now will have to hit to the longer side of the boundary. And these we're talking about the number 10 and 11. We don't fully well know the capability of these batters to get the ball over the boundary. So I would go off on a limb and say that the Hikers very much is the team to back here today.
Curtin Lavier. The captain is showing faith in you, Curtin Lavier. You have to deliver for your team here. You're bowling to Rashid Fredericks. I don't know what sort of shots Rashid Fredericks has in his armory, but what I've seen in this tournament so far, you cannot write anyone off.
Lasufre Hikers need an edge here. They need an educated edge. There's a short throw, man. There's a man behind point. The men on the boundary, fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and a man on the sweeper cover. That's the feel here today. The captain has since changed the man on the fine leg boundary. He has brought in the man to 45. So there's a deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on, long off, and sweeper cover, Stacey.
Curtin Lavia runs in. Bowls a full delivery and it gets Jamel Warrican back in strike. I think this is the result that the Salt Pan Breakers would have been hoping for at the start of this over. Jamel Warrican seems to be a player. Seems like the umpires are checking. Oh my goodness me. The last Sufre Hikers fans have gone from joy to despair at this point in time as Curtin Lavia has made the mistake of overstepping. Dylan Douglas has not bowled an over. You also have young O.J. Matthews. I get why you wouldn't want to bowl your spinners, but I probably would have gone with Dylan Douglas. It's left to be seen how this over will finish, but Jamel Warrican has a free hit in his sights. So it's effectively 2 runs of no delivery here so far. Down the ground he goes across the line. It'll just be one. They won't. Turn. The return comes in. So 1 run off that free hit. Curtin Lavia has to hold his nerve here. It's a question of nerves now, Romel. He's bowling to that last over wicket pair. They have to take a chance somewhere. They have to find a boundary. He needs to hold his nerve.
Definitely, Stacey. Definitely.
Oh, impressive delivery there. Swinging back into Rashid Fredericks. Dot ball. Hold your nerve, Curtin Lavia.
Oh, these precious dot balls, Stacey, these precious dot balls. Rashid Fredericks, all he needs to do is to get a single and give Jamel Warrican the opportunity to hit, because the way things are shaping up for Rashid, he doesn't seem quite capable of getting the ball over the boundary, being, of course, a number 11 batsman. But like I said before, you never know. But I would say that Jamel Warrican has the best bet of getting that done.
Another change in the field. Yorker delivery. They're looking for 2. They'll settle on 1. The return comes in. It's an overthrow. They manage to hustle 2. Oh my goodness. You got to hold your nerve. It's a question of nerves when you get down to the back end. My co-commentator is rubbing his legs. I think he's nervous as well, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, here I was thinking that the Salt Pan Breakers needed Jamel Warrican on strike, and they ran 2.
It was exactly my thought as well, but they need all the runs they can get. You never know, Rashid Fredericks just might be able to throw it over
You
the
never
ropes.
know, you never know.
Curtin Lavia, he needs to deliver for his team after that expensive first over. Remember, 26 runs came off his first over. He has the job of finishing things off for his team here. He swung this one into the leg side. They look for 1. Will they look for 2? No, says Jamel Warrican. I want the strike. I am the senior man. They now need 7 off 2 deliveries. Can we see a super over here, Romel?
I would love to see a super over. I would love to see a super over. A 4 and a 2 or a 6 and a dot ball. That would be ideal for me.
Jamel Warrican is set up to swing it over the onside. Curtin Lavia has to be calm running in here. Down the wicket, it goes over the fielders. He's wrestling hard, but he won't beat it, and it's a 4. A high-run smashing 4 off the bat of Jamel Warrican. It wasn't where he intended to get it, but it's a 4 nonetheless. They now need 3 off 1 delivery here, ladies and gentlemen. Another grandstand finish on the cards.
Oh, it's nail biting. It was fortuitous. Yes, it was. It came off the edge. But who cares? Who cares? Jamel Warrican didn't care. 4 runs. 2 more runs for a super over, I think it is. Or 3 runs for a win. What is Jamel Warrican going to do? My bet is he's going to try to hit a 4 runs.
It wasn't a good ball at all, Romel. You can't give room the way the field is set. And the batter had enough room. 1 ball remaining, 3 runs. Can we see a super over here? Are the Salt Pond Breakers gonna bring it home? Are the last super hikers gonna bring it home? Curtin Lavier runs in. And he stops. False start from Curtin Lavier. He's holding his ankle. Is he okay? Just has 1 delivery to finish things off here.
They got to run 2. Whatever it is, they have to run 2. They have to run 2 at least. They must run 2.
What's the plan here? What's the plan here from the hikers? What would be your plan as the fielders all converge? There seemed to be a little stoppage in play. I think Jamel Warrican, he too needs to see the physio. It's all happening here in on this last delivery at the Annisville Cricket Ground.
Oh, Jamel Warrican is down. Jamel Warrican is down. He's rubbing something. They can't see too well, but he is down. The physio is out. Oh, this could spell trouble. This really could spell trouble for the Salt Pond Breakers. They would need him. They don't have any choice. He has to stand firm. He has to stand firm. And if by chance he does not get the boundary, he has to be fit enough to run at least 2 runs. He must.
You're an experienced man, Romel. What would be your bowling plan here?
Stacey, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure. As you see, the players, they have converged. The hikers, they have converged. They're discussing, what do we do? Do we save? Do we prevent 2 runs? Do we bring the players in the circle a bit more just to ensure? Do we bring the fielders and the boundary in a bit more to ensure that they don't get that 2 runs? Well, they must. They have to be able to save at least 2 runs. So I don't think they have a choice here.
Yeah, they're having a whole team meeting out there, the last super hikers. Lots of opinions from each of these players to Curtin Lavier. He just needs to get his plans clear here. You can't give the batter room. You don't have the field set for that. I don't know what their plans will be. I don't know if they'll decide to employ a heavily packed offside field, or if they'll keep the field as they have. Jamel Warrican, he's up again. He has 1 delivery remaining in this innings. My oh my. The quality of cricket has been exceptional in VPL5 so far.
Beautiful, beautiful endings. Beautiful endings. It's really difficult to say that a team is going to win the tournament because everybody really has been on par. This is beautiful cricket here at Annisville.
They decided to send back that third man. They have 3 fielders on the onside boundary. Not sure of the bowling plans here. Curtin Lavier needs to keep his feet behind the line as well. Seems really nervous, Romel. He seems really nervous. High intense cricket here at the Annisville Cricket Ground as Curtin Lavier runs in. And it's hit out to the fielder, and he's taking it. The last Super Hikers once again has pulled off a victory out of nowhere. Unbelievable scenes as everybody runs in. Oh my goodness, this team knows how to win. And when they have today against the Salt Pond Breakers, rivalries here, the Salt Pond Breakers, they took the first edition. After that, the last Super Hikers have been winning all throughout VPL history, and they have pulled off another major victory here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. Marvelous scenes here for the last Super Hikers fans.
Yeah, that really was beautiful. Really was beautiful. It came up in his arc. He had a big swing at it. Came off the edge. It flew. Well, it didn't fly. It flew down to third man. The third man didn't really have to move, and right in his lap, the players, the Salt Pond Breakers players, their hands were on them out, and it landed safely in the hands of the Hikers field. And the Hikers today have turned out victorious. They are a victorious team. They are the 3-time champions. So all the best to them. They really have played well throughout the tournament. They continue to play well. They believe in themselves, and they have come back here brilliantly. It was a seesaw game. It was always in the balance. They thought they should have scored more runs, I would say. But now they have come out on top.
An exceptional bowling display here. I think the team who bowled up best today was always going to turn out victorious. In this occasion, it was a team. It was the team who held their nerve in the end that took the victory here today. The last Super Hikers, Curtin Lavier, the captain, decided, I'm going to push third man back, and the edge fell right into the hand of a nervous-looking O.J. Matthews, who held on in the end for his team.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful, Stacey. Can't wait to see what happens tomorrow.
It was a marvelous game of cricket. Marvelous game of cricket here. The last Super Hikers showing that they know how to win, snatching victory out of the jaws of defeat. Tomorrow, we have an exciting fixture for you as well. Tomorrow, we have the Fort Charlotte Strikers. They'll be taking on the last Super Hikers. And the Darkview Explorers, they take on the Botanical Gardens Rangers in the second match. So stay tuned. High intense cricket here, high intensity. The quality of cricket is unmatched here at the Annisville Cricket Ground. Until then, tune in tomorrow.
Let's go! It's cricket. VPL cricket. And you know we love it. It's cricket. VPL cricket. Hey, everybody coming home. Hey, we will see how we bro. Show me the team that you're rapping. Bacala down in the middle. Cricket, 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 cricket our way. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Look at 6 over there. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Umpire where you say. Cricket, cricket, cricket. VPL our way.
To me, VPL is life.
VPL is excitement.
Cricket is we.
VPL makes me proud to be Vinci.
I can't wait for VPL.
The Vinci Premier League returns for 2023 from April 10th to 23rd. VPL, we are back in.
Explorers!
Hi guys.
Diver! Rangers!
Breakers.
Strikers!
Cricket, our way.
ITFX.
ITFX.
Be bold.
Be loud. Go live.
Anytime, anywhere.